conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Paris Airport Beauty. Will it rain in this weather? Paris, Charles de Gaulle International Airport. Link looked at the blue sky and the bright sun above his head. It was similar to New York, and there was no wallpaper of rain. This did not prevent him from doubting the French weather forecast. If it did not rain in the next 2 days, his trip would be in vain. The French weather forecast said that it will rain in Paris tonight. Anna followed up and said it was afternoon. Link walked for a few minutes after the plane and felt a little stuffy. Paris has a temperate marine climate. The average outdoor temperature in June and July is 18. The feeling of stuffiness indicates abnormal weather and a sign of rain. ? Which exit? Just as he walked to Terminal T2E, he received a message from Marion Cotillard. Link replied and found that there were more than 20 text messages and 7 or 8 missed calls on his phone. One was from Eva Cap, asking him if he was safe after landing. One was from Catherine, saying that she had just met Jennifer Lawrence and everything went well. One was from Selena, asking him if the news about seeing a ghost in a Broadway theater was true or false. What did the female ghost look like? Was she beautiful? She also called him a scumbag who even flirted with female ghosts. There were also Paul Walker, Dino Duval, James, Eminem, Emma Stone, Emma Roberts, Emma Watson, Lady Gaga, and many more. Gaga, Katy Perry, Beyonce and others sent messages. Most of them asked about his dream of a female ghost singing. Because he and the Phantom of the Opera are very popular, after the story was exposed by Tiffany, it was reprinted and reported by many online media and self-media, causing heated discussions on the internet and becoming one of the hot topics in the current entertainment industry. In addition to discussing it online, many netizens went to the Broadway theater to check in and said they would sleep there to see if they had the chance to hear the ghost singing. Because there were too many people coming to watch, it affected the normal operation of the theater. The theater had to stand up and say that there was absolutely no ghost in the theater and that it was completely accidental that Link dreamed of a ghost singing. Despite this, the curiosity of netizens could not be stopped, resulting in a full Broadway theater. When the musical The Lion King was performed on stage, many people fell asleep in the audience. Afterwards, more than a dozen internet celebrities said that they really heard a woman singing after falling asleep. Some people said that they did not hear it, probably because the stage was performing The Lion King instead of the Phantom of the Opera. This matter caused a sensation and also aroused the curiosity of acquaintances such as Paul Walker, who sent messages to ask him about the instigator. Link replied to several messages, telling everyone that it was true and that, if they did not believe it, they could go to the scene to experience it. After Bob and Wallace got their luggage, the 4 of them quietly walked out of the airport. He wore a fashionable peaked cap and sunglasses, covering half of his face, and Anna and the other 3 also wore fashionable sunglasses, like a special agent team. But when they walked out of the terminal, they were still recognized by a paparazzi. "Mr. Link Baker," a paparazzi shouted. More than a dozen paparazzi rushed out and took pictures of him. "Mr. Baker, are you in Paris for work or to date Marion Cotillard?" "Mr. Baker, some media reported that you interfered with the relationship between Marion Cotillard and Guillaume Canet, causing a crisis in their relationship. What's your explanation?" "Mr. Baker, the internet said that you dreamed of a ghost lady singing while watching the Phantom of the Opera. Is this story true or a hoax?" Faced with several questions from the paparazzi, Link wanted to insist that he and Marion were friends and that there was no messy relationship. Everyone should not speculate. The paparazzi didn't believe it and said that they had photographed him at Marion's house last month. Link said that he was a good friend of Marion and it was normal to spend the night at a friend's house. He also signed autographs for more than a dozen fans who surrounded him and walked out of the airport under the escort of Wallace and airport staff. Here, arriving at Charles de Gaulle Avenue, a lady wearing a suspender silk dress and French curls waved at him, and an apple green Beetle car was parked next to him. Sexy French lady Marion Cotillard, 35 years old this year, debuted in 1992, starred in Taxi Express, Little Innocents, Deep Engagement and other popular French movies, and won the Oscar for Best Actress in 2008 for Rose's Best Life. Her appearance is not as fat as the previous French Rose Sophie Marceau, but she has a classical and graceful temperament, blue-gray eyes, red lips, sexy nose tip, and literary style. Although very sexy and cool, around Marion Cotillard, there are media reporters and paparazzi, who are holding cameras, and shooting each other non-stop. These people, Link can also guess, and several paparazzi in the hall were also attracted by her. Hi, Marion. Under the watch of blockchain reporters, he hugged Marion Cotillard. Miss me? Marion also kissed him generously on the face, blinking her charming eyes like a deer, and smiled slightly with her red lips. Of course, I've been missing you since the day I left Paris. Your lips, your voice. Now when I smell your scent, there's only one thing on my mind, to possess you. Link hugged her. I miss you too. Can you feel my whole body trembling? Their eyes met, and even the atmosphere around them became ambiguous. Without waiting for the reporters and paparazzi to rush over, Link pulled Marion Cotillard into the car. The car rumbled and sped along the straight lane of Charles de Gaulle Airport. Chase. The reporters and paparazzi also started the car and launched a fierce chase on the subway from the airport to the center of Paris. With his superb driving skills and super fast reaction speed, Link weaved in and out of the dense traffic, driving the car at a speed of more than 80 miles per hour. Because the car was driving too fast, Marion grabbed her and screamed from time to time, sometimes asking him to go faster and sometimes asking him to go slower. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, Link quickly left his brother's paparazzi team behind through several flexible lane changes. How is my driving skill? Link said with a smile while holding the track. It's great, so exciting. Marion Cotillard grabbed the handle and shouted excitedly. Link looked at the rearview mirror and smiled. Link, go there, I want to kiss you. Marion leaned over and said, spitting out the dry and hot locals. Link looked at the surrounding situation and turned the car to a public parking lot in the Parc de la Villette in the 19th arrondissement. As soon as the car stopped, they looked at each other and hugged each other warmly. After kissing for more than 10 minutes, they were about to move to the backseat again to continue the romance. The phone in Link's trouser pocket rang. He hugged Marion and hung up casually, but the phone kept ringing. It was a call from director Woody Allen. Link, where are you? Director Allen shouted loudly on the phone, seeming a little unhappy. In the car coming to the crew. It will take about 2 people to report to the crew. Oh, I just saw the news. You arrived at Charles de Gaulle Airport 20 minutes ago. It only takes 40 minutes to come to the crew to give a speech. You want 2 hours to call? Link, remember, you are an actor. You come to Paris to film, not to mess around. Director Allen is a very long-winded guy. In addition to being long-winded in daily life, in his movies, the lines of the protagonists are usually also long-winded. Sometimes a line is as long as 8 pages, and there are a lot of meaningless nonsense. Only director Quentin Tarantino can compare with this kind of chattering. Listening to director Allen's chatter, he put the phone on his leather and continued to kiss Marion and caress. Director Allen on the other end of the phone said dozens of words, seemed to hear something, and suddenly shouted, Link! Exclamation mark. Are you there? I asked you a question. Why didn't you respond? TSK, TSK, TSK. Marion Cotillard couldn't help laughing out loud, and finally couldn't hold it back anymore. She tilted her sexy swan neck, and laughed out loud. The voice on the other end of the phone also fell silent. Link hurriedly picked up the phone. I heard it. I'll report right away. Humph. Half an hour. At most half an hour. It's going to rain in Paris tonight. You'd better come and get ready. Don't miss the infectious rain. I see. See you later. After hanging up the phone, he sighed and said, it looks like our date will be later. Haha. Haven't you reconciled yet? Marion pulled up her skirt and asked with a smile. No, it's difficult to reconcile. It doesn't matter, you can have a good talk after the filming, and director Allen is not an old stubborn person. Marion kissed his face and said. Link nodded and started the car. He didn't have any expectations of reconciling with director Allen. The conflict between him and director Allen existed from the beginning. The main reason was that there was a big gap between them in their acting styles. Director Allen was an actor and was nominated for the Best Actor at the Academy Awards. When creating Midnight in Paris, he originally planned to write, direct and act in the film, but he was too old to talk about love in the film, so he had to find Link. This is also because the male protagonist of the movie was created based on his own personality, which is sultry, funny, a little silly, and can't be changed. During the filming, director Allen also acted like this. Link tried it and stopped. He is not the kind of sultry, long-winded, and silly man, and he can't play such a role well. Forcing it will be very distorted. He found director Allen to discuss and propose some lines to make the protagonist look less long-winded and not masculine at all. Director Allen didn't agree and asked him to continue acting. He reluctantly acted for a few days, and the more he acted, the less sense of substitution he had, and suggested that he change someone else to play. Director Allen also saw some problems and had no choice but to agree to shape the character according to his requirements of appearance and personality. During the filming, the participants had many conflicts between the two sides on how to change the role, how much to change, and so on. The director was reluctant to make major changes and still wanted the male protagonist to look like himself. Link didn't want to become another Woody Allen. He wanted to own the role completely, so he studied the role carefully, performed hard, and wrote an autobiography of the male protagonist of more than 20,000 words. With the help of Marion Cotillard, Jennifer Lawrence and others, he constantly improved and perfected his performance, making the role three-dimensional and vivid. It was also because he acted better and more convincing. Director Woody Allen was forced and had no choice but to accept it, but the dissatisfaction in his heart still existed. He found fault with him in various ways during filming and made it difficult for him. This was one of the reasons for the conflict. Another reason was that the director's assistant Frank Allera told him that when director Allen selected the heroines of the movie, he would choose those he liked and who met his aesthetics and fall in love with them during the filming so that they could be filmed more beautifully. But after director Allen fell in love with Marion Cotillard and Jennifer Lawrence, he was shocked to find that both women had been slept with by Link. Frank said that after hearing about this, director Allen almost went crazy and cursed Link on the head. After that, during the filming, his attitude towards Link became more strict, and he was sarcastic and used all kinds of poor. But Link continued to sing and persisted to the end. It was also because of his persistence that director Allen couldn't get rid of his anger, so he was so irritable and unyielding. Link didn't care. Director Allen is an exciting and respected director. In Midnight in Paris, despite all kinds of provocations, he also taught him a lot of useful things in the process. His acting learning played a role in improving his performance, and he also got a lot of French paintings and literary works. The gains are greater than foreign trade, and he is too lazy to bother with an old man. Chapter 327 Do the most romantic thing. Act 12. 8 shots, 1 take, action. When the car arrived at the Isle de Cité studio in the Seine, director Woody Allen saw him and Marion Cotillard getting out of the car together. He looked gloomy and didn't even say hello, but shouted, "Make them up, start shooting in 10 minutes. Link didn't intend to fight with him and changed into his original performance clothes, a set of exquisitely made gray suits. It was this suit that caused him and director Allen to have many disputes. Anthony Allen wanted the director to wear a loose casual suit and a wrinkled shirt, saying that he usually wore it like this. After Link disagreed with the modification, this character was no longer the original Woody Allen, but Link Baker. In terms of clothing, it should be in line with his image and personality. It can be loose and casual, but there is no need to wear a wrinkled shirt, which makes it ugly. Because the character is set as a famous writer and Hollywood screenwriter, his aunt's family is also very rich, and she is also very particular about clothing. There is also the second female character, Adriana, whose partner is the lover of celebrities such as Picasso, Hemingway, and Amedia, and has seen too many men. If the male protagonist is sloppy, verbose, and has no masculinity, how can the other party log out of the Now Live account? Maybe he will give up Picasso and Hemingway and fall in love with him instead? Lin Ke believes that if the male protagonist has a more handsome image and dresses more exquisitely and fashionably, he can also show more charm of modern people, which can also attract the attention of the second female character and make her fall in love with him. Director Woody Allen disagrees, thinking that the second female character falls in love with the male protagonist because of his talent and connotation, not because he is handsome. Lin Ke retorted that no matter how talented the male protagonist is, can he compare with Picasso, Hemingway, Fitzgerald and others? The two sides were arguing, and the costume designer Ms. Sonia Grant stood up and said that they could change into 2 sets of clothes first to see the effect. After he put on the exquisite suit, the crew members were attracted by his outfit. The straight suit, messy and stylish long hair, angular face, and the classical literary actor's appearance made several female staff members applaud and cheer, saying that he was too sexy. Director Allen took a closer look at him, cursed him with a dark face, and said that he was ugly and looked like a man, and then called the crew members to get ready. TSK. Link, are you an actor? Look at what you are acting, a piece of shit. I tell you, with this kind of look, let alone the Oscar, you can't even get the Zimbabwe Film Award. Director Allen stood up and shouted at him on the set. When the crew members heard him say the Zimbabwe Award, they couldn't help but sneer. There is no doubt that this is a new award made up by Director Allen to attack Link. Link shook his head and said that, before coming to Paris, the director's assistant Frank Allala told him to only reshoot the rain scene, and he didn't need to shoot the others, and he didn't prepare in advance. After arriving at the crew, Director Allen told him that there was a major scene that was not filmed well, and he and Marion Cotillard had to reshoot it. Without much preparation, he stood in front of Starbucks. It was normal that he didn't shoot well the first time. But Director Allen took advantage of the situation and laughed at him. It felt that Director Allen was playing a trick on him. Do you want me to give you some water? Marion Cotillard joked. No, I can handle it. Link flipped through the film. Are you sure? Director Allen doesn't plan to let you pass easily today, Marion said while adjusting his tie. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of an old man. As long as he has the energy, I will accompany him to the end. Honey, you are so sexy. Marion stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Link lowered his head and kissed her back, pinching her buttocks. Not far away, director Woody Allen was waiting for the two to get ready before the next shoot, but suddenly saw the two kissing in front of the camera and pinching their buttocks. The anger in his heart suddenly rose up, and he slammed the director's notebook down heavily, shouting, "Shoot! Start shooting! If you can't do it this time, don't blame me for cursing." Act 12, 8 shots, 2 times, start. The script supervisor hit the board. Link and Marion stood in position and began to brew emotions. When the cameraman started to take screenshots, Link looked at Marion in confusion. What are you talking about? We should stay here. This is the beginning of the Belle Epoque. This is the greatest and most beautiful era in the history of Paris. Marion was wearing a white ball dress, smiling and speaking in a sexy voice. It was about the 1920s. There was a Charleston dance company, the Fitzgeralds, and Hemingway. I mean, I like those people more. Link shrugged and said, it's reality. Very happy. Happy. Link accidentally caught a glimpse of that expression and said with a complicated expression, but that's not my reality. I came from 2010, and I came to your era, just like we came to 1890. Mary asked in surprise. Yes, I tried to escape from my gold, thinking about going back to the past, just like you escape from your gold, looking for the years. Look at the people next to me. For them, the formative years are the most important years. They are eager to exchange the beautiful years for the opportunity to paint with Titian and Michelangelo, and people of that era might imagine that the era of Kublai Khan was better. I understand now, although it is not a complete enlightenment, but it also makes me understand things that I used to worry about even in my dreams. What dream? Marion Cotillard asked. I once had a dream, a nightmare. I dreamed that my azithromycin was used up, and then I went to the dentist. They didn't have Novocaine. You know what I mean. They didn't have any antibiotics. What are you talking about? About? Marion Cotillard looked at Link with some amazement and confusion on her pretty face. Director's area. Features. Director Woody Allen often saw Marian's performance and exclaimed, "Too sexy." Girls like Marion Cotillard, no matter what era they were born in Paris, will be sought after by celebrities. Pretty and pitiful girls have no highlights. Jacqueline Rock is like this. Marion Cotillard is like this. They all like bad men. Damn it. Director Woody Allen stared at it, and his expression became very angry. Assistant Director Frank Allera and Deputy Director Mironi Balestra listened and smiled secretly. They followed Director Allen. They had worked with him many times and had some understanding of him. The Jacqueline Rock that Director Allen mentioned was Picasso's second wife and the object of Director Allen's secret love. Director Woody Allen went to Paris for a study in the 1950s and met Jacqueline Rock. He was immediately attracted by her beauty and pursued her. But at that time he was just an unknown screenwriter, short and ugly, and had no talent except humor. Jacqueline Rock rejected him completely and married the 80-year-old scumbag Picasso in 1961. After Picasso died in 1973, Jacqueline committed suicide in 1986. There is also the character of Picasso in the movie Midnight in Paris. Probably because he hated Picasso, Woody Allen designed him as a man who looked like Hitler, rude, cruel, and ruthless. Marion Cotillard's Adriana is Picasso's lover. In the movie, she was attracted to the male protagonist and took the initiative to leave Picasso and choose the male protagonist. Woody Allen also used this method to complete his revenge on Picasso. In history, Picasso had a couple and more than a dozen public lovers. He didn't raise his children, even if he had them. He was a complete scumbag. Link is also a playboy who has had scandals with more than a dozen actresses. Although his fame is not as good as Picasso. After hearing that Link slept with Marion Cotillard, director Woody Allen made Link a very complicated character. He not only has the characteristics of Link himself, but also the element of Woody Allen. He was also regarded as Picasso by director Allen and was hostile. Frank Allera can also sense the difficulties Link faced when performing. He looked at the following. Link also performed very well. He has a deep understanding of the role. It is difficult for ordinary people to perform his sense of confusion and complexity of traveling through time and space. Director Woody Allen did not respond. Looking at Link's handsome and elegant front and his fluent and emotional lines, he knew that Link performed well, but the more this happened, the more unhappy he was. Before joining the group, Link's performance was very rough. He had not received professional training, and there was no good director to guide his performance. There was a preset stubborn stone. In the past month or so, he kept instructing Link, instilling many acting skills into him through every performance, making him more and more proficient in acting, and even gradually forming a personal acting style. For an actor, having a personal acting style is one of the signs of mature acting. Link, this guy, is only 21 years old and has begun to show his acting style, which not only shows his talent in acting, but also shows that he, as a director, has taught well. In the end, he should be happy about this, but Link is too bad. During the filming, he unscrupulously picked up girls and treated the crew as his hunting ground. He didn't care about the feelings of the director at all. Director Allen would naturally not let him go easily. Director Allen called a pause and looked at the shots just shot. The effect was better than last month. Last month, Link was nervous. There was always a sense of nervousness when shooting. At that time, he didn't dare to give a pass. After a few days of rest, Link returned to the crew. Director Allen wanted to shoot it again to see how it turned out. The result was not bad. Link's performance was more relaxed, with a feeling of sudden enlightenment. But director Allen did not intend to let Link go. He first praised Marion and criticized Link for not putting his heart into his performance. If he put his heart into it, he would have performed better. Link, you need to do your scene again and be more dedicated. I need you to give your all. Hurry up. Director Allen shouted. On the set, Link was helpless. In the previous scene, the male lead had 227 lines, a total of 5 pages. He memorized them for many days before he could say them according to his own understanding and speed. He had said it twice in the performance just now, and he was asked to say it again, which was too much trouble. Link, you acted very well. There is no problem. It was director Allen who was carefully looking for trouble with you. Marion said. I understand. This old man is old and young, and he only has a little fun a day, so let him do it, and do it again, as a daily line training. Link didn't care. My dear, you are so great. So, let's be generous and restrain ourselves. What should we do if I love you more and more? Marion leaned in his arms and said with an obsessed look in her eyes. Link put his arms around her soft waist and lowered his head to kiss her red lips. In the director's area, Director Allen looked up to see how Link was preparing, but saw that they were hugging each other and kissing passionately again, without any scruples in front of the people in the crew. Director Allen slammed the table in anger and was about to scold Link's head again. Boom. There was a sudden thunder in the sky, and the sky in the west was covered with dark clouds. It was going to rain soon. Cut the scene. Continue shooting. Shoot the next scene. Frank Allara shouted. But Link and Marion Cotillard were still kissing until it started to rain, and they were still kissing in the rain, oblivious to the people around them. Director Allen held an umbrella and looked at the scene of them kissing in the rain, with envy and almost no concealment on his face. In Paris in the rain, kissing a sexy French girl was the most romantic thing he could think of, but he only thought about it in his heart and had never experienced it. But Link, the scumbag, did it easily. He kissed the most popular French actress on a rainy day in Paris. Jealous bastard. Director Allen cursed. Chapter 328. Love returns to Paris in the rainy night. It was raining in Paris, the streets were sparse and wet, and the main church of Notre Dame in the distance was looming in the rain. Director Allen said that it was best to see Notre Dame on a rainy day. Because of the blurred vision, the visual effect of watching Notre Dame now is highly similar to that of people standing here to watch 200 years ago, 500 years ago, and 800 years ago, giving people a feeling of traveling through time and space. Link said it was different. Modern people are used to seeing skyscrapers. When they look at Notre Dame again, they just feel paralyzed, but not particularly shocked or shocked. People decades ago had never seen the world and were in awe of ghosts and gods. When they came to Notre Dame, they should have knelt down to watch or lie on the ground to watch instead of standing here and watching unscrupulously. He asked Director Allen if he wanted to try it. Maybe he could really find that feeling. Director Allen was stunned for a moment and wanted to scold him for not understanding art, but found that he was a bit perverse. Get moving, hurry up and shoot, don't block the road here. Director Allen waved and shouted. After the rain, the crew members took the time to shoot Paris in the rain, including Notre Dame de Paris, the Louvre, the Place de la Concorde, the Eiffel Tower and other famous landmarks in the rain. Taking advantage of the rainy day to save the most budget and have the best visual effects, Link was also asked to stroll along the Seine with his hands in his pockets, drizzling in the rain, admiring the ancient buildings on both sides of the Seine. Director Allen also had to perform the feeling of strolling in the long river of history. After a few hours, the clothes were almost soaked, and it was only then that enough material was shot for the movie. But after shooting these, he couldn't rest. At the urging of Director Allen, he changed into dry clothes and came to the Place de John 23 to participate in the last shooting. The Guardian drama tells the story of the male protagonist Chill first being broken up by his lover Adriana in the virtual world. After returning to reality, he found that his fiancée had cheated on him, so he broke up with his fiancée. After 2 consecutive breakups, the male protagonist was alone, walking on the streets of Paris with a melancholy look, and it started to rain. At this time, a French girl came over from behind. She was a staff member of an old record store. The male protagonist had met her on the street. She was an acquaintance. The actress who ate the French girl Gabrielle was French movie star Léa Seydoux, who had played a supporting role in Quentin's Inglourious Bastards. She is 25 years old this year and is also a hot French girl. But because her grandfather is Jeremy Seydoux, the chairman of Pathé Films, an old friend of Director Allen, in order to prevent Léa from being deceived into bed by him, Director Allen specially arranged an assistant to hug her next to him so that they would not have too much contact in private. Act 12. 3 shots, 1 time, action. Hey, why are you here? On the rainy street, Link finally looked at the girl who was walking slowly and asked, "My boss got a new record of Cole Porter." Léa Seydoux looked at him and smiled slightly. Does it remind you of me? Link Sudan, the male protagonist, had mentioned Cole Porter's record in the record store. Leia Seydoux shrugged and made an expression of approval. Link smiled softly. I like being reminded of you like this. Are you going home now? Yes. Leia Seydoux said with a smile, adjusting the bag on her shoulder. Can I walk with you, or buy you a cup of coffee? Look, the rain is getting heavier. Link looked at the sky and said, it's okay, I don't mind getting wet in the rain. Leia Seydoux smiled slightly. Really? Yes, in fact, Paris is the most beautiful in the rain. This is what I often say, and I agree with both hands. Yes, it is more beautiful. Link reached out to catch the rain and mentioned a joy of being recognized. Director's area. Director Alan sat here, spread his arms, and looked at the screen in front of him, seeing each other walking shoulder to shoulder on the wet street, talking while walking, and their figures gradually disappeared under the dim street lights. I couldn't help but sigh softly. Director Alan, do you want to do it again? Frank Allera asked. No, passed. Director Alan said. Frank Allera looked at him in surprise. It was the first time he saw him pass Link so quickly. Director Alan Shuang glared at him. It's raining so hard. Link is a man and is not afraid, but Leia is a girl and can't stand it. Call her back quickly to prevent her from catching a cold. Great. Frank shouted with a loudspeaker. Cut. It's time to go home. Frank, hold Link a little and don't let him harass Leia. The director urged. Got it, Director Alan. Frank smiled. After filming, Link returned to the Ritz Hotel where the crew stayed. His clothes were soaked. Marion didn't go home either, but stayed in his room. When she saw him come back, she poured him a cup of hot chocolate. Link drank the hot chocolate and felt warm. He took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. Marion also came in with a bath towel wrapped around him. The two had sex in the bathroom. This time, there was no intervention from Director Alan, and there was no need to worry about paparazzi secretly taking pictures. Listening to the crackling rain outside the window, it was more fun. Back to the bed in the bedroom, we leaned against the headboard and chatted. I recently received a level. The male lead is a boxer. It is also suitable for you. Do you want to read it? Marion leaned on her head and handed over a book. When Link saw the title of the book was A Taste of Rust and Bone, he immediately thought of movie Rust and Bone, which is Marion Cotillard's representative work. The movie is adapted from A Taste of Rust and Bone, a collection of novels by the famous Canadian writer Craig Davidson. It tells the love story between a homeless boxer Ali and a killer whale trainer Stephanie who lost both legs in an accident. Ali's encounter at the bottom of his life helped Stephanie regain confidence in life, and Stephanie also helped Ali find hope in life. They redeemed each other, generated sparks of love, and started a new life. The male lead is also an underground boxer. Link has read it twice and feels very good. It's a very good story. Are you still missing a male lead? Link asked, admiring the novel of more than 10,000 words. The director of this film is Mr. Jack Sordiad. The film is in preparation. He hopes that I can play the leading role and gave me the script in advance. If you nod your head, Link. He has also met director Jack Sordiad once. In the Oscar Awards in March this year, director Sordiad was nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film with The Predator. He is a very good director. I'm very interested. In addition, I also have a production company. If this film lacks investment, I can participate. Link said, holding Marion's shoulders. You decide to invest only after reading the novel. Aren't you worried about losing money? Marion asked affectionately, scratching his chin with her fingers. Link knew that the box office performance of this movie was good, so he was naturally not worried about losing money. He kissed Marion's hair and said, I'm a boxer. I make money very quickly. I always need to find ways to spend it. It's not a pity to lose money on movies. Yes, if you didn't say it, I almost forgot that you are the famous Mr. Money Printing Machine. I can not only be a money printing machine, but also other machines. Ms. Cotillard, do you want to experience the other functions of this robot? I'd love to. Marion bit her red lips and smiled. Link smiled gently and pulled up the blanket to cover it. There were waves under the blanket, and the wind and rain outside the window were getting bigger and stronger. In the next room, director Alan was sitting under the balcony awning, looking at the streets of Paris in the rain, with a glass of Bordeaux in his hand, and was about to stop and enjoy the rare leisure time. Suddenly, he heard bursts of strange noises coming from next door. He thought it was the sound of rain hitting the awning. The rain was continuous, but when he listened carefully, he found that it was not the sound at all. He shouted at the open window next door with a dark face, "Keep it down. Aren't you ashamed?" Unfortunately, it was of no use. The wind and rain next door became even louder, and they didn't take this old man seriously at all. Chapter 329 Monica Biloxi. It rained all night, and in the morning, the weather in Paris became cool. There was a lot of water on the streets along the Seine River. The surrounding classical buildings also became like monad oil paintings after the rain, colorful and delicate. When Link was having breakfast, he heard Frank say that director Alan caught a cold last night and hadn't gotten up yet. After he and Marion finished their meal, they went to see him, but director Alan had a dark face and didn't like them at all. Link didn't stay there to make things worse. At noon, he followed Marion to the Pompidou Center in the 4th district and met director Jacques Audiard in a nearby cafe. Director Audiard is in his 50s and is a famous French director, screenwriter and producer. He debuted as a director in 1995. His representative works include Homemade Heroes, Lip Reading, The Rhythm of My Heart Forgotten and The Premonition. He has won many awards and nominations, including the French Film Kaiser Award for Best Director, the Manhattan International Film Award Caribbean, the American Film Golden Globe Award for Best Foreign Language Film, and the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film. He is a director with good strength. After the meeting, the two sides talked about the movie, and Link and Marion even performed a scene where the male and female protagonists met for the first time. Since the two have worked together for more than a month, they have a very close relationship and are very tacit in the performance. Director Jacques watched for a while and approved the performances of others, but only made some comments on Link's French pronunciation, hoping that he would practice French more before filming. Link said that it was no problem and he would continue to learn French with Marion. Director Jacques also mentioned the issue of investment. After obtaining the rights to adapt the novel last year, he spent half a year estimating the budget and started the film project this month. The initial budget of this film is 15 million euros, about 16.2 million US dollars, if it is used. Director Jacques is also the producer of this film. At present, he has received 8 million euros in investment from Lumiere Films. If he is optimistic about this project, the remaining share will be given to his film company to invest. Link also said that it was no problem. In the future, he will hold concerts and boxing matches in Europe and France. There will be a lot of ticket revenue and match aid. If he transfers this money back to the United States, he will need to pay additional taxes. It is better to spend it where he earns it and use this money to invest in movies. If the movie investment is successful, he can also use the Scottish money to buy villas, castles in Paris or other parts of Europe for future vacations. After discussing the movie project, director Audiard left early. "Are you going to set up a film production company in Paris?" Marion asked while stirring the coffee with a silver spoon in the Telescope Cafe. "Yes, invest in the production of niche art films, 1 or 2 or 3 films a year. What do you think? It's difficult. Now the film industry is only Hollywood that makes money. French films were good in the 1970s and 1980s, but have declined seriously in recent years. Hundreds of films are made every year, and most of them are losing money." Marion shrugged. "I understand. I don't make movies to make money. It's mainly so that I can come to see you often." Link pulled Marion's hand and said. Marion looked at his handsome face. Her blue-gray eyes trembled. She retracted her fingers to tuck the hair by her ear and rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. "Little guy, I'm more than 10 years older than you. It's good enough to be your lover. You'd better not think of completely possessing me. Okay, I watch Strawberry investment movies mainly to make money, and secondly to see you and learn French, but I don't know much about French movies. I want to ask someone familiar with this industry to help me recommend 1 or 2 good projects to invest in every year, or your movie, whether it makes money or loses, it doesn't matter. Is this okay?" Link said, holding her hand. Marion looked at him for a few seconds, nodded her chin, and then wrapped her arms around his neck and offered a hot kiss with the aroma of coffee. Link also put his arms around her slender waist and responded to her warmly under the eyes of everyone. This is Paris, the romantic capital. Kissing in public is very common, which is one of the reasons why he likes Paris. Marion, sorry to bother you. While they were kissing, two people came over to say hello. Link took a glance at Marion in his arms and found that he also knew her. The plump woman in a blue sling is the famous Italian movie star Monica Bellucci. The man in a casual suit is her husband, the famous French actor Vincent Cassel. Hi, Monica. Vincent, are you here too? Marion stood up and greeted. Monica Bellucci looked at her, then at Link, with a half smile on her beautiful face. So what the news said is true. Are you dating? Link also stood up and shook hands with Vincent Cassel and said hello to Monica. Vincent is in his 40s, a handsome middle-aged man, and is currently the most famous actor in France. His representative works include Joan of Arc, The Apartment, Wolf Covenant, Ocean's 12, and the upcoming Black Swan. In comparison, his wife Monica Bellucci is more famous worldwide. Representative works include Beautiful Legend of Sicily, Unbreakable, Don't Be the Truth, etc. Because of her beautiful appearance and breasts, she is called Bullflower. However, Bullflower is getting older, in her 40s, and her figure is getting fatter, with a round oval face, big breasts and big buttocks, and she is a middle-aged woman. Mr. Baker, it's great to see you here. You look more attractive than the news. Monica Bellucci looked at him and smiled. Link smiled faintly and praised the couple for being very loving and a model couple in the film industry, but he remembered that the couple wanted to divorce quickly. Link, I have something to do with Marion. Can I delay you too? Please. Link glanced at Marion and saw that she and Monica were sitting next to each other. He invited Vincent Cassel to sit down and chatted. They talked about the movie Black Swan. He is also a friend of Darren Aronofsky, the director of the movie Black Swan. Last year, the other party said that he would arrange a male ballerina role for him in the movie, but he refused. In the next booth, Marion and Monica Bellucci were chatting at the same time. They are both French actors who settled in Paris and belong to the same circle. After a long time, they are also good friends. In comparison, Marion's boyfriend Guillaume Canet has a better relationship with Monica Bellucci and her husband. They have worked together several times, and Marion also met the couple through Guillaume. How does it feel to date a young and strong boy? Monica Bellucci joked in a sexy Italian accent. Great. Yes, young people are full of energy, like an angry rhino. Monica said with a smile. Link is not an ordinary person. He is the world boxing champion, the most powerful man in the world, and he is very strong in all aspects. Marion held up 2 fingers and asked Monica to guess. From yesterday to now, 20 minutes, Monica told with a blink of her eyes. Marion replied lightly that she would use hours as the unit, without foreplay. Monica glanced at Link in the next booth, lowered her head to stir the coffee cup. Guillaume came to my house last night and asked Vincent to drink. He said that he is in pain now. Does it have anything to do with me? Yes, Marion. Guillaume loves you very much, and he doesn't want to see you taken away by Link. He doesn't need to be like this. When I came out, I said that I would stay in the crew for the next 2 days, and I would go back if I finished filming. What is he suffering from? Marion asked. Of course it's because I love you. He loves you very much. I know. I love him too. But you and Link, do you love Link too? Monica asked. Of course. This is the source of Guillaume's pain. He wants you to love only him. You came to me because of this? Marion glanced at her. Although they were friends, she didn't want anyone to interfere in her private life. No, Marion, don't get me wrong. The weather is nice today. Vincent and I also came to Prague for shopping. We just happened to meet you. Monica shrugged. Marion said, if he loves me, he shouldn't restrict me, just like I wouldn't stop him from seeing Diane Kruger. Diane Kruger is Guillaume's ex-wife, a famous German actress and model. Her representative works include National Treasure and Inglourious Bastards. The two got married in 2001 and divorced in 2006. Guillaume said he was very sad to see Diane Kruger. He now understands that the person he loves most is you, and he said he will propose to you next. Monica Biloxi took Marian's hand and persuaded, "Marian, you should also think about it seriously. Link is too young and a playboy. It doesn't matter if you go to bed with him, but it's best not to take it seriously. He will never love you like Guillaume." Marian Cotillard sank and shook her head. "Monica, you are wrong. Link is not a playboy. The American media reported that he had many girlfriends. Isn't this a playboy? No, a playboy uses his own advantages to play with women's feelings and bodies, but Link is not. He never has such an idea. Very serious, very sincere, never the idea of playing and then abandoning. If I said that I started dating him because he was handsome and talented, but now, Monica, I think I really love him, a little more than Guillaume. He is gentle and elegant, humorous and witty, very serious about his work, very motivated, unlike Guillaume who has no goals, and he is full of strong possessiveness for everything. Sometimes he thinks that I want me to walk into his body harmoniously. I don't know if I thought I was so disgusting, but after meeting him, I found myself fascinated by this feeling. I know it's not good, but I can't help loving him." Marian supported her head and looked at Link in the next booth. Her eyes gradually became obsessed. Vincent on the left, although he does not have the vicissitudes and maturity of an old man who has been marinated by the years. But he is also mature and steady, with a masculine temperament, a handsome and flawless appearance, and a clear and clean smile. There is also the strength and physique under his clothes, and his temperament, that is sometimes gentle, sometimes domineering, sometimes humorous, and sometimes melancholy. A cup of strong and refreshing cocktail often makes people unable to stop. Monica took a look and shook her head helplessly. She didn't understand why Marian Cotillard, a woman who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, would be obsessed with Link, a young man. It's just that he has the ability to be strong because Marian Monica, don't worry about me, I'm 30 years old and know how to deal with emotional matters. Marian said on Monica's shoulder. Okay, we went over there. The two men don't have much common language when they are together. Monica Biloxi looked at each other and laughed. Marian also laughed a few times, stood up and sat next to Link again. Seeing the two come back, Link was relieved. At first, they could talk about Black Swan for a few sentences. After that, he talked about sports, but Vincent was not interested. He also said that Guillaume was his friend and hoped that Link would leave Marian. Link said that he also loved Marian and did not want to destroy anyone's feelings. Then Vincent refuted him in the tone of a middle-aged and elderly person, saying that he just flirted with Marian because of her fame, her beauty, and the French rose, which gave her a sense of accomplishment. He also said that this feeling was like poison, and he had also been exposed to it. Link objected that he was more famous than Marian, and did not need to satisfy his vanity in this way. Marian was a French woman with great charm and connotation. Having nothing to do with her would make her understand more about what love is, and learn how to live. This is a reason why he chose to continue to have nothing to do with her. Vincent did not believe him, and stopped talking to him. When the two women returned to their seats, the atmosphere in the booth became active again. Chapter 330 Earning 1.6 billion in half a year. After chatting with Monica Biloxi and her husband in the cafe for a while, Link and Marian stood up to say goodbye and left. After filming the scenes of Midnight in Paris, his work in Paris has been completed, and he is about to leave for the United States. The next meeting will be in 2 or 3 months or 3 or 4 months. The two of them wasted time outside, bought some fruits and flowers at the market, and returned to Marian's apartment on the Seine together. After eating most of the light meals, they snuggled on the balcony, looking at the Seine outside the window, chatting, communicating with each other, and having sex. Every time was deeply rooted in the soul, as if it was the last time in life. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Link kissed Marian, who was still sleeping, left a note, put on his hat, and left Marian's apartment. "Boss, Mandy just sent a message that you may need to know." In the car, Mizuna said with her work bag. "Go ahead, I'm listening," Link said as he looked through the unread text messages on his phone. Since yesterday, many media outlets in the United States have been hyping up the news that you are a playboy, saying that you are playing with women's feelings and bodies. They also intercepted an interview with Amber Heard last year to prove that you have a problem of abusing women in this regard. Anna looked at the document and found the words pervert and ex addiction written on it. Out of respect for Link, she did not say it directly. Are many media saying this? All of them are tabloids or small news websites with a circulation of less than 100,000 copies. This is slander, let alone the Ministry of Justice. The legal department is collecting evidence and filing a lawsuit against the media that violated your reputation. Hasn't found out who is targeting me? After the incident, the company is investigating the first guess, which is related to Jay-Z and his group. When the media hyped Link as a playboy, some media and musicians accused him of not being a pure singer, saying that his album sold well because of hype, not the quality of the album itself. At the same time, they also compared Eminem's new album Recovery with Publicity, vigorously touted Eminem's album, and belittled the artistic level of the 3 albums The Woman I Love, Go Forward and Fighter. How is the sales of Recovery these days? 3 days after its release, the national sales volume is 357,000 copies, which is a very good result. It is expected to reach 800,000 copies in the first week. It is probably for this reason that they want to use Eminem's new album to compete with Chut. Anna said, "This matter should have nothing to do with Eminem. This guy is very hardcore and doesn't like to do anything shady. As for whether it is Jay-Z, Kanye and others, let Scooter and the public relations department investigate it first. No matter who wants to challenge me, I will take it," Link said. Anna nodded, thought for a while and said, "The second one is related to the casting of Captain America. Now many young male actors are pursuing this role, including Will Smith, Sam Worthington, Channing Tatum, Chris Evans and more than 40 others." Not long ago, Marvel Entertainment announced the list of actors who participated in the audition. You are at the top of the list. Many Marvel fans also think that you are the most suitable to play Captain America. Someone also set up a voting website for Captain America's best candidate. 358,000 people voted for you. 106,000 people supported Will Smith, and the votes of other actors did not exceed 10,000. The media also believes that Marvel is more likely to choose you to play Captain America. Mandy believes that those rival companies may also make a fuss about this and try to ruin your reputation because Captain America is a loyal person, not a playboy like Iron Man. Link thought about it and thought that this possibility was also possible, but he didn't care. For the role of Captain America, his idea was to play it if he could get it, and it would not be a pity if he couldn't get it. He told Anna that no matter who was targeting him, he should do a good job of public relations. He could ignore the stigma of being a playboy, or people saying that he sold albums by hype, or the role of Captain America, but he would never allow anyone to slander him. Understood. Ms. Anna nodded. After returning to New York, Link ignored the negative referee and continued to train in the boxing ring. He also participated in 2 boxing matches on the 15th and 18th, which were the WBC and WBA Super Middleweight Championship challenges. The King Challenge was held in the Tokyo Dome qualifiers in Japan. His opponent was Alan Green, the WBC American champion nicknamed Ghost Dog, who was also qualified to participate in the Super 6. There were 48,000 Japanese spectators at the Dome qualifiers that day. Link used 86 seconds to KO his opponent cleanly, causing a huge sensation at the scene. Many spectators shouted "Bored! Link bored!" The competition was jointly organized by the WBC Japan Division, the Japan Professional Boxing Association, JPBA, and the Association of Japan. Link's appearance fee was $32 million, and he did not participate in PPV, ticket, advertising and other sources of income. After the game, the organizers also enthusiastically arranged 8 beauties to help him participate in the competition. Link directly refused. He also likes Japanese girls, but he prefers to pick them up by himself rather than being sent to the door. Now there are many media slandering him as a Tokyo playboy. Doing such things recently is equivalent to giving gifts to the media. He does not believe that the organizers will keep it secret for him. On the 18th, he led the team to fly to Dubai in the Middle East to participate in the WBA Boxing Championship Challenge. His opponent was Danish boxing champion Mikkel Kessler. This was also a second fight, which attracted the attention of many boxing fans. The appearance fee was 30 million, plus a luxury apartment on the 132nd floor of the debate tower and 2 valuable goods, with a total value of no less than 38 million yuan. In the coronavirus match, Mikel fought very tenaciously, protecting his head with his arms, and constantly changing positions around him, which greatly hindered his attack. Link was once again forced to be patient in the game and fight guerrilla warfare with the opponent. He first broke the opponent's defense with dense combination punches, and then knocked the opponent down with continuous heavy punches. At 65 seconds in the third round, he KO'd his opponent's defense. When he knocked Mikel down, thousands of wealthy people in the Middle East stood up and applauded. The game also accumulated Link's record to 19 wins and 19 KOs in 19 fights, and helped him earn 30 million professional cash and a mansion worth tens of millions. After the game, a Dubai person came to lobby him, persuaded him to be a Dubai citizen, and told him that Dubai people can marry many wives. Link was a little moved, but he did not agree. His base was in the United States, and it was not cost effective to change to other nationals. After this game, all the masters in the current super middleweight field were defeated by him, and he became the undisputed overlord of this level. Professional media such as The Ring and KO all reported on his second round of defense, saying that he is the strongest boxer in the super middleweight field, stronger than veteran boxing champions such as Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler and Joe Calzaghe. He also makes 163 million per game, and is considered the most profitable athlete in the current sports world. It seems to make 160 million a year. This guy's too good. In a black metal music bar in New York, 50 Cent looked at the news on his mobile phone and gnashed his teeth with envy. Although being a singer is also profitable, it is less than 160 million a year. This speed of making money is faster than robbing a bank. It's not 160 million a year. It's only June now. It's 160 million in half a year. Eminem reminded while drinking beer. You don't have to tell me, I know. 50 Points rolled his eyes and looked at his friend Jermaine Taylor and asked, Jermaine, how much prize money do you get for each game? Former WBA American boxing champion Jermaine Taylor waved his hand. It's not comparable. Link is a boxing superstar. Although he is not as good as Tyson and Ali in the past, he is not much different. Not to mention that he is only 21 years old this year, and he will make money faster in the future. Jermaine, you are also a boxer, and you look stronger than Link. Why can't you beat him? Chris Brown asked. Jermaine, I also want to ask this question. If you are more ruthless in the fierce competition, you may be able to beat him. Why don't you give it a try? Drake the Duck followed. Jermaine grinned and looked at the few people helplessly. Boxing is not a long distance race. You can't just fight a few seconds faster. Boxing is more about overall strength. Sometimes it's useless to fight hard. And Link is too good. He is good in every aspect. Let me tell you this. When I was fighting with Link, I felt like a 7 or 8-year-old kid. He is a very strong person. No matter how hard I fight, I can't beat him. In addition, boxing has rules. How can I fight hard? Is Link so good? 50 Cent asked. Very good. Although he is a super middleweight, he has the weight of a heavyweight boxer, the speed of a featherweight boxer, and fast boxing skills. He also has his own tactics. He is an all-around boxer. In the super middleweight field, I dare say that no one can be his opponent in the past 10 years. Jermaine Taylor said helplessly. Besides the super middleweight, the news said that he is going to switch to the lightweight next. 50 Cent said while swiping his phone. Jermaine thought of an idea. There are not enough people who are better than him, but he did win the lightweight championship, which is not easy. Birat Shumanov, Chad Dawson, and Hopkins are also very powerful guys. I really hope this guy can lose once. From the music industry to the boxing industry, this guy has almost never been defeated. And the people he defeated are almost all black people. He is too arrogant. I really hope someone can stand up and kill him. Chris Brown said. Everyone heard his words and thought about it carefully. It was true. In the boxing world, Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., Jermaine Taylor, Andre Ward, Andre Riai, Jane Pascal, etc., who were defeated by him, are almost all black boxers, and his gold belts were mostly snatched from black boxing champions. In the music industry, the East Coast rappers he defeated were also black. This guy relied on the reputation of black people to get to the top. It's so hateful. Hey, Chris, are you going to start a fight? Don't forget that Mikkel Kessler, Carl French, and Lucien Butt are not black. Besides, black boxers have dominated the boxing world for 70 or 80 years, leaving white boxers no chance to come forward. Now Link has just come forward, and you are not convinced. Are you not willing to lose? Eminem retorted. I'm not starting a fight, but I just don't like him. Chris Brown, 50 Cent and others all nodded. You guys, actually I have seen this guy. He is so handsome, so good at boxing, sings well, and is very popular with girls. This guy's really worth watching. Eminem sighed. Ring. As he was talking, Eminem's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Link calling. Link called to congratulate him, congratulating him on his new album Recovery, which sold 718,000 copies in the first week and became the best-selling album on the Billboard. Eminem laughed, thanked Link, and asked Link to come to New York for a drink next time. When he was on the phone with Link, 50 Cent and Chris Brown looked at him unhappily. Eminem was actually at Link's base camp, chatting very happily. This situation was like an undercover agent contacting the police in public, and he didn't care about their feelings. Link and I are fighting for friends, and we are not participating in your fight. Eminem put down his phone and said. As he was talking, Puff Daddy and Jay-Z walked into the bar with a few white people. Eminem glanced at them. They are still? Why is Jay-Z hanging out with white people? 50 Cent took a look. Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, Luther Desch, and Josh Epstein. Epstein? What kind of relationship is he with that Epstein? Eminem said, uncle and nephew, but I heard they are illegitimate children. Why is Jay-Z hanging out with such people? Isn't he worried about his reputation being damaged? Big Epstein is a billionaire from New York. He has been hanging out in the rich circle since the 1980s and has accumulated a lot of connections, including big figures in politics and business. He is known as the modern Gatsby. Since the 1990s, many people have reported Epstein for suspected crimes, but they were dealt with by his network of connections. In 2005, the police went undercover at Epstein's site for nearly a year and found a lot of evidence of crimes, including multiple sexual assaults and cases of forcing women to engage in illegal transactions, many of which were under the age of 18. In 2008, the police arrested Epstein, but he was easily dealt with by relying on his connections in the judicial system. He was only sentenced to 18 months in custody. He was released not long ago and continued to call the shots in the rich circle and even influenced the current situation in the United States. Eminem hates this kind of people. Even when he heard someone with the last name Epstein, he subconsciously felt that the person was not a good person. Seeing Jay-Z going upstairs with a few people, he couldn't help but frown. Big Daddy knows those guys. He should have introduced them, but I also think it's not a good thing for Jay-Z to hang out with them. 50 Cent said with a curled mouth. We should persuade Jay-Z and not let him go further down the wrong path. Eminem stood up and said, are you serious? Maybe they were just chatting and didn't discuss anything bad. 50 Cent saw Eminem stand up and pulled his sweatshirt and shouted, then how about we listen to? Eminem looked at 50 Cent, Chris Brown, and Drake. The others thought about it and nodded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Plan to Destroy Link. Bring down Link, divide up Link music. Jay-Z doesn't want to join. Eminem and his friends just walked to the private room on the second floor when they heard such words coming from inside. Eminem immediately stopped, looked back at 50 Cent and his friends, and asked them in a low voice if they wanted to continue listening. 50 Cent raised his index finger and made a hush gesture, then put his ear to the door and eavesdropped happily. Eminem shrugged, leaned on the railing of the corridor, took out his mobile phone to play Candy Crush, and listened to the conversation in the room. The main thing was that the voices in the room were lively, and he didn't need to put his ear to the door to hear them. Can those rumors bring down Link alone? JZ asked. It's definitely not possible to rely on rumors. How about adding criminal cases? Puff Daddy said. Criminal case? What case did Link submit? Do you have any evidence against him? JZ asked in a surprised voice. Not yet. Josie checked his file through the judicial system. This guy is strict in his work after prison. He doesn't go to prostitutes, gamble, or take drugs. He doesn't do illegal business. He has almost no flaws. However, he has recently exposed a big flaw. He is lustful. NIU Dad paused and continued. The lustful man in Manhattan is very simple. We just need to arrange a few young girls to send him, and then let the girls come out to report him. Humph, do you think his reputation will be ruined? If he doesn't want to go to prison, he can use Link Music shares to exchange evidence with us. I think he should be happy. It sounds good. JZ said. Hearing this, Eminem frowned, and there was another unfamiliar expression next to him, making a trash mouth shape. 50 Cent and the others also curled their lips when they heard it. Even if they were not good people, they couldn't use this trick to make a living in Manhattan. Link. Josie, do you do this, or I do it? Your uncle has more girls like this, and they are more obedient. How about you arrange it? Said the bragging father. My uncle just got out of jail, and there are a lot of policemen watching him. It's not convenient to ask him for help, so you should arrange it. A lazy voice said. How? JZ asked. Eminem's new album is selling well. He will hold a celebration party next week. He has a good relationship with Link, so you can call Link over and then. Fuck you. Eminem heard the conversation between several people inside. He could hold it back at first, but later he heard that they wanted to use him to plot against Link. His anger jumped from his heels to the top of his head. He kicked open the door of the box and cursed at a speed of 12 words per second. Trash. A bunch of trash. Calling you trash is also an insult to trash. You are not even as good as the trash in my toilet waster basket. You are rats. Rats in the sewers. From fur to blood and bones, you all wear cheap and smelly clothes. You hide in the sewers every day, plotting against others, and thinking about how to steal other people's things. You are the lowest human beings in the world. No, you don't deserve to be human beings. You are dog shit. You guys, when I see your names, I feel like my eyes and mouth are dirty. I will definitely rinse my mouth and wash my eyes with disinfectant when I go back. The 6 people in the room were discussing how to bring down Link and divide up the Link music. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Eminem stood at the door, his mouth like a machine gun, bang 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 at the people in the room. When they reacted, their faces suddenly turned dark. Eminem, this bastard, was too dirty. They were either billionaires or second or third generation rich people. They were also well-known people in New York, but now they were called garbage, shit, and stinky rats by Eminem. Puff Daddy and JZ had similar faces. What was even more unpleasant was that they were dark-skinned people and hated being discriminated against the most. Now they were called lowly stinky rats by Eminem, the lowest human beings in the world. This was like using a toilet brush to poke their skin color eyes. Who could tolerate such a thing? Puff Daddy blew his face gloomily, stared at the cow's eyes, and pulled out a Desert Eagle from his waist. Eminem, stop cursing. 50 Cent saw that the situation was not right, so he hugged Eminem, who was still swearing, covered his mouth and stepped back. Rabbit smiled. JZ, you guys keep chatting. We are just passing by. Why are you here? JZ looked calm. 50 Cent chuckled. JZ, Eminem is doing this for your own good. We all know that Epstein Jr. and Puff Daddy are not good people. Eminem is worried that you will learn bad things by hanging out with them, so he dragged us up to persuade you. Fuck. 50 Cent, who do you say is not a good person? Puff Daddy cursed with a dark face. Although he is called Puff Daddy, his actual age is about the same as JZ, in his early 40s. He started out as a gang member selling fans, and later launched an album for Bad Boy Records, which produced superstars such as Big, JZ, Mariah Carey, and Jennifer Lopez, making hundreds of millions. In recent years, he has started doing business and investing, and has done some extraordinary things. Although his status in the rap circle remains the same, his influence is not as great as before. The top rappers of the younger generation, such as 50 Cent, don't like him very much. Hey, scene, rappers are not good people. That's what you wrote in your lyrics. 50 Cent laughed. Go away. Don't think you can be arrogant here, just because you have sold tens of millions of albums. If I hadn't led the way in front of you, you would be a group of drug addicts living in the slums, a group of paupers. You should be grateful to me, don't you understand? NIU Dad pointed the muzzle of his gun at several people with an unhappy expression on his face. Scene, put the gun away, we are all our own people here. JZ frowned and said. NIU Dad snorted, said you come, sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and tapped his calves with the barrel of the gun. Eminem, don't be angry first, come in and sit down, let's talk together. JZ said gently to Eminem. Eminem shook his head, took a step back, glanced at several people in the box, suggested giving up and said, Jace, we are friends. I kindly advise you, don't hang out with them, there is no benefit, bye. Eminem pulled up the pocket of his sweater to cover his head, and walked away without looking back. JZ, P. Diddy and others all had gloomy faces. Jace, Eminem is right, you are worth hundreds of millions, and you have a good wife like Beyonce. Our masters envy you to death. You really don't need to hang out with these bugs. What do they bring to you? Bullshit. 50 Cent said with a sneer. Fuck. 50 Cent, what are you talking about? Do you believe I will smash your mouth? Puff Daddy picked up the gun and cursed. There were 4 people left in the box. Josie Epstein, Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, and Luther Detch also had sullen faces and glared at him angrily. 50 Cent chuckled, pulled out a revolver from his waist, shook it and said, I have this thing too, don't scare anyone. Puff Daddy and the others saw that he also had a revolver, and they held their breath and restrained their unnecessary anger. Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, and Luther Detch looked at each other for a moment, and they were very upset that the black girl had come here. This place is not suitable for white people to survive. 50 Cent, put the gun away, we are all friends, there is no need to do this. JZ said. Okay, I'll listen to you. 50 Cent shrugged, put away his gun, grinned at the people in the box, shouted Eminem, wait for me, and ran downstairs. Drake and Chris Brown scratched their heads. They followed up to join in the fun. They heard that they might have eaten a bad melon, and felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Don't tell anyone what you just heard. JZ said. Well, we didn't hear anything. Drake and Chris Brown shrugged their shoulders and left the aisle. JZ stood at the door with a sullen face for a few seconds and said, Eminem has a good relationship with Link. He heard our plan and might tell Link. Link will be prepared and won't be fooled again. How about changing someone? Don't worry, lust is like taking drugs or anesthetic alcohol. Once you're addicted, it's impossible to quit. It doesn't matter if Link is on guard. As long as we design some solutions and find more hot girls, he won't be fooled. Josh Epstein said in an old-fashioned way. Okay, next let's talk about how to distribute and link the music assets. This is a big cake worth 400 or 500 million. I haven't eaten such a big piece of cake for a long time. Peter Peltz said excitedly. Dad smiled and nodded, arranged for 2 people to stand guard at the door, and closed the door again. Chapter 332. It's all Link's fault. Drake, Chris, what happened next to us? Drake and Chris Brown just turned a corner in the aisle and suddenly saw Beyonce standing in front of them. Beyonce was wearing a fashionable plaid shirt and a knee-length straight skirt, which showed off her full bra and the hips of her skirt. Her slender and flexible waist was tied with a braided white belt, and her whole figure was fashionable, sexy and very hot. Drake was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and said, it was Diddy and a few people who came to see JZ. Oh. Who? It was Josie Epstein and his friends. Beyonce raised her thick and long eyebrows, and looked at Drake and Chris with charming eyes. Her eyes outlined Drake. Why did Eminem and 50 Cent go down with a stinky face? Did they have a conflict? Drake reviewed what he had just heard, as well as Eminem's accusation of Diddy and his friends, and his persuasion of JZ. They used this method to come to Manhattan Link. JZ agreed. Beyonce blinked her long eyelashes. Jace didn't object. Drake said, Beyoncé pondered for a moment, asked a few questions about the album and new songs, then twisted her sexy waist and walked away in high heels, leaving behind her charming scenery. Drake looked at the curve of her plump and voluptuous hips and swallowed his saliva. Jace just told you not to tell anyone else about this, but you told Beyoncé. Chris Brown said. Is Beyoncé someone else? She's the boss's wife, and I also think that what Jace and Puff Daddy did was inappropriate. Beyoncé might try to persuade him if she knew about this. Drake said. Oh, it's all Link's fault. If it weren't for him, none of us would be in this mess now. Damn it. Chris Brown cursed. Drake shrugged. If he didn't object to him, it was indeed Link's fault. He is a Canadian. He started out as an actor and played minor roles in movies and TV series such as Degrassi Next Generation and Charlie Bartlett. He was influenced by Jay-Z's singing. Since 2006, he has released many original rap songs through the internet and received the attention of Lil Wayne. In 2008, he became a signed singer of Lil Wayne Records and joined the East Coast rap team. When he first joined, Jay-Z was the boss of the East Coast rap team. Beyonce, Eminem, Kanye, Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, Usher and others were all top stars. Rihanna, Chris Brown, Pharrell Williams, Ludacris, Alicia Keys, Nicki Minaj and others were also singers. The group is very strong in the music scene and has a great influence. Even superstars such as MJ, Madonna, Mariah Carey, Justin Timberlake and others have come to ask for cooperation. Drake felt that East Coast rap was very cool at the time, and if he followed them, he could be as successful as them in the future. But since 2009, the situation has gradually become worse and worse. In addition to changes in the music market, the rapid development of pop music and country music has squeezed the market for rap music to a certain extent. Another important reason is that he faced Link. When Link entered the music scene, he had just defeated Tyson and Jermaine and was very famous in the boxing world. He wanted to switch to singing. Kanye and others were unhappy with Link and wanted to embarrass Link, so they publicly belittled Link's new album. They thought that Link was a new singer with no ability and that his album would be unsellable if he was suppressed casually. But the situation later was beyond everyone's expectations. The quality of Link's new album was unexpectedly good and was very popular in the market. In the first month, the national population exceeded 1 million copies, which was better than the album sales of many top singers. It also surpassed the new albums of Kanye, and Usher on the Billboard Album 200 chart. Kanye and his friends were enraged. They thought Link was just a small bug in the music industry and could be crushed to death with one foot. But when they stepped on his foot, they found out that he was a transformer. They were beaten to a pulp and embarrassed in the media. This also led to Lil Wayne attacking Link on the podium of the 2009 Grammy Awards. They thought Link would give in, but unfortunately they were wrong. Link was a real tough guy. Outside the Grammy Awards venue that day, he not only accused Kanye and Lil Wayne in person, but also pointed the finger at him head on, directly triggering public opinion. For many months, they inspired many black stars and fans to try to label Link as a racist, so that Link would back down, apologize and leave the circle. Unfortunately, Link still didn't do that. He was under great pressure from public opinion and wrote a song Give Me a Reason to Refute It, which made the matter bigger and turned it into a social event. In the end, even Washington had to stand up and hope that the East Coast rap group would back down and stop making trouble. Members Lil Wayne and 50 Cent were forced to apologize, which also represented the first round of the struggle between the two sides. Link won and East Coast rap lost. In the second round, Link announced his entry into the rap world, and East Coast said they would join forces to fight the enemy, but they were beaten to pieces by a song See You Again. For 3 whole months, the rap world could not raise its head. In the third round, Link and Jay-Z fought for the album chart. Although Jay-Z found many top stars to help promote it in advance, he still couldn't beat Link's series of tricks, such as boxing matches, lucky draws, swimming competitions, and gossip hype. East Coast rap lost again in this round. The battle continued until the beginning of this year. East Rap joined forces with the Little King Justin Bieber and the marketing expert Scooter, and arranged 3 albums to encircle and suppress Link's new album on the other side. They thought they could defeat Link and regain some face. It was too miserable. Not only did the album never sell, but even Scooter and Justin Bieber were recruited by Link Music and became Link's subordinates. Kanye and Usher were also controlled by Link, and Kanye became his subordinates. Usher was completely depressed and went to the Hawaiian Islands to recuperate and write songs, trying to regain his face with the next album. Usher's dream album, produced by 15 gold medal producers, has been sold for more than 2 months and has just exceeded 1 million copies, which is not as good as Link's new work. Usher almost collapsed. Focus House lost 4 games in 4 games. The prosperous East Coast rap group was divided into pieces. Now Jay-Z is preparing to launch the 5th round of operations. Before it even started, it encountered internal strife in the team. Even Eminem and 50 Cent didn't play here anymore. Drake shook his head helplessly. Link is indeed not a good person. If it weren't for him, the East Coast rap group would not be like this now. Let's go and have a drink. Chris Brown shouted. Derek shrugged, glimpsed the sexy and sultry figure disappearing in the hallway, sniffed and followed him down the stairs. Chapter 333 Female Undercover News 2024-05-14 Chapter 333 News about the female undercover 4/10 Act 22 4 shots 1 time action. In Burbank County, Los Angeles, on the set of Bridesmaids, Link was wearing a gray suit and a bow tie, holding a black woman next to him. The other person was Maya Rudolph, the third female in Bridesmaids, who played the bride Lillian in the film. And he was the groom Doug, a handsome rich second generation. Today's performance is about the bride Lillian holding an engagement party and inviting her best friend Annie to attend. Annie is the female number 1, directed by Kristen Wiig, who is also the screenwriter and producer of the film. In the film, Annie is a tragedy of love. An older leftover woman with a messy life came to the engagement party and saw that her ordinary looking black best friend Lillian had a young and handsome rich second generation fiancé, and she was immediately shocked. Are you kidding? He is your fiancé. Are you going to marry him? Kristen Wiig pointed at each other back and forth. Link and Maya Rudolph, who was a walking bride, looked at each other, hugged and kissed. Kristen Wiig frowned, as if she was choked by a dog. She had a weird expression, as if she was choked by food. Her movements were exaggerated, and her image was a little funny. It's okay, I believe you love each other very much. Kristen Wiig shouted. Link smiled and formatted Maya Rudolph's smile, looking like a sunny and warm man. Annie, welcome. Outside the set, Emma Stone, who performed as the 4th female, held a bottle of water, looked at the performance on the set and said, Link's performance looks better. He used to act more hard, with traces of acting, and sometimes looks stiff. Now his performance is very natural. When he stands in front of the camera, he can quickly get into the role and act like what he is. Catherine smiled slightly, and told me that during the time Link was in Paris, he was forced to shoot by director Alan every day. Sometimes he would repeat a simple scene 20 or 30 times. He was almost forced to collapse a few times. He is forced to act like this now. I heard that director Alan has very erotic requirements for actors. It's amazing that Link insisted on finishing the filming under his guidance. I could easily suppress him when acting opposite him before, but Tesla messed up his rhythm. Now I'm afraid it will be difficult. Next time I act opposite him, I have to be more careful to prevent him from suppressing me. Emma Stone chewed her lips and said distressedly, it doesn't matter, you are a professional actor. The more scenes you act, the better your performance will be. Link is just acting, and he can't compare to you in acting. Catherine patted her on the back and smiled. Emma Stone was not comforted at all by these words. Link, an actor, had such good acting skills, but she, who made a living by acting, could barely tie with him in acting. How could she live like this? No. She must spend more time honing her acting skills and improve them so that she can continue to crush Link when filming with him next time. Emma Stone made up her mind secretly. TSK. Well done, the crew director Paul Feig shouted from the back. Seeing Link coming over, Emma Stone handed him a bottle of water in time. Boss, drink some water. The weather in Los Angeles is very hot today, and there are many people on the scene. In order to ensure exposure during filming, several fill lights need to be turned on around Link stood in front of the camera in a suit for more than 10 minutes, and hot sweat broke out on his body. "Thank you." Link opened the bottle of water and drank 1/3 of it in one breath. "Boss, you are already so good, why do you still work so hard? Your hard work makes it harder for us actors to work." Emma Stone took out a fan to fan him, blinking her pine green eyes and smiling. "My goal as an actor is to win the Oscar for Best Actor. Now I don't even know if I can win one. How can I not work harder?" It sounds like that, but I think it's unrealistic for you to win an Oscar. Just like Madonna, she filmed Evita in 1996. Her acting was also very good, and the subject matter of the movie was also good. She was well received at the time, but the Academy of Oscars didn't even give her a nomination. I think it's more difficult for you to win an Oscar than for her. So I can only work hard. Link shrugged, took the fan from her hand and fanned it, sitting on the folding chair and said, "You don't have a goal as an actor?" Emma Stone tilted her head and thought for a while, then smiled and said, "How about joining the club of tens of millions of film salaries? Too low, not worthy of your talent. I'll set a small goal for you. How about tying Katharine Hepburn and winning 4 Oscars for Best Actress? 4 times?" Emma Stone's voice broke in fear, and she didn't dare to look at him confidently. "4 Oscars for Best Actress is also a small goal? You might as well kill me. The real goal is too difficult to achieve, so it's worth fighting for your attention. So come on, Miss Emma, I'm optimistic about you." Link smiled. "Well, I won't chat with you anymore. I feel more stressed after chatting with you for a few words." Emma Stone rolled her eyes at him, snatched the fan from his hand, and walked away with her skirt swaying. She suddenly stopped and slapped her forehead excitedly, feeling that she was too stupid. She originally planned to seduce Link while he was filming and the crew, so that she could fight for more roles and avoid being surpassed by Jennifer Lawrence. But after chatting for a few words, she didn't know how to talk about the Oscars. She also contradicted Link, saying that if she continued like this, how could she seduce Link? Emma felt that she should find someone to learn how to seduce men. She had to notify her to be ready, so she could only put her worries aside for the time being and film first. The groomed dog that Link went to see didn't have many scenes in the film, only 8 scenes, which was equivalent to a large extra. After the filming, the crew continued to shoot the scenes of other characters. He took out his mobile phone and found a message from Beyonce, which was sent 10 minutes ago. Beyonce asked him where he was. Link replied that the crew was filming. "What's wrong?" After a few seconds, Beyonce replied, "There is an important intelligence, very important. It is related to your comedy and prospects. How are you ready to answer me?" Link smiled lightly. "Tell me." Beyonce, recently, many media have said that you are a playboy, playing with women's bodies and emotions. Do you know who did it? Link, JZ. Beyonce, no. Josie Epstein, Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, Luther Desch. Do you know them? Link looked at these 4 names and had some impression. Last time at the Broadway Theater, there were 3 people around Cunis Jr., Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, and Luther Desch. Afterwards, he asked Evica about the identities of these 3 people. Evica told him that Peter Peltz was the son of New York investor Nelson Peltz. The Peltz family's investment scope was very wide, including the internet, automobiles, and real estate. David Zuckerman of Berkshire Hathaway was the grandson of Mortimer Zuckerman, the owner of the New York Daily News, and a tycoon in the New York publishing industry. Their family was also worth more than $1 billion. Luther Desch was the son of Donny Desch, the president of IMS Advertising Company, and also came from a wealthy family. These 3 people were all friends of Cunis Jr. Who is Josh Epstein? Link asked. Beyonce quickly replied to the message and told him that this person was the nephew of Jerry Epstein. He had sexually assaulted and detained a male model, causing the other party to commit suicide by cutting his wrists. After the incident, he was arrested by the police and later relied on the connections of Epstein to easily get out of prison. When Link saw the name of Big Epstein, he felt a glare. This man was of the same clan as Little Cunis. He initially worked in a Wall Street investment bank and founded an asset management company which specialized in serving the wealthy with a net worth of more than $1 billion. He ignored the wealthy with a net worth of less than $1 billion. His main business was to organize parties for the wealthy and act as a business and political broker. Relying on his fast business ability, he became a billionaire in the upper class of the United States many years later. At the same time, he also did a lot of bad things and got into trouble in 2008, but relied on his connections to easily get through the difficulties. He was later arrested in 2019 and died suddenly in prison. After his death, a small black book with the names of a group of bigwigs was revealed. This also shows that the other party was a very powerful person. Link didn't want to have any intersection with this person, not even with people with the same surname as him, but the other party took the initiative to find him. In addition to the four of them, there are also P. Diddy and Jay-Z. Not only do they want to discredit you, they are also planning to use girls to frame you and ruin your reputation. Then they will try to steal your music links. You should be careful recently and don't mess around outside. Beyonce. Link fell silent after seeing a message. During this period, he was a little indulgent in his private life, which gave his opponents an opportunity and wanted to use this trick to get the girls. Fortunately, he did not have such prejudice and would not make mistakes in things. Beyonce's reminder was also very useful. In the future, when dealing with strangers of the opposite sex, he should be more careful. Thank you. Just thank you. Beyonce said unsatisfiedly, I risked my life just to find out this news, and you said thank you? Thank you very much. I will buy you a drink when I have a chance. Link thought for a while and added, tell Beyonce not to take the risk of finding out these news again. If Jay-Z and others find out, she will be in a dangerous situation, which is not worth it. He also told Beyonce that he was not a small person who could be bullied. Now that he had money and the ability to protect himself, he did not need to take risks like Beyonce did. Beyonce, I'm willing to help you, okay? Link, you Beyonce, are you kidding? I would fall in love with a 21-year-old boy like you? You are too confident. You don't have that much charm. I just think you are more interesting, that's all. Link, well, I can only thank you again. After chatting for a few more sentences, Link told Beyonce that he had to film a movie and would talk to him next time. When he picked up his phone, he received another message from Eminem. Eminem told him to be careful because someone was going to deal with him. Link did not ask who it was, but just replied to express his gratitude. It was really nice of Eminem to report the news at this time. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Eva Cap telling her that the recent public opinion attacks were done by Cunas Jr., as well as Josie Epstein, Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, Luther Desch, and P. Diddy. They wanted to bring him down and divide Link Music. Link told her to be careful, maybe those people would target her. Because Ivica was in charge of Link Music, even if his reputation went bankrupt, these people would not have the opportunity to get involved in Link Music. He was worried that these people would be desperate and attack Ivica. Ivica quickly replied to the message, saying that she would be careful and remind him to be careful recently and not to mess around outside. If he really liked to play with women, she could help arrange some models, which would be safer. Link covered his forehead as he looked at her. The things this woman said, and it occasionally made him speechless. Sir, you need to appear in the next scene. The crew came over to remind him. Link nodded, replied a message to Ivica, picked up his phone, and went to the set to shoot. Chapter 334 You are hopeless. The next scene is the bridesmaids giving speeches on stage. In order to show that they have a better relationship with the bride, the bridesmaids are jealous and tear each other apart. They say some very embarrassing things and almost ruin the engagement ceremony. Link is the groom and has no lines in this scene. After the sedan bearers finish speaking, the camera turns to the bride Lillian and him. He needs to make some reactions. At first, he smiles and applauds, and then he makes some exaggerated and funny expressions. When acting in this kind of play, Link found that acting in comedy is not an easy thing. Acting in a comedy is mainly about understanding the role, using macro expressions and surface to express the emotions of the role, making the performance natural, delicate, and infectious. Comedy is more extroverted, and some exaggerated expressions and actions need to be made during the performance to make the role vivid and make the audience laugh. It is hard to say which of these two acting styles is more difficult or easier. Link believes that for extroverted and lively people, Comedy is more suitable, while for calm and introverted people, art is more suitable. In comparison, Link feels that he is more suitable for art movies. In comedy movies, some actions will make him embarrassed. Before the performance, he had to convince himself repeatedly that he was just acting, so he could barely perform, so the effect of the performance was not as good as that of excellent comedy actors such as Emma Stone. Maintenance. Today's engagement scene is a short film of the whole movie, and it is also a very important part of the drama. The crew shot 2 scenes at the Burbank County studio. Today, Link also spent half of the day as a background board in the movie. At 3 o'clock, after filming the infectious disease in the afternoon, Link got in the car and followed Catherine back to her newly bought apartment in the metropolitan area. Little Annie was also taken here not long ago. Annie, am I good to you? Yes. Then who is your favorite person? Daddy, mommy. Besides mom and dad. Link, Selena. Wait, why is my name after Link? No, you have to tell Selena first that we Link, and we are good sisters. Link is a nasty guy, don't like him. In the hall, Selena peeled grapes, ate one herself, and stuffed another into little Annie's mouth. Little Annie was eating grapes, her bright eyes blinking. Suddenly, she saw a familiar person walking into the hall. She immediately jumped up from the sofa and ran over. Link, you're back. Link laughed, squatted down and picked up Annie. The little girl was just 4 years old, with an apple head, bangs, and a pink and tender face. She was very well behaved and cute. Annie, we just said that we didn't like him. Why did you let him hold you again? Come down quickly. Selena supported her small waist and said dissatisfiedly, you taught Annie nonsense all day, and I will defeat you if you teach me nonsense again. Link raised his hand and rubbed Selena's hair, rubbing her newly permed hair into a big hair. Selena was so angry that she waved her fist and wanted to hit him, but Link only needed to press her forehead and easily resolved all her attacks. Male scum. Only bullies girls. Selena used her hands to adjust her bangs, and her little round face bulged. Nonsense. My golden key is not something that can be beaten. Link smiled lightly, and Annie sat down on the sofa and looked at Selena. Selena, your old braids are so cute. How do you perm them? I'm 18, a young adult. Braids are too immature. Selena looked at him gently, sat on the sofa, and pulled Annie to her side. Link saw her cute baby face, with more mature perms and lipstick, like a little girl who stole her mother's makeup. How is the new song going? Dating match. Let's not talk anymore. We won't talk anymore. Okay, when will we release a single? Selena sang a few lines and asked proudly. Fortunately, I don't have time to record songs recently, maybe in August, and I can also help you promote your new album. Link picked up a bunch of grapes, lay on the sofa, and watched the animation The Simpsons with Annie. Selena shrugged her shoulders, and at the same time, she lay next to him and poked his shoulder. The media said that you have more than 20 girlfriends and are the #1 scumbag in the entertainment industry. How does it feel to be regarded as a scumbag? It doesn't matter, a little bad reputation doesn't affect me much. Link said absent-mindedly. Selena snorted, I've advised you before. If you have a girlfriend like Taylor, don't mess around outside. How about now? I think you should find a way to get Taylor back. Taylor is the best for you. Link shook his head and reported. After kissing Emma Watson, Marion Cotillard, and Adderrio, he didn't understand Taylor anymore. He treated her so well, but she got pregnant once. What would she do? Would she have the heart to break up with him? Coming to Taylor's previous experience, he thought the reason was that Taylor was too ambitious and had a cold attitude towards feelings. She was a ruthless woman and a real wild horse. Even if he got her back, he still couldn't completely control her. So, it's better to learn from her and be more free and easy with feelings. Do you want my help? I saw Taylor yesterday, and I scolded you in front of her. Selena smiled proudly. Is she back from Nashville? Her new album will be released next month and she will come back to promote it. If you don't want to see her, I can help you make an appointment with her. Selena said. Link thought about it and decided. Before the breakup, they still had deep feelings for each other, but Taylor also left decisively. 3 months after the breakup, with Taylor's free and easy personality, the past feelings might not be even a tenth of what they had, and it was useless to see her again at this time. Besides, He has become the #1 scumbag in the circle now, and Taylor doesn't have to see him. Michelle Lovato, Vanessa Hudgens, and Millie, they are all your friends. Do you want you to introduce them all to me? Introduce them all to you? Scumbag, you're hopeless. Selena kicked, walked out panting, and said she wanted to stay away from him, a scumbag. It's time to eat, Catherine shouted in the restaurant. After lunch, Link took Annie and Selena to Disneyland to play. When Annie was young, she mainly played some children's projects, such as Carousel, Dwarf Roller Coaster, Bumper Cars, etc. At first, Selena said it was boring to play these things, but after arriving at the playground, she was so full of children's toys that she refused to let go and had more fun than Annie, not like an 18-year-old beautiful girl at all. Link's main task was to protect their safety, take photos for them, and carry their bags. During the merry-go-round project, they also met Jessica Alba, who was watching with her Gio Mediona, but she was a little busy and was on the phone nearby, so she replaced the Gio Medi with the maid. She was 8 months younger than Annie, wearing a small flower skirt, and was also very cute. Together with the round-faced Selena, they were 3 little cuties. Link took a photo of them. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, he drove them home and drove back to the Santa Monica Bay. In summer, the trees in the villa became more lush, and the lawn, that had not been mowed for more than a month, was overgrown with weeds. Link stood on the stairs in front of the door, looking at the silent and empty building. Although the lights in the house were bright, it still gave people a deserted feeling. He found that this place was not suitable for living. Thinking of what Selena said during the day, he sent a message to Taylor, asking her how her new album was, and whether she had the confidence to beat The Woman I Love. After a while, Taylor did not respond. Link put down his phone, did 10 sets of sit-ups in the gym, took a shower, and went to bed. When he got up the next day, he received a message on his phone. Of course. Link shook his head. This woman is still so confident. Thinking that most of the songs in her new album scolded him as a scumbag, combined with the current negative news, Link felt that the next few days would be difficult, and he would probably take the position of the #1 scumbag of the year. Remember our bet, the one in the recording studio in January? Link sent the message, and after half a year, there was no reply. He changed into sneakers and went out for a morning run. Chapter 335 Movie Premiere. During the filming of Bridesmaids in Los Angeles, Link also participated in the first round of auditions for the male lead of Captain America held by Marvel Studios. The first round of auditions was relatively simple, mainly shooting the actor's height, body shape, eye color, hair color and other physical data, which had to match the Captain America Steve Rogers himself. Link's height was 2 centimeters lower than Captain America's data, and he had an excellent body shape and eye color. In terms of hair color, Captain America was brown-black, and he had black hair. In Marvel Comics, Captain America was a descendant of Irish immigrants. Link only knew that Link Baker was of British, Italian, and Latin American descent, and was not sure if his ancestors were Irish. In this regard, he scored worse than Chris Evans, Channing Tatum, and Sam Worthington, who came to audition. What may have surprised him was that the black Will Smith also entered the second round. From this point of view, the producers seemed to be less strict in terms of bloodline. 8 people passed the first round. Link felt that his chances were not great, so he went directly to the director and producer Joe Johnston. The other party is a famous Hollywood director, whose representative works include Jurassic Park 3 and October Sky. He also served as the art director in the Star Wars series. He asked the other party if he had a chance, and how big the chance was. Johnston said that Marvel Pictures still had disputes over the selection of the male lead, and there was no consensus. Some supported him, some supported Will Smith, and Chris Evans. Who to use to eat Steve Rogers mainly depends on the audition effect. Director Johnston said he had a great chance. How was the chat? Ms. Mandy asked, after getting in the car. There is no answer. I feel that Marvel is using my fame to promote the movie. Link leaned on him and said with his shoulders raised, "Don't worry, our spices are also negotiating with Marvel Pictures. You are very famous and your acting skills are not bad. The chance should be not small," Ms. Mandy said. Link didn't know this very well. After the audition, he and Mandy went to the Disney Cinema on Hollywood Boulevard to attend the premiere of Selena's new movie Monteroca. This movie is about 3 poor American girls. When they go on vacation in Paris, one of them is mistaken for the daughter of a wealthy British man. The 3 of them cheat and eat and drink for free, see the excitement of the upper class, and get a love story. The whole movie looks like a youth idol movie, with beautiful actors, beautiful clothes, beautiful background settings, etc., which is more suitable for young people in their teens. And this movie is also aimed at young people in their 20s. Great. It looks very interesting. Link clapped his hands and praised Selena, who was looking over. Selena smiled happily and walked up to the interview in a princess dress. Link looked at Ms. Mandy beside him. Her face was not Selena's. Selena just had a very cute baby face. Selena's father didn't have that kind of face shape, but Selena, who was born to them, had a baby face. This is about the genetic mutation brought by mixed blood. Shortly after attending the premiere of Selena's new movie, he attended the premiere of The Gossip Project, the first film invested by Palm Beach Pictures. The film was jointly produced by Palm Beach Pictures and Screen Treasures Pictures, and Warner was responsible for the publicity and press conference. The premiere of the epidemic prevention film was held at the CGV Cinema on Hollywood Boulevard. On that day, Link invited many celebrity friends to attend and support. Paul Walker, James Blanc, Cassie Affleck, Tobey Maguire, Snoop Dogg, Wiz Khalifa, Tyson, De La Hoya, Morales, Selena, and Tom Hiddleston, who met on the set of Midnight in Paris, and more than 20 people, most of them were men. Hey, Link, you know so many beauties and models, why are all the men here today? James Franco shouted, while walking on the red carpet. Link looked at him suddenly. This guy's also a lecher, and will be exposed for sexual harassment in the future. Because only a few of you are free, and in Los Angeles, the others are not. Link, do you believe this? Paul Walker laughed. As far as I know, Michelle, Gal Gadot, Amber, and your several rumored girlfriends are all in Los Angeles. You didn't invite them, because you don't want reporters to interview you about your relationship, right? It's all fake news. You are also veteran actors. How can you believe this news on the internet? It says that I'm responsible for more than 20 women at the same time and sleep with 4 or 5 women every night. Do people think this is possible? I may not believe others, but I believe it is true. Paul Walker patted his strong shoulders. Link did not refute and pulled those handsome guys to take pictures together. Mr. Baker, can we interview you? A group of reporters shouted outside the red carpet. Link greeted Paul and James, walked to the interview area and said, "Today is the premiere of The Scandal Project. I will only answer questions related to the movie. Please watch." The reporters were somewhat embarrassed by what he had heard recently. Link rarely appeared in public, and when he did not accept media interviews. This made it impossible for many media outlets that wanted to interview him to get fresh material from him. His new movie was released, and the reporters came here to ask about his scandals, but he stopped them before they could even open their mouths. Mr. Baker, as far as I know, this movie tells the story of a lady who conspired to create a scandal in order to become famous, making herself a celebrity at school, and you are also a celebrity with a bunch of scandals. Are these scandals your hype plan, or are they facts? The Los Angeles Times reporter asked calmly. When the reporters heard his question, they turned their heads and looked at him with admiration. This question was great. Link said, "I'm a celebrity myself, and I don't need to use any means to hype my reputation." In addition, regarding the recent group of false news on the internet media, as well as the news that infringed my personal reputation rights, the Link Company's legal department is investigating. After the investigation is completed, Link Music will hold a press conference to explain, focusing on civil lawsuits initiated by the media or individuals. The reporter of USA Today took the opportunity to ask, "Mr. Baker, as far as we know, your current girlfriend is Miss Eva Khan, and in May, while you were filming in Paris, you were photographed by French reporters dating Ms. Marion Cotillard, and you also maintained a close relationship with another lady, Jennifer Lawrence. In addition, the media broke the news not long ago that, while you were preparing for the competition in New York, you dated Emma Watson and Miss Alexandra Daddario, the heroine of Percy Jackson and the Olympians, the lightning thief, backstage. What's your explanation? Damn, is this true? Link was having sex with 5 girls at the same time. Paul Walker, who was filming, heard the reporter's question and turned to James Franco and asked, I don't know, but it feels like it should be true. I've seen related news online, and there are photos. Although they are not loud, you can tell that it's him. James Franco shrugged, with some envy on his face. There is a saying in the circle, good people play with good people, bad people play with bad people. If you play with us, Link, will you be mistaken for a scumbag? I think so. James Franco smiled. Damn, I shouldn't participate. I feel polluted. Paul Walker said, covering his forehead. Pyramid Link heard the reporter's words and spread his hands and said, I'm a good friend of them. We often chat, go for walks, talk about scripts and music. I don't think these things are worth the media's excessive hype. Mr. Baker, someone photographed you and Daddario kissing at the station. Is this also considered an ordinary friendship? The reporter from American Express asked. Everyone, I said. Today is the premiere ceremony of the Scandal Project. I will only answer related questions. Who has questions next? Link said. Our reporter was helpless and could only change the plan and ask questions related to the Scandal Project. Because this movie is also invested by Link Film Company, Link himself also played a supporting role in the movie, and for the media, there are also some things worth interviewing. For example, while Link would join a TV series and film company, why he would not worry about losing money, what is the box office prediction for this movie, how to evaluate this movie, how to evaluate the director and the leading actress Emma Stone, etc. Some reporters also wanted to follow the method of the Los Angeles Times reporter and continue to dig up Link's scandals, but Link avoided answering them. In order to promote the Scandal Project and obtain more property rights, he parked on the second floor of the red carpet area for more than 10 minutes and answered more than 10 questions, including movies, music, boxing, Link Music's main singer, Eminem's new album, Tenor's upcoming new album, etc. Obviously, except for the scandals, all other questions were answered. This attitude also made the reporters quite satisfied. But after Link entered the CGV cinema, he was surrounded by Paul Walker and others, who asked him to compensate for the loss of reputation. Link could only agree to treat everyone to drinks at a party in a few days. Paul Walker said that it was not enough and wanted to race with him, saying that he had his eyes on the Ferrari supercar shipped back from the Bay. Link also followed that the loser was not allowed to touch the track for 3 years. Chapter 336. Friends also lying on the bed. 2024-05-15 Chapter 336 Friends also go to bed. 5/10. After entering the cinema, the premiere ceremony began. Link and Emma Stone, Stanley Tucci, Lisa Kudrow and other supporting actors, and director Will Gluck gave a speech on the stage and accepted questions from the media. Everyone talked about some tidbits of filming. Finally, Link and Emma Stone sang We Go Together, one of the movie's interludes, on the stage and won applause. So nervous. After returning to her seat, Emma Stone looked at the big screen that was about to be screened, holding her skirt tightly with her fingers and posing. What are you nervous about? This is the first movie I starred in. This is also the first movie I invested in. I'm not nervous at all. Link leaned on it very relaxedly, shaking his legs. Emma Stone looked at him and found that he was indeed not nervous at all. Yes, you make tens of millions of celebrities on the stage in a minute, and this movie only invested a few million. Even if you lose money, it's nothing to you. Link smiled lightly. That was not the reason. Before the release, he watched the internal preview of the Scandal Project, which was similar to what he had seen before. With the participation of a celebrity like himself, the movie had more to watch. He remembered that the movie was invested with $8 million and received nearly 80,000 investment worldwide. It was also the famous work of the Bayer sister Emma Stone. With this movie, she became a popular Hollywood actress. Now the movie has invested $10 million, and if the scale of publicity and screening is even larger than before, the sales performance should not be bad. Don't worry, even if this movie loses all and doesn't make a penny, I can still support you. Remember, our goal is to win 4 Oscars for Best Actress, and not just movie stars. Link encouraged. Emma Stone turned her head to look at him and blinked her big pine green eyes. Really? Of course. Link said with his fist stretched out. Emma Stone bit her lower lip and touched his with her petite fist. The movie began to project. Before the movie was played, the logo of Beach Films was shown, a stick figure mast was drawn on the beach, a videotape rolled down from the boat, and then the beach was colorful, and it was also condensed into a film. It was only 7 seconds long, designed and produced by Pixar Animation Studios, and it was about how movies change the world. After the opening credits, the movie officially entered the theme. In order to turn down the boring party at her bestie's house, the heroine Olive made up a lie that she was going to date a boy on the weekend. In order to make her bestie believe it, she made up a lot of details, including kissing and going to bed, and her bestie mistakenly thought she was not a virgin. At this time, they were overheard by the female president of the school's religious society. The other party was a conservative faction, stating that girls should not have sex with boys before marriage, and believed that such girls were sluts and bitches. After hearing Oliver's words, the female president Marion promoted the heroine in the school as a slut and an unclean woman, and used the heroine as a negative example to promote her, so that everyone could isolate her. Oliver tried to explain, but no one believed her. In the process, Oliver found that she had accidentally ruined the school's celebrity. She was the topic queen, just like a star. She liked this feeling very much, so she started to put on makeup, wear sexy and revealing clothes, admit that she was a slut, and soda redder on her clothes. After she became a campus star, boys were proud to date her, scrambled to date her, and gave her many benefits, including gays, inferior men, unpopular fat people and other groups. In order to help these boys who wanted to save face, she agreed to a fake date with them, and even pretended to be in bed with a boy at a party. This also made her more famous in the school. Until later, a boy had an affair with a school teacher, and contracted a sexually transmitted disease. In order to cover up their relationship, he kidnapped the heroine and was infected. Things began to get serious. The heroine wanted to restore her reputation, but found that all the people she had helped disappeared. In the end, the heroine found the husband of the cheating teacher, exposed the truth, and posted a clarification video on the internet to restore her reputation and leave with Todd, the school hunk who had dinner with Link. This movie is also called The Scarlet Letter of Modern Times, which tells the story of a girl's thoroughness and redemption after being slandered. Unlike the original tragedy Scarlet Letter, The Scandal Project is a campus comedy with a more interesting plot design and many points. During the movie screening, bursts of laughter rang out from time to time in the cinema. It looks good. Link, how do you even know how to invest in movies? De La Hoya, who was invited to come to the theater, asked. ? Isn't it difficult? Not necessarily, as long as you find a good script, contact a few good producers, directors, and actors, and be serious when shooting. The box office of the movie will not be bad. You must be kidding. Every year, Hollywood scripts produce thousands of scripts, but only dozens of them can make money. There is also the selection of directors and actors. Do you think you can find the right people casually? I have invested in movies before and lost millions. De La Hoya said. That's because you haven't come yet. If you are interested in investing in movies, you can consider joining Palm Beach Pictures. I will take you to play and guarantee that you will not lose money, Link said. De La Hoya is also a billionaire. His businesses include Golden Boy boxing promotions, magazine publishing companies, clothing companies, and a Spanish TV channel. He is also one of the most successful boxers in the business field. I have to see how the film sells first. I hope your film doesn't lose money, De La Hoya said. Of course not. Clap. The film ended, but there was a burst of warm applause at the scene, and some people shouted cool and awesome. Link also stood up and applauded, congratulating Emma Stone. Emma is the heroine of the film. She contributed the most to the success of the film. In the film, Link is just a warm man plus vase, with good looks and fame. Boss, I don't think we can be happy too early. Some things will be unexpected if we are happy too early. We should wait until the results of the first week come out before we are happy. Emma Stone was excited and nervous. "You are too anxious. Before the help starts shooting, do you want to take a vacation and go out for a trip? The company will reimburse all expenses." "No. Teacher, you are so outstanding and work so hard. I should learn from you and take on more movies every year," Emma Stone said. An actor like Emma, as long as he gets shares in the company in the future, he is sure to earn hundreds of millions of dollars. After the premiere, Beach Films held a party at the Hilton Garden Inn, inviting friends, crew members, and hundreds of media people and film critics who came to support the party. At the party, director Will Gu found him and said that he had a new project and asked him if he was interested in continuing to invest. The new script is called Friends with Benefits. It tells the story of two handsome men and beautiful women living in a big city. Because they are very good, they decide to rent together and become lovers from unbelieving sex partners. It is a comedy romance movie. Link remembered that he liked watching this movie. The male lead is pop music superstar Justin Timberlake. Although his performance is average, the starring role of this movie seems to have more than 100 million images. Link asked how many screenwriters there were for this movie. Director Will Gu said that the male lead has not been decided yet. He plans to use the most popular star, and the estimated cost is between 30 million and 50 million. He also asked him if he was interested in playing the male lead. Link wants to decide on investment, but whether to play the leading actor or not. Besides the result of the audition for Captain America, if there is time, it would be a good idea to do it next. Chapter 337, Announcement of Retirement from the Music Industry. In addition to the new work directed by Will Guillermo, Link also agreed to guest star in Casey Affleck's biographical film I'm Still Here, which he wrote and directed. The film tells the story of the big star Joaquin Phoenix, who suddenly decided to retire and become a rapper. Link will show himself, Joaquin's friend, a top streamer who has successfully crossed over in this film. According to Casey Affleck, he designed the role specifically for him. Link thought it was very interesting and agreed. After the screening, the first crew of the Scandal project started a roadshow across the United States. Link was a supporting role and only participated in the promotional activities in Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco and other places. Emma Stone is the heroine. She followed the crew to participate in almost all the activities and promotions. The whole process was quite hard. Her hard work was not in vain. The Scandal project was released on Friday. In the 3 days of the weekend, it earned $21.1 million in 2,856 theaters in North America, with an average single theater revenue of $6,673. Also ranking second. The weekly purchase champion is Resident Evil 4, directed by Paul Anderson, starring Mila Jovovich, Wentworth Miller and others, and earned $26.65 million in the 3 days of the weekend. The cost is about $60 million, and it was released in 3,063 theaters. The average single theater revenue is $6,436, which is slightly lower than the Scandal project. The third place is Monte Roca starring Selena. The movie was released in 2,668 theaters and earned $14.86 million in the 3 days of the weekend, which is slightly inferior to the Scandal project. The fifth place is The Robbers starring Paul Walker. It was released for the fourth week, with $4 million this week and a total of $42.34 million. Although the Scandal project did not achieve a box office championship, it had a production cost of $10 million and achieved a box office of $21.1 million in the first 3 days of its premiere, which undoubtedly became a dark horse in the North American film market at the end of June. It is also quite good, with a freshness of 78% on the Rotten Tomatoes website and 21,338 viewers voting. The Los Angeles Times commented, "The Scandal project is just an ordinary youth campus film, but Emma Stone's wonderful performance makes this film a highlight and worthy of a 4-star recommendation." The Chicago Sun-Times commented, "This film is not just purely showing off topics, but wants to discuss some realistic social issues with the audience through comedy films." Emma Stone's wonderful performance adds many highlights to the film, and also shows the strong ability of post-85 actors in martial arts roles. Link's guest performance brought some surprises to movie fans, and he also showed a weak talent for comedy performance through this role. The Hollywood Reporter commented that the Scandal project earned $21.1 million in the 3 days of the weekend, which is a very good result compared to its box office cost of $10 million. When paying attention to the ownership of the film, this reporter also noticed that in addition to Square Screen Treasures Films, the other producer of this film is Beach Films, a film company established less than 2 years ago. It is said that the investor is the famous singer, actor, and athlete Mr. Link Baker. Now, he has succeeded in crossing over again. What an amazing guy. During the promotion of the film, Link also participated in the CBS TV show The Ellen Show to promote the gossip news plan. Link, welcome to The Ellen Show. We all know that you are a strong boxer, a powerful and prolific singer, and an aggressive actor. Now we have heard that you have also achieved very good results in investing in movies. In the studio of the CBS TV show The Ellen Show, the female host Ellen DeGeneres with short golden brown hair sat on a white leather sofa. I'm curious, how did you achieve such success? Many people in your industry can hardly succeed in just one thing, but you can achieve amazing success in every one of them. What's the secret? Link, wearing a blue suit, adjusted his sitting posture and smiled. Alan, there is a mistake here. I must clarify that Beach Pictures is my investment, but I have never interfered with its operation, and I don't have the time. The Scandal project invested by Manhattan Beach Pictures sold well, thanks to the efforts of several executives of the company. They have good investment prospects and found a good project. I was also very surprised when Scandal project sold well in the first week. I want to give them more bonuses after the movie is released. Link didn't take the credit at that time, mainly because he was too popular in the past 2 years. He did very well in music, boxing, investment, etc., and was also envied by many people, such as P. Diddy, Little Evangelista, and Little Cunas. Their covetousness of Link's music is a clear proof. Admitting that he is a master of investing in movies will undoubtedly make people more jealous. After becoming a billionaire, he prefers to keep his fortune quiet. Bonus? I think the staff of Beach Pictures will be very happy to hear this news. The host Alan laughed. This is what they deserve. Linkstein smiled. Okay, let me get back to the point. Alan also said with a cue card, recently, there have been a lot of rumors about you on the internet and in the media, saying that you are dating multiple heterosexuals at the same time and are a playboy. Have you seen these news? Will they bother you? Link said, it's like this. After I became famous, my private life has always been the focus of media attention. After I broke up with Taylor in April, more and more media paid attention to my private life. Because I'm a person with a criminal record, many entertainment reporters will think that we are conscious when they chat with me and talk about work with the opposite sex. They will not see this kind of real news and actively release news. Because the public also went around the fake video in April and labeled me as playboy, and when they see my rumors, they will subconsciously choose to believe it. This situation has led to more and more rumors about me in the media, and no matter how I explain it, it can't be explained clearly. If you have watched the Rumor Project, you will find that the heroine's experience has many similarities with me. Olive lied that she was dating a boy and did something she shouldn't have done. After the news spread, her classmates regarded her as a simple girl. No matter how she explained, no one believed her, which brought a lot of trouble and burden to Olive's life. Later, Olive clarified the misunderstanding through a video and became a normal high school girl. We live in the real world and face more complicated situations. It seems that mistakes will be made, and it is not an easy thing, but I also try to clarify everything and get life back on track. The host Alan said, speaking of Taylor, after you broke up in April, you went to Paris to make a movie and never mentioned it in public. Now it has been more than 2 months. Can you talk to us about the breakup? Clap, clap. As soon as Alan fell, there was a burst of warm applause from the audience, and many people shouted, okay, let's talk about this. Link, talk about Taylor. Link smiled lightly, but I can't guarantee that I will answer every question. Clap, clap. The audience applauded again, and it was obvious that everyone was very curious about this matter. Kristen, come here quickly. Link is going to talk publicly about his breakup with Taylor. Emma Roberts in the Beverly Hills villa. What's the meaning of this news? The reason why he broke up with Taylor is obvious. He cheated on her. Taylor didn't accept it and proposed a breakup. The matter is very clear. Other explanations are all fake. Kristen leaned on the rattan chair, holding a lollipop in her mouth and still holding the game console in her hand. She was indifferent to everything, but despite this, she took off a pair of headphones and listened to Link's conversation on TV. Link, after the verdict of the case in early June, we all knew that the video was fabricated. Since you didn't cheat on Taylor and didn't do anything wrong when you were with Taylor, you still broke up. You and Taylor's fans all expressed regret. Do you feel regretful? Asked the host Alan. Of course, I'm the most regretful one. In fact, I never deliberately broke up with Taylor, and it was so sudden. I thought we loved each other enough to face all crises that affected our emotions together, but what happened later was completely beyond so. I can understand that the purpose of your breakup was Taylor. Alan asked. Link shrugged. That's right. She was the one who proposed the breakup. Asshole. You were the one who cheated first. In front of the TV, Taylor heard his words and clenched her snow-white fists. If Link was around, she would punch him a few times without hesitation. Don't be angry, take care of yourself. Mrs. Andrea, but the reasons that led to our breakup are complicated, and it's not just because of that video. Link added. Can you tell me about it? Alan asked. No problem. Link added. Kay described it nonchalantly. Speaking of the reasons for their breakup, he objected many times afterwards. In addition to cheating and Taylor's statement that she found pressure around him, Link also had another point, that he and Taylor both cared too much about eternity. He doesn't want to see other men approach Taylor, and Taylor doesn't want any woman to approach him. He also tried to control the other party with his mind and asked the other party to follow his own ideas. This is to restrict the other party's freedom, which will make the other party feel restrained and stressed over time. Before March, the mutual control was very successful. After March, Taylor found that he cheated, which also meant that her mental control failed. For a strong person, it is difficult for her to accept this failure. This is probably one of the reasons why Taylor broke up. When Link was giving a lecture to the host Alan, he only said that they loved each other too much and cared too much, which led to a sense of restraint when they cared about each other, a feeling of being imprisoned by love. For ordinary people, they may feel happy, but for him and Taylor, this sense of restraint will be limited to eternity and become a limitation on the development of each other. Link also told Alan a reason that the two have a big difference in their creative methods. When Taylor is around, he can write many good songs. When Taylor is creating, she accumulates some negative emotions to inspire inspiration, so she often leaves home, walks around and experiences life. This also leads to the need for separation from each other. In addition, after becoming famous, there were more and more work arrangements. Sometimes Taylor went on tour and recorded albums, and sometimes he went on tour and recorded albums, so the time we spent together became less and less. This is also one of the reasons for the breakup. You think so clearly, why can't you do it? Taylor narrowed his blue eyes and glanced at the guy on TV. He picked up the TV that was about to turn it off, but was snatched away by Mrs. Andrea and said to watch it again. So the main reason for your breakup was work problems. Alan said. Do you still have it after the breakup? Many couples will choose to continue to be friends after breaking up. Are you friends now? Alan asked. Link smiled and said, whether it's a friend or not, she is a very important person to me and a person worthy of respect. It was she who organized music for me and brought me into the music scene. Yes, you and Taylor are both very good. Last year, the sales of your albums in China ranked first and second. This year, your third album The Woman I Love has a total sales of 4.12 million copies nationwide and 16.18 million copies worldwide, which is equivalent to the results of 12 weeks of release. This is incredible. Pa pa pa. The fans in the audience clapped excitedly. Link also clapped his hands to express his gratitude to the fans. Link, we all know that you are an excellent and professional cross-industry person. You have achieved great success in boxing, music, movies and other industries. Will you continue to cross industries in the future? What is your next goal? Alan asked. Link thought for a while. Next, I will consider quitting the music industry. What? Alan was shocked by his sudden answer. The fans who were still clapping were also stunned and looked at him in disbelief. A champion in album sales now said he was going to quit the circle. Link, you just said you were going to quit the music industry? Did I hear it right? Alan asked. Yes, you heard me right. After about 2 albums, I won't release a new album. Because I've been too busy in the past 2 years. Busy practicing boxing. Busy writing and recording songs. Busy watching movies. Busy facing the media. The physical and mental pressure is very high. Many times, being busy will feel very busy. In the past few months, the mental pressure has also led to a lack of creative inspiration. After releasing this album, I will consider quitting the music scene indefinitely, Link said solemnly. Asshole, how can you do this? Taylor said angrily. It's not a lie that Link said he was under a lot of pressure. He is too good. He is very good in boxing, music and movies. He has received a lot of attention and expectations from many aspects. Naturally, he is under a lot of pressure, Mrs. Andrea said. Taylor didn't say anything, chasing the guy on TV, wishing to punch him in his beautiful and annoying face. Link is going to quit the music scene. Really? He sings so well. In front of the TV, the fake Miley Cyrus was shocked. Selena, did Link Kuang tell you about this? Money Po Cash looked at the little round-faced Selena. Selena was stunned for a few seconds and answered repeatedly, I don't know. He never said this. And what he said about lack of inspiration is not true. Last time he slept in a Broadway theater and wrote Dancing with Ghosts, and last week he gave me a new song to listen to. Can this also be considered a lack of inspiration? Then I'm the Sahara Desert with dry inspiration. I hope it's not true. If Link quits the music scene, the future of the music scene will be too boring. I don't believe it. This is definitely fake. Lil Wayne frowned in front of the TV. He said it in public. It shouldn't be fake. Drake said. Drake, you are too young. Link is hyping up, doing hunger marketing, telling fans that his album is not yet mixed and everyone should buy it quickly. Just like many painters stop writing when they speak to drive up the price of their works, and when the price of the paintings goes up, they find an excuse to release new works. Link is the same. This bastard knows how to hype. Lil Wayne commented. T nodded. Lil is right. Link is not only doing hunger marketing, but also playing misery. He said he was under a lot of pressure and was going to quit the circle. He wanted to use this trick to stop people from calling him a scumbag. It's too fake. It sounds like it makes sense. Chris Brown said, touching his chin. Lil Wayne snorted and called his assistant, asking him to arrange some water army to spray Link online, saying that he was lying. If he really felt a lot of pressure to quit, he should have quit the circle immediately. Why wait until after 2 albums? This is definitely hype. Eva, Link said he was going to quit the music scene. Is this true? Lana pushed open the door and asked in the office of the president of Link Music. Eva put down the pen, rubbed her temple, and said, it's true. He has too much work on his hands. He doesn't finish it every day, even during rest time. After he quits the circle, he will spend more time on boxing training. It's a pity. He is so good and his album sales are so high. It's a pity to quit the circle. Do you want you to persuade him? Lana. Ivanka leaned back in her office chair, crossed her fingers and smiled. Why persuade him? After he retires from the music industry, he can exchange your albums with good songs and help you produce albums. Isn't that good? Lana blinked and thought about it and found that this was not bad. Link has too many good songs, one after another, and the last song, Dancing with Your Ghost, is something that ordinary people can't write at all. When Link retires and no longer releases albums, his good songs will be diverted to several singers launched on Link Music, and she has a good relationship with Link, so she has more opportunities to sing good songs. Time is really tiring. I will help him retire and have a good rest, Lana said with a full face. Ivanka raised her eyebrows and smiled, picked up the phone, and called Executive Director George Capel and Marketing Director Scooter. Asked them to pay attention to guiding public opinion after the program report, increase the intensity of topic hype, focus the public's attention on Link's 3 albums, and strive to sell millions more copies worldwide. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Finalizing Captain America. The Ellen DeGeneres Show, also known as The Ellen DeGeneres Show, is a popular talk show on CBS television in the United States. It combines current affairs, celebrities, music guests and human stories. It is the most popular program among the American people. According to data released by Alson, the average audience of the program in 2010 was 362 per episode, and the number of viewers of Link's interview program on the same day was 1,015, breaking the highest audience record of the program. After the program reported the news that Link announced on the show that he planned to quit the music scene after the release of his fifth album quickly became the most sensational news in the American entertainment industry and even the global entertainment industry. It was reported and discussed by a large number of media, and many netizens on the internet also talked about the topic he talked about. Some people think that it is hype. Link created a gimmick to promote the album The Woman I Love to get more people to buy this album. There are some regrets. The quality of Link's first 3 albums is great, and his songs are also very good. It is a loss for fans to quit the music scene too early. Some people also support this. These people are mainly Link's boxing fans. They hope that Link will put down all his work and devote himself to boxing training. In the future, he will have a great chance to become a boxing superstar on par with Ali and Tyson, and become a sports superstar more worthy of being remembered than a singer. Link's fans gathered on Link's Twitter to ask about the relevant situation, hoping that what he said on the show was not true. Many fans confessed online that they liked him because his songs were good, regardless of whether he was a playboy or how many girlfriends he had, and they would not care about the media reports. They hoped that he would not be under pressure and continue to create music. There are more than 100,000 messages of this kind, and the top one has 338,000 likes. Link was also moved when he saw the messages from fans. He sent a new tweet to tell fans that he would not quit the circle immediately, but would release 2 albums later. In the next period of time, he will talk to several producers of Link Music and propose to produce these 2 albums to give fans better music. In addition, he also told fans that after there are good songs in the future, he will find other singers to sing or release new singles online, but will no longer release new albums. After a tweet was released, within 24 hours, 103 people forwarded it, received 830,000 comments, and 4.27 million likes, setting a new record for likes and forwarding on the Twitter platform, and it was also the tweet that received more than 800,000 comments in the shortest time. The number of followers of Link's Twitter account officially exceeded 60 million on June 26, 2010, reaching 6,069. He became the user with the most followers on the Twitter platform, and also the user with the most followers on all social platforms on the internet, including Twitter, MySpace, Facebook, Weibo, and Instagram. After the show was broadcast, many acquaintances called to inquire about the situation. Link said that it was true, that he was too busy in the past 2 years, and had no time to rest and deal with some personal matters. After releasing 2 albums, he retired from the music scene, and had more free time. Paul Walker and others said that he made too much money, and was about to retire. He would never do this if he had no money. Link did not deny that they were right. Lady Gaga, Adele and other musicians suggested that he release a deluxe edition of his 2 albums, each worth 50 yuan, every 3 to 5 years, so that one album would be worth 5 copies of others. Link said he could consider it. Selena, Derek, and other singers he was familiar with called and said they hoped he could give them more advice in the future and help them sell tens of millions of copies. Link also said that it was okay. Even Taylor, who had never paid much attention to him, took the initiative to send him a message. "Are you really going to quit? Why? I thought we agreed on it last time." "Really? My album sales are too high. If I don't quit, none of you will be able to make a name for yourself. I think you should be happy. You are too arrogant. Your sales are only better for this album, not all of them. My new album will definitely sell more than you. National sales. Impossible, you don't have that chance. Link remembered that her third album sales did not exceed Eminem's, which were about 2 to 3 million copies. Why don't we make a bet? If you lose, you can withdraw and quit the music scene. What if you lose? You said. Come back. Continue to be my girlfriend. What about Iker and those rumored girlfriends of yours? You're willing to let your baby knock them down? Scumbag. I mean, one of them. Get lost. You're such a shameless bastard. Taylor sent 3 messages in a row. If I lose, it's up to you to pay. Link also sent an extra message. Are you serious? You should be the person I care about, and I absolutely know you're not a gentleman. I know who you are, a stinky pervert, and I also know what I'll encounter if I lose, but I believe I will lose. Taylor said, you asked for this, and the time cannot be 10 years later. July 22nd of next year, my new album is scheduled to be released this year. It's been too long. April 14th of next year is the day you leave the Bay Villa. April 13th. 13 is my lucky number. I will definitely beat you. You're such a competitive woman. Link shook his head and sent another message to ask her if she had a boyfriend. He hoped that she didn't have one. Taylor replied that it had nothing to do with him. Remember the last time we had sex on April 14th? You asked me if you were successful in the future, and I wasn't married, and we had no chance to get back together, or even get married. During this time, I thought about it seriously, and the answer is yes. Even if you become a notorious woman or a failed singer in the future, I'm willing to accept you. I found that I really can't forget you, a willful and stubborn stinky woman. You are a stinky man, a stinky pervert, and a big scumbag. I will not become a notorious fairy tale woman, nor a failed singer. You will never be that day. I hope so. Come on. Get lost. Stinky man. Link smiled lightly. He used to be nervous when he saw Taylor angry, thinking about how to comfort her, but now he feels very happy. This is probably the difference between a girlfriend and an ex-girlfriend. During the release of The Story of Minglan, he participated in the second round of role auditions held by Marvel Studios. There were 8 participants in this round, mainly to preview the actor's performance ability and line skills. In the audition, Link performed the conversation between Captain America and his superior Ms. Carter before they said goodbye. At the end of the movie, in order to save the city of New York, Captain America decided to drive the out-of-control plane carrying a nuclear bomb into the Arctic Ocean. Before the plane crashed, Captain America asked Agent Carter to dance, and Carter agreed with tears. The plot is very touching. Thanks to his training and the crew of Midnight in Paris during this period, he is very good at performing emotional dramas, and he also performed the maintenance drama very well, and his lines are not bad. He got a good score in the second round of auditions. He also successfully entered the third round, along with Will Smith, Chris Evans, and Channing Tatum. Seeing that there are still 4 people, the third round is not necessarily the final round. He announced through Ms. Mandy that he would give up the role and would not participate in the next round. After becoming famous, the film companies knew what kind of actor he was. He had good looks, good temperament, high popularity, good acting skills, and high appeal. Based on these external conditions, the film company had a role suitable for him, so they directly submitted the proposal to the company and even agreed on the salary in advance, without the need for an audition. However, Captain America was a very tasteless role, but he auditioned again and again. He didn't have the time or patience, and he also hated the feeling of being chosen. But on the day he announced that he would give up the audition, Joe Johnston, the producer and director of Captain America, called and said he wanted to talk to him. Link asked the other party if he had the power to decide who the role belonged to. If so, he would talk to him, otherwise it would be useless. Director Johnston said yes. Link agreed, and at noon the next day, he met Director Johnston and another producer, Stephen Browsard, who had served as a producer in The Incredible Hulk, at an Italian cafe on Hollywood Boulevard. The 3 met and greeted each other. Link looked at the 2 producers who were looking at him and said, "Mr. Johnston, can I ask a question? Excuse me. I have a rigorous image, superb acting skills, and appeal comparable to that of a first-line movie star. I'm also strong enough to fight. I'm the representative of the American dream, a national idol, and my salary is high. Is there any difficulty for me to be Captain America? Link asked seriously. Director Johnston and producer Steven were stunned and looked at each other in surprise. After meeting Link, they were still considering how to introduce the topic to make the atmosphere of epidemic prevention better. But Link got straight to the point and got to the heart of the matter, asking why he couldn't play Captain America. This issue is also a topic that has been repeatedly discussed within the production department of Captain America in the near future. What are the disadvantages of Captain America starring Link? On the desk of the production team, Link has 3 main shortcomings. First, he is not a professional actor, he is a top singer, and he has a great influence in the music scene and around the world. There are certain risks in letting a singer play Captain America. Second, he is an actor. He has only starred in 3 movies: The Fighter, The Blue Sea 2, The Scandal Project, and the unreleased The Expendables. This movie has several, except for The Fighter, which he performed well. In this respect, he is not as good as Hollywood's top star Will Smith and Chris Evans, who has starred in many comic book movies. Third, although he is very famous, the movies he starred in, except for The Fighter, which has sold more than 100 million worldwide, the other results are average, and his sales appeal has not been shown for the time being. In addition to the above 3 main problems, there are also secondary problems. His hair is not golden brown, he is a playboy, and he is still handsome and beautiful, etc., which are all deductions. Despite so many problems, the production team of Captain America should consider him as the first candidate. Because this guy is too good. First of all, he is famous and famous all over the world. The art film Fighter, released at the end of last year, with an investment of $32 million, has currently received 156 million consumption worldwide, of which overseas sales contributed more than 92 million. According to surveys, many viewers went for Link. As long as the art film of a certain size can achieve sales of over 100 million yuan, if it is a commercial film, the sales performance will definitely be higher if it has a comic character with a large number of fans. With his performance team, even if the movie is bad, his fans will increase the sales performance. This is a guarantee of ownership. Secondly, Link is a guy with extremely strong physical fitness. Olympic champion, boxing superstar, swimming star, called Superman by the media. He is the synonym of strong. It is a dream combination for him to run Captain America, which will give fans a strong sense of expectation. There are also many topics worth hyping when promoting the movie. Third, Stan Lee, the author of the Captain America comic, believes that Link. Because of these advantages and disadvantages, the production team argued endlessly. They were not sure whether to continue the argument, but Link suddenly sent a message that he was not going to play anymore. Hearing that Link gave up, the opinions of the production team suddenly unified. They felt that, although Chris Evans had good acting skills and had experience in comic characters, he did not have the same appeal as Link, and Chris's desire to play this role was not particularly strong. As for the problems of the Black Will Smith and several other actors, they were even less suitable than Link and Evans. After comprehensive consideration, director Johnston and producer Steven decided to meet Link. Link, you are a singer. When the audience sees the role you play, they will be disturbed by your identity. This is the biggest problem. Director Johnston replied to Link's previous question. I'm a top singer. I think this is a plus. In addition, my performance is not bad. You can ask several directors who have worked with me. My performance never disappoints people. I have this confidence. Link said. Director Johnston and producer Steven looked at each other for a moment, suddenly stood up, and extended his hand and said, Link, welcome to join the Captain America crew. Now it's Link's turn. He prepared for the role for more than half a month before doing this, and participated in 2 rounds of auditions. The crew did not show any intention to speculate on his role swap. But now he just praised himself a few words. Nothing changed, but the crew decided to replace him. This change was very sudden. He smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and said, happy cooperation. After the role was finalized, the 2 sides fell into tension again, with film shooting plans, fitness training, costume design, firearms training and other aspects. The preliminary preparations for this film have been basically completed, and it will probably be filmed in October or February in Los Angeles, New York, the United Kingdom and other places. Link needs to free up some time. And after Captain America transforms into a super soldier, the pieces that are taken out will be very developed. With his current body shape, he needs to add some of the pieces that were taken away. Link said that this was no problem. His match with De La Hoya was a cross-level challenge, and it didn't matter if he was a little heavier during the match. As for the salary, these matters will be discussed by Ms. Mandy and Marvel, and he and director Johnston do not need to care. The two sides will discuss it at that time. Marvel Entertainment also announced that Link will participate in Captain America, and Link also retweeted this tweet. After the news came out, it caused a lot of commotion in the entertainment industry and controversy among the crowd. Link's fans are very happy. Link is already very handsome and powerful. If he imitates the role of Captain America, his image will definitely be more handsome and explosive. In addition, Link is already a top star in the boxing world and the music world. If this movie is successful, there is a great chance that he will become a top actor in the film industry. By then, he will be a superstar in the music, sports, and film worlds. Pay attention, it's so cool. Seeing that he is becoming more and more successful, Link's fans are proud of him one by one. All members flock to the Link fan club website to celebrate and directly paralyze the website. There are naturally supporters and opponents. Those who oppose said that he is a singer and it is a bit out of place to let a singer participate in Captain America. Some people questioned his acting skills, thinking that he did not play the role of Captain America well, and that Will Smith should play the role, and that using Link to play the role was racist. But there are more people who support Link than those who oppose him. After the news was announced, the Marvel Comics Club website launched a topic asking whether they are looking forward to Link Fox's Captain America. Within 3 days, 2.04 million people voted to express their expectations. 36.2 people chose not to look forward to it, and 25 people were neutral. From this point of view, everyone's attitude towards Link's participation in Captain America is positive, but there are also some controversies. And controversy is also a good thing. For example, after Marvel announced the candidate, Link, and Captain America remained popular. It did not go down, and was on the hot search list of Yahoo, Twitter, MySpace and other websites for 3 consecutive days. Damn, this guy is on the hot search again. 50 Cent looked at the news on his phone with a helpless expression. Before Link announced his retirement from the music industry, related news had been on the hot search for 4 days, and newspapers and the internet were all full of news about him. But before the popularity of the previous news had passed, the next one continued to follow up. It was amazing. It seemed that he had given up on the hot search list. In Link's situation, they should be envious. There were so many hot searches when he released the album, and it would definitely not have sold only 1.1 million copies now. Usher sighed with a handful of whiskey. 50 Cent glanced at him and found that he was becoming more and more like Can I. He kept releasing negative energy to the people around him every day. Sometimes when he and Can I sat together, the atmosphere of the entire booth would be suppressed by them. Arthur, you are from SB Entertainment, which means you are Link's subordinate. Link is a hot search expert. If you want to get on the hot search, you can go to him for help. I don't think he will refuse. 50 Cent said teasingly. Usher was drinking. He paused for a moment after hearing what he said. He suddenly felt that what he said made some sense. He and SB were in a cooperative relationship. Link Music was a major shareholder of SB. If he developed better, it would also be good for Link. Maybe he could really ask Link or Scooter to help him hype. As for not being popularized by the East Coast rap group, he didn't care. As a singer, he could gain a foothold in the music industry and sell records. Nothing else mattered. Usher nodded, drank a glass of wine, and stood up to leave. 50 Cent was stunned when he saw his back. Would this guy really ask Link to be on the hot search? Oh no, East Coast rap is going to break up. Miranda, how many sales of The Woman I this week? In the office of the president of Link Music, Eva Cal looked at the assistant and asked. 84,000 copies, third on the album list, 4 higher than last week, and the total number of people in the United States reached 4.224 million. Milan not bad. Let the publicity department continue to laugh and strive to sell 5 million copies of this album in the United States. Evoca said lightly. I understand. Miranda smiled slightly and left with the tablet. Evoca stood in front of the French window, looking at the bustling Lavender Street downstairs, with a beautiful smile on the corner of her lips. Chapter 339 Weekly Box Office Champion. The Scandal Project is in its second week of release. It earned $18.36 million in 2,926 theaters in North America. The decline was less than 15% from last week, and it also exceeded several movies released during the same period. It became the box office champion this week. The cumulative box office in North America was $39.46 million. The second place was Selena's Monteroca, which relied on the fame of several leading actors and the strong publicity and promotion capabilities of Disney Company, to obtain $10.63 million sales during the week, with cumulative sales of more than $25 million, which was equivalent to the production cost. The third place was Resident Evil 4 starring Mila Jovovich, which held $10 million this week, a drop of 63%. American Citizen and The Robbers and other movies held less than $5 million this week. The Scandal Project was released for 10 days and achieved nearly 40 million sales in North America. In comparison, the cost was only $10 million. This movie can be called a big hit. Generally, the cost of a movie is more than 3 times the box office revenue, which is called a big hit. 5 times is called a big hit, and 10 times is called a hit. The dark horse of the year. Variety magazine predicts that the North American box office of this movie will be around 7,000 and the global box office will be 120 million, which is definitely a dark horse. According to the habit of the film industry, after a movie sells well, it will often be analyzed by many professional media to study the reasons for the success of the movie and point out the direction of other movies. This can also be called market trend analysis. When analyzing the reasons, the media believes that the key to the success of this movie is that the crew chose the right heroine. Emma Stone's wonderful performance adds luster to the movie. If it were another actor, it might become a cheesy comedy like last week. The second is that the script and director Will Gugler have good foundations. The third is that the big star Link and Lisa Kudrow, who starred in Friends, joined the movie, which brought the movie a striking reputation. This week, when the media analyzed the reasons for the movie sales, Link was promoted to the same level as Emma Stone. It is believed that the box office of the movie this week did not drop much, mainly because Link is famous and has a strong appeal, and his fans contributed a lot of box office to the movie. There are also several hot searches for him, which increased the wonderful exposure of the movie, which is very critical during the release of the movie. Without Link's participation, the film's holdings would have fallen by at least 35% this week. HMPH. Does your nose feel uncomfortable? HMPH. At the table, Selena rolled up pasta with a fork, her small round face glaring at him angrily. Last year I invited you to play a role in Monteroca, but you refused. If you could come, the sales of my film would definitely be better and become the weekly sales champion. It's all your fault that I didn't win the championship. Link was amused by her words. I was very busy last year, weren't you? And I remember that there was no role suitable for me in this movie. Do you want me to eat Saro? No? What are you thinking about? How can we be lovers when we are siblings? Link raised his hand and patted her smooth forehead. Pa. Selena glared at him fiercely with a puffy face, snatched the apple pie from his hand, took a big bite, and smiled triumphantly with her small face raised. Link shook his head, picked up another apple pie, and asked little Annie next to him where to go today. He was free and could play with her for a day. Let's go to Disneyland. I have a VIP card. We can play there all day. Selena shouted impatiently before Annie could speak. It's none of your business. You're so old and still want to go to the amusement park. Humph, when I was a kid, I had to go to class and attend training at the Disney camp. I didn't go to the amusement park many times a year. It was a pity. Now I still have time. I want to make up for my childhood regrets. Selena shouted. Ms. Mandy glared at her. Many courses in your training camp are in Disneyland. We go there once a week. Catherine and I often take you to your amusement park. There are 3 volumes of photos you took at the amusement park when you were a kid. Do you want me to turn them over for you? Selena was stunned for a moment and scratched her flexible little round face with her claws. Who still remembers the childhood? Okay, let's not talk about this. Annie, cute little Annie, tell us quickly, where do you want to go today? Selena turned everyone's attention to little Annie again. Little Annie blinked her big eyes, thought for a while, and said softly, go to Disney? Haha, look, Miss Annie thinks the same. We are good sisters. Selena wiped her greasy lips and sat next to Annie Barbie. Link pushed her head away with disdain and wiped Annie's elastic face with a wet towel. The news said that Taylor released the first promotional single of the third album today. Have you heard it? Catherine put down a plate of blackseed watermelon eyes. Oh, I almost forgot. Selena picked up a piece of watermelon and bit it in her mouth and ran outside quickly. A few seconds passed and an Apple laptop came in. The name of this single is Our Story. Link, it's obviously written for you. Wow, it was uploaded less than 2 hours ago, and the number of views has exceeded 1.65 million times, which is too exaggerated. Let's listen to it. Selena turned on the music player and chattered. Taylor's light, sweet and warm voice came from the computer speakers. I used to think that one day we would tell our story. I always thought that one day in the future I would tell others about our story like this, how we met. Sparks flew instantly the moment our eyes met for the first time. The fireworks quietly bloomed. People would say they were lucky. The owner would say, look, they are just lucky to find everywhere. I used to know that my place was a place next to you. Wow, it sounds great. Selena shouted with her face supported. Everyone ignored her, eating fruit quietly, listening to Taylor's new song quietly. Miscommunication led to falling out and mistakes, which kept us away from love. There are many things I hope you know. There are many things. I hope you know that there are many walls I can't break through. There are many barriers, fences, I hope I can cross. I don't know what to say. I have nothing to say. Since the twist of fate, everything collapsed. Those destined days were shattered. And our story looks very much like a tragedy about our story now, which has ended like a tragedy. This song is so well written. Taylor is so amazing. Selena said after the song was over. It's really a good song. Taylor is very talented. Ms. Mandy said. Link, how do you feel as the protagonist of the song? Catherine smiled. Yes, Link, tell me what you feel after listening to this song. Selena lay on the table, holding her round face and looking at him, her big eyes blinking. People who are very emotional in creation, but very indifferent in real life are like observers rather than participants. People like her are suitable to be singers, writers, and poets, not girlfriends. Link said while eating fruit. What do you mean? Selena tilted her head and thought for a while, obviously understanding what he meant. The song is good, but the person is not so good. Link said simply. This is what you said. I will tell Taylor later that you said she was boring. Selena turned on the player and played the song again. This was equivalent to a summary of their feelings for each other. Taylor admitted that they were both wrong in their relationship, but Link made more mistakes. She also said that she had made a lot of efforts to save this relationship, and there were many things she was reluctant to give up, but in the end they went their separate ways. She also said that when she was trying to heal the pain of a broken heart, the other person was already out looking for fun, which made her start to reflect on whether this relationship was worth it. When listening to this song, it felt that Taylor was very serious and persistent about feelings, but it was a pity that she was not a good person, and all her infatuation and sincerity were misplaced. Dark Knight repeatedly accused Link of not taking feelings seriously and letting her down. Link listened frankly. Taylor was an ideological love saint. In her heart, the feelings were sincere and strong, but when she was really in love, she seemed indifferent and ruthless. This kind of personality makes it difficult for people to understand whether she is affectionate or ruthless. I didn't hear clearly. Shall we go to the amusement park? Link wiped his fingers and asked little Annie. Little Annie nodded repeatedly. Selena rolled her eyes, carrying her small bag, and followed quietly. When the three were strolling in Los Angeles, Taylor's new song Our Story became a hot hit in the United States. The number of plays on music platforms such as Amazon and iTunes increased sharply, quickly breaking the first day play and download records of several popular songs released in June. including Link's All of Me and Sorry, Antebellum's Need You Now, Kesha's Animal, Justin Bieber's Baby, Wiz Khalifa's Black and Yellow, Beyonce and Lady Gaga's Single Telephone, Eminem's Not Afraid, and Lady Gaga's version of Legends Never Die. It rushed to the third place in the 2010 singles first day download list, with 1.42 million downloads. The first is Link's Legends Never Die, with 4.65 million downloads on the first day. The second is the second promotional single of Eminem's 7th album released in May, Love the Way You Lie in collaboration with Rihanna, with a daily download volume of 1.51 million. Compared with the previous hit songs, the reason why this song became popular is not because of its quality and artistic level, but because it is very topical and can fully satisfy the curiosity of fans. This hit also made the media revisit the old story and reinterpret the inside story of their breakup. Through the Last Ellen Show song, Link attributed the reason for their breakup to work and personality. In this song, Taylor's reason is that Link was not serious about the relationship and was fickle and failed her love. It is believed that each other gave different explanations for the reason for the breakup and at the same time caused some heated discussions on the internet and the media. Many media replayed the old tune and continued to hype the news that Link was a scumbag, but in Link's mid-June show, fewer media followed suit and hyped a lot of such news. After experiencing Link's withdrawal from the news industry and the controversy over the casting of Captain America, everyone is no longer interested in the topic that Link is not a playboy. Seeing the media's reaction, Link was also relieved. Many songs in Taylor's third album were written by Taylor in the piano room when they broke up. Many of them denounced him as a scumbag, and the songs were full of sadness and resentment. There is also a song called Devil in Love, which alludes to Eva Cab, Emma Watson and others, which makes people's scalps numb. It is conceivable that after these songs are released, he will definitely be scolded by Taylor's fans and the media. In addition, some people have been hyping him up as a playboy some time ago, and the downstream situation is not good. Let the two negative adjustments combine, which has a very bad impact on his reputation. In order to protect himself, he discussed with Eva Cab, Scooter and others before deciding to participate in an interview on The Ellen Show, publicly discussing the reasons for their breakup, detonating public opinion in advance, and releasing the hostility of some fans. Judging from the current situation, his last approach was right. I didn't know that Devil would be the first promotional single. Considering your attitude of admitting your mistakes, I will put Devil's Story We was replaced as the first promotional single, but the album was still released. The songs that insulted you were released separately. You have to be prepared to be insulted by fans. Taylor sent a message. Are there any songs that insult me? How many? How many songs are there in your album? 14 in the standard edition, 22 in the deluxe and international editions. So, the whole album is filled with songs that insult me? It's a bit excessive, but those songs were not released for fans to listen to, which is a pity. It's really an irrefutable reason. Link shook his head. When he first decided with Taylor, he was prepared to be insulted in the song, but a song that insulted himself in the whole album was beyond his expectation. Don't feel wronged, this is all your fault. If you hadn't cheated, I wouldn't have written these songs. Taylor added. Really? I'm so important to you, and I can help you write so many good songs. Don't you think about it again, and come back to be my girlfriend? I cheated on you and you wrote songs. I cheated on you non-stop, and you kept writing songs. It's like a perpetual motion machine. Doesn't that sound good? Get lost. I've decided. I'll continue to scold you in the next album. You asked for it, scumbag. Okay, I'm just kidding. Link sent the message, but the chat interface showed that they were not friends. Apparently he was blocked by the other party again. Picking up the phone, he saw Selena and little Annie leaning against the glass window of the water watch the fish. He took out his camera and took a few photos of them. While watching the fish at the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium in Los Angeles, they also met the star mother Angelina Jolie with a group of children. This woman is only 35 years old this year, but she already has 6 children. 3 of them are biological and 3 are adopted. The youngest twins Nux and Vivian are also more than 3 years old. When the couple came to their house, There were more than 10 people, including bodyguards, nannies, assistants, etc., and 2 photographers followed them to take pictures. I want to have more children in the future, so that there will be more people and more fun, Selena said enviously, while looking at Angelina Jolie's children. What are you thinking? You're just a child. Link ruffled her hair and pulled Annie to continue walking forward. Selena covered her head and glared at him angrily. When he took a step, she suddenly rushed up and hung on his back, preparing a series of messy hairstyles. Unfortunately, he had short hair again. Angelina Jolie, who was not far away, noticed their busy movements and glanced at Prague and found a strange look. Chapter 340 Album Celebration Party. Hi, Link. Selena. Angelina Jolie greeted him and asked if he had time next week, inviting him to attend the premiere of her new movie Salt. He confirmed that he didn't have time. After completing 2 boxing championship defenses, he was going to continue his world tour and had to rehearse during this period. But when the other party saw the VIP invitation, he didn't refuse. Angelina Jolie and her fiancé Brad Pitt are both top stars in the film industry. Being good friends with them can also be a good connection. Selena raised her little hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Who's looking at her butt? I just think she's amazing. She has a good career and family. You should learn from her. I don't believe it. You're just looking at her butt. Selena rolled her eyes and pulled little Annie to continue looking at the fish on the seabed. Link shook his head. He really didn't hug the other person's butt just now. Seeing Angelina Jolie reminded him of several other big stars in the entertainment industry. Jessica Alba, Anne Hathaway, Charlize Theron, etc. These people used to be top beauties in the entertainment industry, but in the blink of an eye, they are all in their 30s and 40s, have children, and their beauty is no longer there. From then on, Link suddenly had a sense of urgency. On the eve of the release of Taylor's new album, Link also began rehearsals before the tour. I don't know if he will continue his world tour and promote the new album when he releases his new album in March or April after a month of tour. But after the exposure of the dressing room video, many work arrangements were disrupted. He had to suspend his acting, and the Paris crew avoided the limelight. Now that the storm of the breakup has subsided, and the boxing match is about to end, he is taking advantage of the preparations for the 3rd album and the reconstruction of the publicity and promotion to finish the remaining 107 concerts as soon as possible. The remaining concerts will be mainly in Asia and Europe, and finally in the United States. Since the performance team has been resting for nearly half a year, some people have left and some have joined. In order to avoid stage accidents, it is necessary to concentrate on rehearsing the performances in advance. During the rehearsal, Link Music held a celebration party in the Club of the Temple building in New York to celebrate the 3rd album The Woman I Love. The sales of more than 4 million copies in the United States and more than 15 million copies worldwide. The people who received the invitation are mainly those who have helped the album sell well, including well-known music singers, record producers, sound engineers, assistants, and publicity department staff. Tiffany Temple and Paris Hilton, Amanda Hurst, Georgia Bloomberg, Amanda Seyfried, Lindsay Lohan and more than a dozen other celebrities who participated in the full and show off wealth marketing, and Lady Gaga, Eminem and several other singers in New York. There were also representatives of distributors in various states, directors of the distribution department of Universal Music, directors of the distribution department of Atlantic Records, packaging companies involved in the album production, album imprinting companies, MV directors and actors, senior executives of media publishers, etc., totaling more than 800 people. In addition to various delicacies at the reception, 100 spades were opened to celebrate, and 1 million cash donations were drawn on the spot. Link, Lana Del Rey, Mars, Wiz Khalifa, Justin Bieber, and the newly joined trainee Charlie Puth performed on stage together, and the scene was very sensational. Is Charlie Puth the newly signed singer of your company? At the reception, Lady Gaga held a glass of wine and looked at the young man who was playing the piano on the stage and singing Here and You. He was less than 20 years old, looked young, wore a suit, and had an obvious scar on the right forehead. What do you think? The voice is good, and the piano is also. But if you look at the good person, it will definitely not be bad. Lady Gaga laughed. Link shook his head, not daring to accept the compliment. After Lana and her 3 albums became popular, the media promoted him as a golden hand in the music industry, saying that he was good at training singers. No matter what kind of singer was in his hands, he would become a popular singer. What Taylor said was magical. He knew nothing about training singers. The reason why Lana and the other 2 were able to become a generation of stars and platinum record singers from being unknown is mainly because they are strong and unpolished talents. Such people can become stars without anyone's guidance after a long time. His help to some people is only to help them find the right type of music, arrange a few songs that suit them, and get their careers on the right track and advance. Compared with Lana and the other 2, Charlie Puth is younger, 19 years old this year. In terms of musical ability, personal reading experience accumulation, and way of thinking, he is not as good as Lana and the other 2 for the time being. Put the label to Link Music in advance and give him a $1 million contract. Doing so will not force the other party to grow, change the other party's attitude towards music, and will not regress in creation. Link has no conclusion. What he can do is to ask professional musicians to teach him and cultivate him into a talent instead of being buried. Taylor's new album has a lot of publicity in the early stage, and the data of the first promotional single is also great. This year's album chart is probably far ahead of U2. Lady Gaga said. Will it? Taylor's new album can surpass Eminem's Recovery and Need You Now? Very likely. Taylor's new album has attracted more attention than your 3rd album. Lady Gaga suddenly looked at him. Fortunately you broke up. If you hadn't, the music scene would have been monopolized by the 2 of you in the next few years. That's exaggerated. Link smiled softly. Although he was very popular, he still couldn't reach the level of a phenomenal superstar, while Lady Gaga was. Globally speaking, he and Lady Gaga were on par, but in terms of the influence on world pop music, Miss Gaga was undoubtedly better. Now many people would shout "Oh, my Lady Gaga" when they exclaimed, and even many people who had never heard of her songs knew her. This was the charm of Miss Gaga. Link admitted that he couldn't compare. Hey, Link, Joan, can we take a photo together? You 2 are superstars. If you take a photo together, you will definitely get a lot of likes. Internet celebrity Tiffany walked over from the bustling crowd holding a silver artifact. Her round face was red and her pupils were very excited. Link and Lady Gaga did not object and stood there to take a few photos with Tiffany. Where's your sister? Over there. My dad got the news from somewhere and also ran over to join in the fun. Eva was worried that he would talk about politics at the party. Tiffany pouted and posed and said, "What a filial girl." Link smiled lightly, said goodbye to Lady Gaga, and went to Mr. Thompson to say hello. When Mr. Thompson saw him, he pouted, pulled a face, and looked a little unhappy. Link didn't care and asked him how he was. Was his work going? Mr. Thompson stared at him for a few seconds before he sent Eva away and firmly told him that he actually did not agree with Eva talking to him, but because Eva insisted, he did not object. Mr. Thompson said solemnly that if he really wanted to persuade Evica, it would be best to change those bad habits and not be half-hearted and do things that would hurt Evica. He also said that even if Link was worth hundreds of millions and was very famous, it was nothing in his eyes. If he dared to hurt Evica, he would never let him go easily. Link quickly said that he would definitely do it. Although the other party was a somewhat exaggerated old man, his deeds were often ridiculed and used as a joke, but no one would deny that he was a very powerful character, just based on the fact that no matter what he participated in, it was a bad thing, and every one of them was not something that ordinary people could do. If Mr. Thompson really wanted to kill him in Manhattan, with the other party's skills and connections, Link might not be able to stop it without Evica's help. After the other party finished speaking, Link Elizabeth poured him champagne and asked him what he was busy with recently. Has the Atlantic City incident been dealt with? After the financial crisis, Evica Casino gained a lot of business income with hotel and tourism business, entertainment companies, and real estate companies. For this reason, Mr. Thompson had to deal with a number of loss-making businesses and sell 2 buildings to maintain the capital turnover of the head office and minimize the losses. After more than a year of difficulties and adjustments, the Thompson family's industry has basically returned to normal, with a loss of about 500 million. But because Eva did well in Link Music, her net worth was about 100 million, and she became a model second generation in the rich circle, the child of other people's families. Mr. Thompson was also proud of it, which was also the reason why Mr. Thompson took the initiative to attend the company's cocktail party. It felt like attending a parent-teacher meeting, hearing Link ask him about his business. Of course, Mr. Thompson picked the good ones to say, such as the investment fund made 100 million last month, and then talked about politics, asking Link what faction. Link didn't want to talk to him about these boring topics. After thinking about it, he leaned over and whispered a few words. After hearing what he said, Mr. Thompson's face instantly flushed, patted his arm, praised him for his good eyesight, and said that he was a good child, and he would become a great person like him in the future. Perhaps he was attracted by him. Mr. Thompson clinked glasses with him, drank the champagne in one gulp, asked him to tell Ivica, and then left the cocktail party without looking back. Not far away, Ivica was talking to each other. At first, she saw Mr. Thompson with a sullen face. She was a little worried and wanted to go over to ease the situation. However, Link slapped her tongue and didn't want her to come over. She endured it and continued to watch from the side. But after waiting for a while, seeing Link say a few words, Mr. Thompson's attitude immediately changed. He smiled and patted Link's shoulder, looking close. Ivica was familiar with her father and knew that he was perfunctory. What Mr. Thompson said just now clearly really liked Link and showed his closeness to him. This change made Ivica very happy. Curious, Mr. Thompson left. She said hello to Georgia Bloomberg next to her and walked over in high heels. Today is Link Music's celebration party, a very important day, and Ivica also attended in a gorgeous dress, wearing a silver grey off-shoulder dress, with her long golden hair tied up, showing off her fair shoulders and sexy and delicate collarbones. A pair of gemstone earrings hung from her earlobes, which matched her cold and dignified face perfectly, and her pupils were even more stunning. With her tall figure, long legs over 1 meter long, and plump hip curves, every frown, smile, and gesture will automatically become the focus of the entire party. Ivica stood in front of him and asked, "I told your father that he is a very powerful person, and people like him will definitely become an inconspicuous person in the future. I suggest that he be determined in his goals and continue to do what he tries. If he needs my help in the future, I will fully support him." Link smiled. "You shouldn't say that. He is ambitious and has political things in his mind. If you still encourage him like this, what will you do if he really wants you to support him in the future?" Ivica scolded. Link smiled lightly, took her hand, and looked at the back of the person who was walking out. "I didn't flatter him, nor did I mean to encourage him. I really think your father is an amazing person. The two of us can't compare to him. Since he has such an idea and such courage, we, as the younger generation, should fully support him." Ivica tilted her head and looked at his profile in a distorted way, blinking her curved lips. "Don't you think he is boastful and flashy?" "Of course not. In the boxing ring, some people like to use straight punches, some like to use jabs, and many boxers like to use some tricks, secret moves, and killer moves to win the game. For example, I used to like to use back throws. No matter what the moves are, as long as they win the game within the rules, they are good moves. Your father's doing this is also a little trick. When he succeeds, you will admire him." Link smiled. Ivica looked at him, took his arm, and suddenly leaned sideways and kissed him on the face. "Agreement boyfriend plus 10 points. What do you mean by 10 extra points?" Link sniffed the charming aura on her body. "You are my agreement boyfriend now. If you can get 100 points from me, I will consider accepting you as my real boyfriend and give you the treatment of a legitimate boyfriend." Ivica slightly raised her delicate chin with a charming smile at the corner of her lips. "It sounds good. I accept this challenge." Link smiled, holding her soft palm. "Hey, Link Eva, look here." Tiffany shouted with her cell phone. Link and Eva didn't even look at her. Tiffany quickly pressed the button and took a photo of them. In the photo, Link was wearing a black suit and a bow tie. He was tall and slender, with a handsome and resolute face, and deep and bright eyes. He was full of charm from head to toe. Evoca next to him was tall, with fair and flawless skin, dignified golden hairstyle and dress. She was sexy and cool, not inferior to Link next to her. In the past, Tiffany envied Evoca for being a lady, envied her height and appearance, envied her temperament, attitude towards life, and financial freedom. Now she wants to envy her for having a good boyfriend. It's not fair. They are born from the same father. Why are they not equal? Now Tiffany curled her lips at the photo. Don't send out the photos you took, Evoca said. Why? Tiffany's headshot. The photos I took are all beautiful. If you don't believe me, take a look. Now some people are chasing Link and keep throwing water on him, saying that he is a playboy. Publishing these photos is equivalent to providing fresh materials to those media. Don't publish them for the time being. Evoca said lightly, isn't Link a playboy? Does he need others to throw dirty water on him? Hey, Tiffany, do you know Selena? Let me introduce you to her. Link quickly changed the subject and dealt with the outspoken Tiffany and then pulled Evoca to greet other people at the party. Chapter 341 The Peach Picker. In addition to the partners and friends, there were also several uninvited guests at this cocktail party. There were Peter Peltz, David Zuckerman, Luther Detch, Josie Edston, who came to follow Cunis Jr., and Usher, who was brought by Scooter, and then Eminem came to join in the fun. Cunis Jr. is the vice president of Atlantic Records Distribution Company, cooperating with Link Music. He came on behalf of Atlantic Records, and the other four came completely uninvited. Hey, Link, congratulations on your album sales. You did a great job singing, Cunis Jr. said with a bland smile. When she spoke, she didn't look at him. Her grey-green eyes chased directly after the beautiful Miss Evoca, and her covetous heart was not concealed. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Cunis. Link smiled faintly, interlaced his fingers with Evoca, and stood shoulder to shoulder, like a sculptured wall figure. Compared with the two of them, the little Cunis were all different shapes and sizes, with small eyes, big mouths, drug-addicted faces, kidney-deficient faces, greasy faces, etc. Well, it's just relying on marketing hype to sell records. It's nothing great. If there weren't those memes, it wouldn't sell a million copies. Peter Peltz, who had a drug-addicted face, looked at Link with an arrogant look, with an expression that he didn't care about carbohydrates. Hearing this harsh voice, Link immediately guessed that the other party was the person who kissed him coldly and hotly in the Broadway theater that day, a guy who was ugly and didn't speak well, but his coldness and hotness basically did not hurt Link at all, and he even wanted to laugh when he heard it. Haha, Eva Link, Peter is joking, don't mind it. Little Cunis said. It's okay, I've seen too many comments like this on the internet, it's quite interesting. Link pulled Evoca, who was about to speak, and smiled indifferently. Interesting? Where's interesting? Peter Peltz was very upset to see that he could laugh when he was mocked and imitated. Mr. Peltz, celebrities sell their items based on fame and publicity. What you said is like assuming that if Van Gogh was not famous, his paintings would be priced similarly to other paintings. This imagination is interesting, but it is meaningless. Link chuckled. Peter Peltz heard his words, but still didn't quite understand what was interesting. I told Link that this kind of talk is useless. He has heard it and is used to it. Let's get straight to the point. The speaker was David Zuckerman, a slightly fat small young man with a champagne glass, looking at the beauties at the party boredly. Do you have anything to do? Evoca asked with a frown. Evoca, we are all friends and we also want to play in the music industry. Link Music is doing well. We are going to invest in Link Music. What do you think? Oh, how much money do you have? 40 million, based on the current market value of Link Music. How about giving us 10% of the shares? David Zuckerman said. The current market value of Link Music is 480 million. Evoca ranked. Eva, we know how much Link Music is worth, but in addition to our money, we will also provide Link Music with media, advertising and other resources. These resources are priceless, and I think this is a good deal. Someone see Luther Detch said. His father is the president of IM's advertising company, advertising industry tycoon Donny Detch. Evoca raised the corners of her lips and smiled slightly, and said to Link that, although these 4 guys were born well, it was a pity that they did not cherish the resources they once had, did some stupid things, and were disliked by their families, so they did not have the resources we wanted. If it was their brothers and sisters, we could consider it. When Evoca spoke, her expression was flat, her voice was normal, and she didn't care about being heard by several people. When Peter Peltz and the other 4 heard her words, their faces suddenly collapsed. Others would say bad things behind their backs, but Evoca directly exposed them to their faces, and didn't give them any face. It was too infuriating. We are all friends, and Peter and the other 4 are in a bit of trouble now. 100 million elephants. Without waiting for little Cunis to finish, Evoca pointed with her braids erect. 100 million is easy. I will sell you 10% of the shares. 100 million. Link Music is worth less than 500 million, and you want 100 million for 10% of the shares. Eva, are you blackmailing us? Eva, we are not fools. Don't think of taking us for granted. Peter Peltz and the other 2 exclaimed. Only Zio AI waved her arms, pinched the long knife with her fingers, with a half smile on her face. I'm very busy, and have no time to play with you. 100 million is not a random offer, but Link Music is worth this price. First of all, Link Music's album is 2 years old. At the beginning of 2009, it was only worth 10 million. At the end of 2009, it was worth 280 million. Now it is worth nearly 500 million, doubling every year. At the current rate, we are confident that the company will achieve 1 billion in 3 years, and about 2 billion in 5 years. You are investing about 100 million now, and in another 5 years, the return will exceed double. This is definitely an investment that exceeds the budget and plan. Ivica said in a steady voice. Peter and his friends wanted to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, they found that what Ivica said was not an exaggeration. In early 2009, there was a joke in the New York rich circle that Ivica from the Thompson family had set up a music company and was preparing to cross over into the music industry. When they heard the news, everyone laughed at Ivica, saying that she didn't understand music and record cooperation, and that investing money in an unfamiliar field would inevitably make the Thompson family's financial situation even worse. Some people also thought that Ivica had been working in the family group for a few years and had set up several brands. She had good ability and might be able to do something. But the music industry was highly competitive, and it would take at least 5 years for her, an amateur craftsman, to build a new record company. But no one expected that Link Music, a small broken company, would be a king bomb. The first album sold 6 to 7 million copies worldwide. The second album sold more than 10 million copies worldwide. The third album was even more amazing, earning 20 million. In addition, all the famous singers of Link Music were entertainers, and they all sang well. Any album they released would go platinum, just like hanging on the vent of the music market. The market value of Link Music changes every 6 months. It was 10 million at the beginning of 2009, 280 million at the end of 2009, and 480 million in June 2010. It's too exaggerated. If this situation continues, it is entirely possible that the market value will reach 1 billion within 3 years, as Ivica said. It is indeed a good deal to invest 100 million at this time. Eva, your statement is too idealistic, as if living in a vacuum without blockade. First of all, Link Music is developing too fast and will inevitably follow the competition of the 5 major record groups. They will not let Link Music develop. Secondly, Mr. Beck said not long ago that he would quit the music scene after releasing another album. Without it, how much value can Link Music have? Epstein said lazily. The first point can be avoided through commercial operations, such as deep cooperation with the 5 major record companies and the introduction of shares of the 5 major record companies. The second point is that Link will no longer release albums. He will have more time to spend on the singers of Link Music and create more and better albums for them. He will also have more time to select and train new singers. On the contrary, I think that if Link quits the music scene, Link Music will develop faster. Ivica said slowly. Several people heard that hope was reasonable. Link was considered to be the Midas touch in the music industry, the focus of selecting people. If he focused on selecting and training singers, Link Music would inevitably have a steady stream of pop singers in the future, and Link Music's market value would continue to rise. 100 million is too much, we don't have that much money. Then wait until you have enough funds before talking. Ivica said hello, and walked into the crowd with Link. Looking at each other's backs, the faces of the few people left were different. Little Cunis looked at Ivica's sexy and graceful body posture, and she was holding hands with Link, and the posture was very intimate. He felt as if a knife was twisting his heart. How could Ivica do this? Link is the major shareholder of Link Music, not her. If she agrees to let us invest, we will be able to completely control the company in the future. I think she should be a partner with us, not Link, a foreigner. The greasy-faced Luther Detch said. She probably thought of herself as Link's wife a long time ago, but it's a pity that Link is a scumbag, and she made the wrong bet. Peter Peltz said. What should we do now? Should we still invest in Link Music? We came to Link with good intentions to discuss cooperation, but unfortunately they didn't accept it. So we arranged a few romantic encounters for him according to the original plan. As long as we can catch him, he will obediently hand over the Link Music shares. Epstein sneered. Okay, let's do it. Several people looked at each other and laughed. I'm sorry that you wasted dozens of seconds with me. At the cocktail party, Ivica said, no, every second with you is meaningful. I never feel bored or wasted. Ivica glanced at him and smiled with a curved lip corner. Although Peter and others are not valued in their family, they are in the New York business circle. My company and Link Music also have cooperation with several companies they founded, so even if it's strange, I can't ignore them. I understand. Seeing you fight 1 against 5 and overwhelm them with momentum and IQ, as your boyfriend, I feel very happy. Thank you. When you see the little Cunis and the others trying to share the music of Link, don't you think that the people in the upper class are insidious and shameless? Ivica asked softly. Link shook his head and said that, no matter in which era or country, they would not be stingy with a group of second-generation people who were lazy and greedy, but cleverly planned to seize the fruits of victory of others. He had seen and heard too many such tricks, and was not surprised. Seeing their performance, I think you are even more precious. You are an amazing woman. Link pulled her hand and said seriously, add another 5 points to you. Ivica raised the corner of her lips. How many points do I have now? 5 points. I remember adding 10 points. So you are minus 10 points. Ivica pulled the hair by her ear and smiled. Link accepted the reality helplessly. Hey, Ivica, Link. Paris Hilton and several other celebrities came over and smiled at them. Ivica, isn't it enough that you and Link spend every day together? Can you lend it to us? We all want to know how strong Link is. Yes, I heard that Link can do push-ups for 3 hours straight. I really want to see if it's true. I want to see Link do push-ups, too. Several other celebrities also laughed. No problem. Feel free to watch and use it. Ivica pushed Link and smiled. Link shrugged. Seeing that several people had helped him, he could only bite the bullet and deal with it. Chapter 342 Little Leo's Jealousy. Link, have you ever slept with Ivica? Of course. We live together. That's rare. Ivica is very selective with men. If there's something wrong with them, she won't talk to them anymore. We always thought she was sexually indifferent. At the party, Paris Hilton, Amanda from the Hearst family, Georgia Bloomberg from the mayor's family and other young ladies surrounded him and asked him questions. There were also Kim Kardashian's sisters, Amanda Seyfried, Lindsay Lohan and others surrounding him. Link, how does it feel to have sex with Ivica? Can you do push-ups for an hour on her? I think it's more than that. They both look very sexy. Maybe it will take 3 hours. Link, when you have sex next, can we watch it live? Several women said jokingly and seriously. Link felt helpless. He wanted to pick a few questions that he could answer, but after listening to more than a dozen questions, there was no healthy person who could answer them. He didn't want to talk about this topic in public, so he asked them if they had time. The music videos for several top singles from the third album were being filmed, and they needed a lot of women. The song Girls, Like You needed more than 30 female stars, one every few seconds, similar to the original Maroon 5 music video. Paris Hilton and others were very interested and signed up to participate. Link said that everything could be arranged. Actress Amanda Seyfried also took the initiative to find him and said that she got the leading role in Time and that there would be opportunities for the two sides to cooperate in the future. Link said that he was willing to work with her. Amanda is one of the most popular actresses in the current film industry. She debuted in 1999 and made her mark in 2004 with Mean Girls. She became popular in 2008 with Mamma Mia. Last year, she stabilized her status with Jennifer's Body starring Megan Fox. At the beginning of the year, Vanity Fair listed her with Kristen Stewart, Emma Roberts, Blake Lively and other new generation Americans who are worth paying attention to. Link remembered that she was also the original heroine of In Time and her acting skills were not bad. Kim Kardashian also took the initiative to come forward and chat with him. Her two sisters, Kourtney Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian, were both in their 20s and 30s and had bombshell bodies. Paris Hilton and other celebrities. The Kardashian sisters were born in a middle-class family. Their father, Robert Kardashian, was the defense lawyer in the Simpson case, and their mother, Kris Jenner, was a famous Hollywood TV producer. The sisters initially followed Paris and other celebrities and gained a certain degree of attention. In 2005, they became famous with the reality show Keeping Up with the Kardashians. In 2007, Kim Kardashian became famous because of the quarrel with her ex-boyfriend, relying on hype to become a celebrity in the entertainment industry. But at large cocktail parties, they are relatively marginal characters. If they want to talk to Link, they have to wait until others have finished speaking before they can find an opportunity. When Link saw them, they did not look down on them. Women like Kim Kardashian, who earned more than $1 billion by their own ability, no matter what method they used, are worthy of praise. Kim Kardashian said that she was filming a TV series that Link had never heard of, and also said that she was working on a personal luxury brand for her album. Link thought that the idea of a personal brand for her album was good, and he also had this plan. He also said that if she was short of funds, as long as the brand had good planning, he could invest. Kim Kardashian and her sisters all looked surprised when they heard his words. Just now, they saw that Link only chatted with Paris Hilton and other young ladies for a few words. They thought he was aloof and difficult to deal with, but Link spoke to them in a gentle manner and also expressed his appreciation for Kim Kardashian's impromptu ideas and said that he wanted to invest in them. Kim Kardashian was very excited, seeing that he was so handsome and rich, and that he was so nice to say. She wanted to bring her sisters to him. At the cocktail party, Link also chatted with Eminem and Usher. As soon as they met, Usher said he admired his hype skills and claimed to be from SB Entertainment and also a person who linked music, hoping to get his guidance when releasing an album in the future. Link had no way to guide the other party, but he also agreed generously because being humble in such an occasion would be hypocritical. Eminem also advised him to be careful with some women in person, and some people used women to deal with him. Link said that he only contacted and accepted women with a good background and would not accept women who came to his door casually. After the cocktail party, Link continued boxing training and rehearsals for the shooting meeting. During this period, he also participated in several movie premieres, including Salt starring Angelina Jolie, Machete starring Michelle Rodriguez, Jessica Alba, and Lindsay Lohan, and Inception starring Leonardo DiCaprio. Among them, Salt and Machete were released at the same time. From the sales performance, they won the weekly sales champion with 36.5 million before, and Machete only had 11.3 million in the first week, which seems to be much worse than before. Salt cost 110 million to produce and was released in 3,226 theaters at the same time, and the first week's revenue was 40 million lower than expected. The production cost of Machete was only 1.05 million, and it recovered its investment in the first week. It is obviously a profitable film project. Also this week, The Scandal Project received 11.02 million box office, a drop of more than 40%, and the cumulative sales in North America reached 50.48 million box office. According to the current situation, during the release period, this movie has a large box office in North America, reaching 70 million box office. If it earned 70 million in North America, Manhattan Beach Pictures will earn more than 20 million with this movie. Inception was released in mid-July, and it had $62.3 million in the first week, directly suppressing all similar movies. This movie is of high quality, the plot design and special effects production are also very cool, and the performances of several leading actors are also wonderful. As soon as it was released, it was sought after by movie fans, and was named the best science fiction movie of this summer by Movie Variety. Hey, Link, you should thank me. At the premiere of the movie, Leonardo showed a half smile on his greasy face when he saw him. Why, look who that is. Leonardo patted his arm and pointed to Marion Cotillard in the crowd. She was wearing a red dress, showing her shoulders and beautiful back. She was like a delicate rose in the crowd, outshining all the female stars in the audience. I have seen your gossip. Is it true? There are many paparazzi in Hollywood, and you can't meet these 2 days. I invited you to participate to find opportunities to create opportunities. How about it? Am I helping you? Yes, you are really a kind person. Link teased. It is noted that Marion came to the United States early, just to prevent being photographed by paparazzi, and she was relatively low-key when she came. On the day she came, Link was still on the avenue outside the airport. Mr. Feng picked her up and took her to take a taxi on the Pacific West Coast Highway. The night before yesterday and last night were connected. They just separated 3 hours ago, so there was no need for Leonardo to be a matchmaker. Moreover, Leonardo invited him to the premiere, and it was definitely not to help with the matchmaking. Judging from his expression, he was more of a watcher. Link, I should actually thank you too. Leonardo shrugged and said. Go on. Before, people called me a playboy, which put a lot of pressure on me. Now that you, a real playboy, are standing in front of me, my scandals suddenly become bland in comparison. Leonardo laughed. Link shook his head and said, too lazy to pay attention to him. He went to greet Tobey Maguire, Christian Bale, Hugh Jackman, Scarlett Johansson and other acquaintances across the street. Of course, he did not forget Marion Cotillard. When the other party hugged him in the crowd, everyone looked at this side, with a face full of gossip. This scumbag. Leonardo looked at the other party with a dark face, and his expression was very unhappy. Tobey Maguire beside him asked in confusion, why are you scolding Link? Leonardo snorted lightly, put his hands in his pockets, and asked in style, Tobey, who do you think is more handsome between me and Link? More charming? Don't worry about it, just say what you really think. Tobey Maguire looked at his increasingly round face, and then looked at Link's original facial features that could be called a work of art not far away. It was obvious who was more handsome. But out of etiquette, he still said against his conscience, of course it's you. Yes, I know that too, but when we were filming Inception, Marion ignored me, and was very cold, but now she is, so close to Link. Why? Is it because Link is physically strong? What a superficial woman. Doesn't she know that an interesting soul is the most important? Leonardo struggled with Marion Cotillard's French-style appearance and her elegant temperament, and he was even more annoyed. He clenched his fists and whispered, and Link is a big scumbag who likes to play with women's feelings. Doesn't she know? Why does he want to degenerate? Why? Tobey Maguire saw him suddenly angry, and said with some surprise, Leon, I remember you don't like girls over 25 years old. Leonardo snorted lightly. It's not that he doesn't like girls over 25 years old, but women over 25 years old will often mention getting married and having children. He doesn't want to get married, and doesn't contact older women. But this does not match his appreciation of those young and attractive women. For example, Marion Cotillard, who doesn't like a beautiful French rose. If she can be appreciated by the other party, it is even more proud. Unfortunately, the other party does not appreciate himself, but appreciates Link, who is only 1 year old and 21 years old. Leonardo looked at Link unhappily. When they first met, he felt that Link was a threat, and now he is more certain. Hey, Leon. When Link brought Marion over to talk to Leonardo, the other party just smiled and left. It's inexplicable. After attending several movie premieres, Link returned to the Lincoln Center to continue rehearsing. I spent last night on the last flight to you. A girl like you spent the whole day trying to get up. Oh. Chapter 343 The World Tour continues. Boss, Miss Liu just called. Anna handed over the phone and said during the break after the rehearsal at noon. Link wiped the sweat from his neck and called Chris Liu on the other side of the world to ask if she had slept. Chris said she hadn't slept. She had just finished her midnight snack and was enjoying the cool in the yard. She asked when his concert in Huaksha would start. Link said he would arrive in Huaksha next week. This tour would first go to Southeast Asia with 18 shows and then to Huaksha. He asked Chris Liu how the new song he sent to her last time was going. In order to welcome the audience in Huaksha, he prepared 4 Chinese and Cantonese songs, including classic old songs and original Chinese songs, respectively, cooperating with Beyond, Zhao Huajian, Fei Wang, Chris Liu and others. In addition to Beyond and Chris Liu, other guest singers and warm-up singers were arranged by Universal Music, and Link had the right to choose. When Universal Music sent the list and singer information, he selected several singers with good reputation and strong strength. Chris Liu said that she had been practicing singing for the past few months and had done very well. She also said that it was her vocal teacher who said so, not that she was bragging. Link asked her if she could sing it once. Sing now? I'm not ready yet. There is no accompaniment. Chris Liu said nervously. No need to prepare, just sing a few lines. You have a beautiful voice. I believe you will sing very well. Link encouraged. Okay, wait for me for a minute. There was silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds, and then Chris Liu asked again, should I sing in English or Chinese? Link asked her to sing in Chinese. Oh. Then a bright singing voice came from the microphone. When you are old and can't walk anymore, you take a nap by the fire and recall your youth. How many people loved you when you were young and happy, admired your beauty, fake or true? Link, how is it? Chris Liu sang 2 lines. Singer, Chris, with your strength, you can definitely be one. Ha, don't praise me, I'm not that good. It's really good. Chris, you are so beautiful and sing so well. The only thing you lack is confidence. If you are more confident and not too nervous, you will sing better. Really? I believe you. This song is great. The melody and lyrics are alright. Did you write it? I also participated, but it was not entirely written by me. The lyrics of this song are adapted from the poems When You Were There and Old by the Irish poet William Butler Yeats. Later, it was composed and sung by singer Zhao Zhao and became a relatively famous Chinese song. After finding this poem, Link wrote a melody to replace Universal Records, and then they replaced the musicians of Universal Records China branch, and they translated it into more fluent Chinese lyrics. You are amazing. My mother said it was very nice when she heard the song and said it was a pity that I sang it. Every time I sang it, she would find fault with it, which was very annoying. Chris Liu said, how could your mother say that? You are already very good, much better than your peers. She should praise you more often instead of judging you. How about giving your mother the phone so that I can talk to her? Ah, forget it. She is that kind of person. She likes to nag me every day when she has nothing to do. She doesn't have any bad intentions. Let's not bother with her. Can you really come to Huaksha in August? It won't be postponed again this time. The original plan was to go to Huaksha for a concert in June, but it was suddenly postponed for 2 months. Chris, I will see you in more than 10 days. I'm very excited. What about you? Me too. When you come, I can treat you to many delicious foods. This time I will treat you, and you will pay the bill. Who told you that you had no money last time? Chris said in a strong voice. Link was about to speak when he heard a cry from Chris Liu. Mom, when did you come? Link, let's talk later. Halfway through, Chris Liu sent a message. Oh no, my mother heard our conversation. She is very happy now. Is it serious? Do you want me to explain to her mother? No, we often do this. Sometimes she is angry and I don't talk to her. Sometimes I'm angry and I don't talk to her. It's not serious. Interesting, the way you and your mother treat your sisters. Yes, but she said you are a playboy and thinks I shouldn't contact you privately. She is worried that I will be deceived by you. I'm not a playboy. It is the media that accuses and frames me, just like they once accused and framed MJ Langtong, making Madonna's remarks into a slut, and promoting Britney Spears and Lady Gaga as neurotic. In the eyes of the media, when popular singers are not normal, they can sell their news products. Yes, those paparazzi are the most annoying. After replying a few more messages, Chris Liu said that her mother was going to bed quickly and ended the private chat. Link continued to rehearse. Because I love all of you, all of you, all of your curves and all of your edges, all of your perfect imperfections. After rehearsal at around 4 p.m., Link asked D'Addario to have dinner together. Last week, the movie Death Shroud starring her was released. Due to too many summer blockbusters, the results were average. D'Addario has been looking for a new script recently, but her eyes are a bit out of place, and she is too beautiful to play a supporting role for other front desks. Most of the scripts she received are thrillers and erotic films. Haven't you found a suitable role yet? In a Spanish restaurant on 5th Avenue in the Upper East Side, Link asked D'Addario across from him while eating Iberian ham cold food. D'Addario wore a white suspender dress with thick black curly hair draped over her shoulders, big eyes, a straight nose, and a long Barbie doll-like hair that was more delicate, beautifully matched with her figure. Even in the film and television industry, where there are so many beauties, she can be considered a top beauty. But it's also a strange thing that she didn't become popular. No, I'm still looking at the future. D'Addario brushed the hair beside her ears and held a spoon in her hand. When eating, she would carefully shake her hair and slowly feed the food on the spoon and fork into her mouth. Her movements were very cute. Yanni, there is a role in my MV that is very suitable for you. Do you want to make a cameo appearance? No, you are so popular. There must be a lot of girls who want to play in your MV. There is no shortage of actors, right? D'Addario smiled. Link smiled lightly. The women who played roles in his MV in the past have become popular, including Doughts and Crows, Emma Stone, black female model Jordan Dunn, etc. Every time they shoot an MV, they will attract their attention, and this time is no exception. But you are the most suitable. No, I think it's good now. If there is a suitable role, I will play it. If there is no role, I will look for it. I don't want to be a big star. D'Addario insisted. Link nodded, looking into her beautiful eyes. Yanni, we are friends. I'm willing to do something for you. Do you want me to do something? D'Addario thought for a moment, chuckled and said, I like running with you, playing tennis, chatting with you, listening to you sing. If I have time I hope to see you more. Okay. Of course. Link gently reached out and gently wiped her smooth and delicate cheek with his fingers. Yanni, you are so beautiful. If I have a palace made of gold, I will definitely let you live in it and not let anyone see you, except me. You are imprisoned. My father will not let you go. D'Addario smiled. Yes, I almost forgot that you have a super powerful father. Link smiled and said to D'Addario that considering the arrangements for the future period of time, the world tour will start next week, and he will not be able to accompany her for about 2 months. He apologized to her, but after the tour, they will have more time to consider each other. Ao quietly held his hand across the table, with a face full of affection. Link stopped and looked into her eyes. Their eyes met for a moment, and they stood up and left the restaurant hand in hand. The waiter thought someone was going to dine for free, and just as he was about to call for help, he saw a US dollar bill on the table, which was enough to pay for the meal and the tip. As soon as Link and D'Addario got into the car, they couldn't wait to kiss each other. D'Addario's thin silk skirt was almost torn to pieces by his rough hands. The driver's seat of the Ferrari driver gradually became thin and restrained. Because they were worried about being photographed by paparazzi, the two only played in the car for more than 10 minutes. At D'Addario's suggestion, he started the car and went to her newly rented apartment in Brisbane. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and met D'Addario's lawyer mother there. At this time, they kissed and entered the house, kicked the door with their feet, and when something good was about to happen, they turned around and saw a lady in formal clothes sitting there on the sofa. Mom? D'Addario shouted nervously while adjusting the hem of his skirt. Link looked at D'Addario, then at the serious looking lady, and thought to himself that today's date was probably going to be a mess. The next day, Link boarded the aircraft with a rage that had not yet been resolved and began a new world tour of roaring. Chapter 344 Hong Kong Island Concert. When Link boarded the flight to Singapore, he was still thinking about his encounter with Dario's mother the day before. When he saw Mrs. Dario was there, he politely greeted her, but did not get a positive response, so he took the initiative to ask her to say goodbye to Dario. When he left, the door was not closed yet, and he heard Mrs. Dario's voice from the room. "Yanni, you know he is a playboy." Because of Elizabeth, Link did not eavesdrop on the conversation later, but he could roughly guess that Mrs. Dario thought he was a playboy and did not approve of Dario contacting him and wanted to break up the couple. Worried that Dario would be persuaded by her mother, she sent a message to ask Dario if her mother had anything to do. Dario replied, "Link, I like you, and it has nothing to do with her." Link was a little moved when he heard it. If Dario had not been ordered by her mother to go home, he would have wanted to rush over to accompany her in the middle of the night. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he could clone himself, he could create more than 10 clones. One to hold concerts for him, one to train for him, one to film for him, and one to travel around the world for him. The original body stayed at home. You are Link, Mr. Link back. I'm your fan. I'm glad to see you here. Can you sign an autograph for me? In the business class, Link was looking at the clouds outside the window and thinking about it. There were bursts of surprised shouts from the side. The person who came was a tall young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. The other party was wearing a suspender skirt with a youthful and beautiful appearance. She was about 20 years old. The other party introduced herself as Emily Salas, from New Jersey, preparing to travel to Singapore. She was his die-hard fan and liked his songs very much. Link expressed his gratitude, took the notebook, and wrote the other party's autograph, but declined the suggestion of taking a photo together. He was now hearing too many scandals and could no longer provide the media with hype material. The girl didn't mind. She sat in the empty seat next to him and chatted with him. He asked about the concert. Link replied a few words in Elizabeth's way. The wedding was relatively normal. After 2 minutes, the girl began to touch his body, saying that she admired him very much and asked him if there was any need she could help him here, and licked the corner of her lips with her tongue. Link saw the other person's young appearance and thought of the plan proposed by Zoe and Stan and others, and suddenly realized it. He winked at Anna and asked her to ask her to leave. At the same time, he called Anna and 3 assistants, Wallace, Bob and 3 temporarily hired bodyguards, and held a small meeting. During the tour, no strange girls should be allowed to approach him without his consent. The people who took the photo were also handed over by them. Wallace was responsible for this matter. Everyone nodded and took note. After the meeting, Link leaned back in his seat and sighed helplessly. When I saw celebrities before, I thought they were very cold and difficult to deal with. I thought that, after I became famous, I would strive to be a down-to-earth big star, but the actual situation did not allow it at all. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Our plane is expected to arrive at Singapore Changi International Airport in 30 minutes. The ground temperature in Singapore is 31 degrees, 87 degrees Fahrenheit. A clear voice sounded in the cabin broadcast. A Singapore plane is also the first stop of Link's concert in Southeast Asia. When Link started his tour in Southeast Asia, Taylor's third album launched a promotional single We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together. The song is also about breaking up, and the song sounds great. On the first day of release, the download volume of all platforms reached 1.45 million times, which was more popular than the previous song The Story of Us. It also successfully topped the 4 major digital music charts and the Billboard Singles Chart, becoming the second champion single of this album. The strength is quite strong. Rolling Stone magazine commented that judging from the 2 promotional singles released, the songs of Taylor's third album are of extremely high level and are also loved by fans. This is an ambitious work that is not lacking in Taylor Swift's personal cognition. It is coming with great momentum and may rewrite the current sequence of the Bulletin album charts. Jonathan Preston, a famous music critic of the Los Angeles Times, said in a joking way that Taylor Swift held the sword of revenge of the last kiss and aimed at her ex-boyfriend Link Baker, the annual sales champion. This is a battle of love and hate. Can Taylor succeed in revenge? Can Link guarantee the sales crown? Other media also reported a lot before the release of Taylor's third album. Taylor's new album is in opposition to Link's new album, which is exaggerated as a revenge battle of victim girlfriend against scumbag ex-boyfriend. It is also considered to be the second album chart battle after Link vs East Coast Rap this year, and it is a battle between ex-girlfriend and ex-boyfriend. These titles are very provocative. Not only fans, but also ordinary people are attracted, curious about who is better in music after the breakup of this former couple and master and apprentice. There are also gambling companies that have set up gambling projects specifically for this purpose. Since the sales of Link's new album in the United States have exceeded 4 million copies, which is a very amazing number, the odds given by the bookmakers are also relatively high. Taylor's new album surpassed Link within 1 year of its release, with odds as high as 50:1. The high odds also attracted many people to bet. Link, is there any chance that you will lose in the competition with Taylor? Dino sent a message to ask during the concert in Kuala Lumpur. No, not at all, not at all. What a pity. If you lose, you can make 500,000 by betting 10,000, which is a good deal. Dino said regretfully. Link shook his head helplessly. How is Mario's training recently? Not bad. This guy has lost weight again, and he is a little stronger. He said he is going to fight in the super middleweight class and snatch the gold belts of the 4 major organizations from you. Dino smiled. Tell him to be down to earth and stop thinking about random things all the time. After replying to one message, I received another unread message. The sender was an old acquaintance, country music diva Carrie Underwood. Link, Taylor is going to steal your championship. Are you nervous? Of course not. She is no match for me. Taylor is right next to me. Can I pass on your words to her? Sure. Tell her that it will take her at least 5 years to catch up with me. Haha, what I want to say is, Taylor said you are an arrogant man, and she will use the fact that she will humiliate you and make you admit defeat. I think you two love each other very much, and there will be no conflicts, and get back together. You can't stand me cheating. Well, can't you cheat? After a few words, Link turned off the phone and took a bus to the Bukit Jalil National Stadium in Kuala Lumpur, where the concert was being held. After more than 2 months of promotion, Taylor's third album The Last Kiss was released worldwide on July 22nd. On the day of its release, it sold 267,000 copies in the United States, 1,000 less than Link's first album's first day sales, which was very popular. Since the songs in this album are of good quality, the main content is to complain about Link's fickleness and ruin a couple's love. There are also a few songs accusing his rumored girlfriends, who are believed to be seducing Link and breaking up with him. The lyrics of these songs are very topical. Scott Borchetta of Big Machine Records is also an excellent hype man. He hinted to the media that these songs were written by Taylor after the breakup, love elegy lots, and the songs contained words she wrote but didn't say. After the album was released, it received 2 hot searches on the first day, 4 on the second day, and 4 on the third day. In the first week, it averaged 3 hot searches per day, and the popularity remained high. After hearing those songs, fans also gathered on the internet to discuss who the celebrities involved in the songs are. For example, Better Than and Revenge are believed to be accusing Emma Watson, and The Devil in the Room is believed to be a romantic reference to Eva Kahlo. Also, a certain woman in I Knew You Were Trouble is believed to be Amber Hibbert. Doubts and Crows, Kristen Stewart, Emma Roberts, Amy Adams, Gal Gadot, Michelle Rodriguez, Emma Stone, etc., all of whom have worked with Link or have a good relationship with him. A certain female singer in blank space is believed to be Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Lana, and Haunted, Enchanted. Dear songs such as Lincoln Innocent were also taken out for analysis to see how much negative information Link has. Some fans joked that Taylor's third album was completely about exposing Link's past and settling accounts with Link. With Taylor as his ex-girlfriend, Link is also in bad luck. In between concerts, Link also took the time to listen to the songs in this album. At first, I broke out in a cold sweat, and even my health had not been very good for many days due to the hot and humid weather in Southeast Asia. After listening to it 3 or 4 times, I got used to it and found it quite interesting. Being scolded by the big star Taylor in a song and having your name associated with so many outstanding women is also a kind of etiquette praise. Your name may be passed down through the ages with these songs. For this reason, he retweeted Taylor's tweet promoting the new album on Twitter and attached the text "Songs are art. Art is the reconstruction and sublimation of life, and the people or events in the songs are not real. Please do not blindly speculate, accidentally hurting innocent people." It would have been better if Link didn't post the article, but after posting the article, he probably stirred up a hornet's nest. Fans swarmed to his Twitter, saying that he was the most courageous scumbag. He dared to speak out at this time and help promote Taylor's album. He didn't worry about being scolded at all. Some people also asked online who the female singer written in Taylor's new album was, and asked him how many times he cheated during his time with Taylor Lay. There were also many fans of Taylor who posted articles scolding him. The song is really good, and the person is really a scumbag. Link ignored this group of fans and continued to hold concerts in Malaysia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Thailand and other places. They couldn't find the answer from him and went to other female stars' social accounts to inquire about the situation and asked them to come out to explain. But except for Amber Heard, no one else stood up to express their opinions publicly, and it seemed that they didn't want to take advantage of this wave of traffic. Amber Heard's tweet pushed the game of Guess the Third Party in Taylor and Link's love to a new milestone. Amber revealed in her tweet that Link and Taylor had been passionate before 2009, but broke up for unknown reasons. She then became Link's girlfriend, the hostess of Link's villa in Santa Monica Bay, and Link's publicly acknowledged celebrity Annie. Then in February 2009, Taylor suddenly returned to the United States and wanted to leave her with $1 million white bills. Seeing that they loved each other, she took the initiative to withdraw and became everything. After Amber's tweet was released, it directly caused an earthquake on the American internet. This melon is very delicate and the structure is relatively complex. Many people don't know where to start cutting this melon. First of all, the authenticity of this melon is very high. Amber would not have made fun of herself just to expose the news. Secondly, Link and Taylor had already started a relationship in 2008, not 2009 as previously rumored on the internet, which means that this was not the first time they broke up. The third time, after the previous breakup, Taylor took the initiative to ask for a reconciliation and spent money to drive away his rival, instead of Link actively pursuing Taylor. There are also 56 and 88. Analyze whether Amber is a victim or a beneficiary, a gold digger or an idiot, whether it is worth it for Taylor to buy back love with money, whether Taylor is innocent in Taylor's breakup, what was the reason why Link broke up with Taylor in the first place, etc. A big melon was divided into countless small pieces with various shapes and flavors, suitable for all kinds of spectators. There are many seeds in these melons, which are also suitable for eating and complaining at the same time. The most complained about thing is that Amber chose $1 million over Link, her boyfriend. Some people also mentioned that Taylor ended her world tour early 2009, which was probably related to Link, and said that Taylor was not worth it. Some people also said that after Taylor broke up with Link, he quickly made a new girlfriend Amber, so she should have known that he was a playboy. She knew he was a fire pit, but she jumped into the pit. As a result, she was cheated by Link, and it was her own fault. There are also many men who envy Link. There was once a woman who spent $1 million just to get back to him, but he was willing not to cherish her until he lost her and could not make up for it. It is said that there is a Hollywood movie company. The company plans to use this clip to shoot a movie. After the controversy, none of Link, Taylor, and Amber can get a decent evaluation. But the benefits are real, especially for the latter two films. Amber's fame in the entertainment industry has increased greatly through this explosive material. Almost everyone in the United States knows that she is a woman with a reputation comparable to that of a first-line star. She also took out several roles of gold diggers. Taylor's new album sold 1.572 million copies in the United States in the first week. Although it is 1.74 million copies less than Link's album in the first week, it is also an astonishing number. It rushed into the 6th place in the history of first week sales of American albums in one fell swoop. All 14 songs in the album entered the top 100 of the Billboard singles chart, and Devil topped the singles chart. We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together, I Knew You Were Trouble, Blend Space and Better ranked 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th and 8th respectively than Revenge and Mine. The wonderful songs are good and all have the strength to top the singles chart. 6 songs including Us, Last Kiss, Ours and Mean entered the top 40, and the popularity is very high. Billboard magazine said that the competition for the top spot in the US album chart this year will probably break out again between Link and the American Music Awards in December last year. Taylor's second album Fearless won several heavyweight awards with 3.32 million copies, and Link's second album Go Forward ranked 3rd with 3.12 million copies. But in May this year, Go Forward came from behind and achieved a reversal. This year, both parties released their third albums at the same time, and the sales in the first week were very amazing. At present, Link's album The Woman I Love has sold 4.33 million copies in the United States, far ahead in the annual album chart. Taylor's Last Kiss cannot catch up, and it depends on its performance in the market in the next few weeks. Fans who support Taylor very much put up the slogan Support Taylor, Defeat the Scumbag on the internet, calling on Taylor's fans to unite and compete with the scumbag Link. Link secretly sighed. Big Machine Records was no weaker than Link Music in album marketing. If the hype continued, his album might not be able to dominate the charts. Although Taylor's new album had strong sales, Link didn't have much to do. The market potential of The Woman I Love in the United States had been exhausted, and it was useless to continue to promote and market it. Now all he could do was to concentrate on the tour, expand his influence overseas, and sell more of the upcoming records. Boss, Beyond is ready. At the Hong Kong Coliseum, Link was changing clothes backstage, and his assistant Anna reminded him at the door. Okay, let's go. Link carried his guitar and met several members of the guest performer Beyond in the aisle. They took the elevator to the stage together. Link, 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 Beyond, Beyond. The audience saw him and the Beyond band appear in the center of the stage at the same time and shouted excitedly. Link waved his hand and stood in the middle of the stage. He first accompanied the Beyond band's lead singer, Wan Kun Chung, as a guitarist. Wan Kun Chung first sang the Beyond band's representative work Really Love You, paused in the middle, and shouted Welcome to the Link. In the middle, he continued to convey another representative work Glorious Years. The bell rang, the signal of returning home, and it seemed a little sad in him. The meaning of black skin to him was to dedicate his whole life to his skin color and struggle in the middle years. He brought hope to his tired eyes. This song was written by the late lead singer of the Beyond band, Wan Kakui. It was created based on the deeds of Mandela, the black leader of South Africa. This song pays tribute to Mandela and praises his lifelong efforts to eliminate racial discrimination in South Africa and to achieve a democratic and free society. The work has an extraordinary intention. It is also very popular in Hong Kong Island and Asia. When Link sang this song in Cantonese, which was not very fluent, in the middle of the stage, the audience burst into applause like a tsunami. Link is a top star in the world, one of the singers with the highest album sales in the world, an Olympic champion, a world boxing champion, a famous swimmer, a movie star, a famous Hollywood playboy, and a top-level overview of East and West. He has many fans in Asia. Now he is standing in Hong Kong Island singing the songs of Hong Kong Island stars, which is so cool. When he stops singing, the fans at the scene will applaud and cheer loudly, jumping in their seats, and in the end, tens of thousands of people will sing along, and the sound is deafening. Too exaggerated. Is this foreigner so popular? Chen Xiaochen, who was sitting in the audience seat, heard the shouts around him like thunder, and looked at the other side with a curled mouth. He found that all the audience around him were applauding and cheering, including many Hong Kong Island stars, especially female stars. One of them looked up at Link on the stage, his face flushed with excitement, as if he had never seen a foreign man. Calling him a foreigner is too ugly. Link is a handsome guy, the most handsome man in the world. His wife Aang Kea also shouted, waving a glow stick. Kea, you are my wife. Can you stop praising other men in front of me? You are mentally cheating. Chen Xiaochen said unhappily. Aang Kea stared at him for a moment and continued to yell with her sisters. Chen Xiaochen was helpless. He didn't want to go to Link's concert, but Kaya and several of her girlfriends were coming. They bought a lot of VIP tickets in advance and said they wanted to go backstage to see Link. He was worried that his wife would be abducted by Link, so he had to follow him to the scene. On the stage, after singing Glory Days, Link invited Wiz Khalifa to sing Goodbye You to commemorate Uang Jaju. The days without you are so long, my friend. When I see you again, I'll tell you everything. We have come a long way from where we started. Oh, when I see you again, I'll tell you everything. Look, You're Here Again is also one of Link's most popular songs in Hong Kong Island. When he sang it for the second time, thousands of people sang along, and the sound rumbled throughout the Hung Hom area. His stage performance is pretty good. Link's singing skills are so strong. The audience, singers such as Eason Chan, Zheng Zhongji, Zhang Weijian, and Joa Young were a little surprised. Link, a foreign singer, performed as well as their local singers. Only those who came to Hong Kong that year could compare with this kind of lineup. Link sang a Cantonese song and 9 English songs that night, including Goodbye You, Chasing the Sun, Unstoppable, Give Me a Reason, All of You, and The Best of Times Me, and other songs that ranked high on the Hong Kong Island music chart. Because the atmosphere at the first concert was very explosive, and because the capacity of Hung Hom was limited, with only 12,000 seats, many fans wanted to come to the scene to watch, but failed to grab tickets. The organizer investigated after the game, and hoped that Link would hold 8 more shows. They guaranteed that the audience for each show would be more than 10,000. After consideration, Link agreed to add 3 more shows. His schedule was relatively tight, and adding too many shows in Hong Kong Island would affect the arrangements in other cities. During the concert in Hong Kong Island, he also participated in several public events and met several Hong Kong Island stars, including actors and singers, Eason Chan, Nicholas Tse, Joa Young, and Cecilia Yung. They are all veteran singers over 30 years old, and there are almost no outstanding figures in the 80s and 90s. Several stars were arranged by Universal Music to take him to travel around Hong Kong Island, attend food, visit Hong Kong University, Victoria Peak, TVB TV station and orphanage, and will be filmed into a documentary Link World Tour Hong Kong Island after the concert. Link also proposed to watch a local boxing match, and later donated $1 million to orphanages and other charities, and established a branch office of Link Global Charity Foundation in Hong Kong Island. In addition, he held 2 autograph sessions in Hong Kong Island at the same time, selling more than 60,000 albums in 3 days, including the first and second albums. When he released albums continuously in Hong Kong Island and Taiwan Island, the second week sales of Last Kiss came out, with a total of 686,000 copies and a total of 2.258 million copies sold. Seeing that Tennor's new album exceeded 2 million last week, Link was a little nervous. According to this music, this album has a great chance of breaking 4 million copies in the United States. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Meeting a Beauty Backstage. Link established a tour team and flew to Taiwan to hold 5 concerts. He has collaborated with singers such as Zhao Huajian, Wang Leheng, Mayday, Kei Lin, and Mo Wenwei. The number of people at each concert is more than 30,000. The number of spectators at the Taipei Arena reached 68,000, which was a huge crowd. Before coming to Huaxia Radar for a concert, he also opened a Weibo account in advance and arranged for his assistant to update the concert information every day. Many Huaxia fans left messages saying welcome Han Jie to return, welcome brother Quan to hold a concert in China, welcome Link to Chinese traditional culture, and Link, goodbye. Thanks to his rescue during the 2008 Olympics, he was named and praised by the official newspapers, and everyone's attitude towards him was very friendly. The media also gave him a lot of face, mentioning his rescue in the 2008 Olympics, during the Olympics, and then sending the Olympic gold medal back to China. He also focused on reporting his identity, the world boxing champion, the European and American singer with the highest album sales in the world, a European and American music king level figure, a movie star, etc. In just 10 days, his Weibo followers exceeded 10 million, becoming the most popular Weibo star in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Many people also use Twitter. During the concert, his Twitter followers surged by more than 8 million. According to Twitter data breakdown reports, 80% of these fans are from China. After the concert in Taiwan, he led a team to fly to several places near southeast China to hold concerts after participating in 2 events. Ding ling ling. After the concert at the Fukuoka City Stadium, Link was resting backstage, writing thank you cards for all the fans who sent gifts, when the phone on the table rang. It was Chris Liu who called. "Chris, I'm listening." "Link, are you backstage?" "Yes, what's wrong?" I have a friend who wants to come backstage to get your autograph, but your bodyguards won't let in. Can you talk to them? It's a small matter. Ask your friends to tell me your name and I'll greet them." "Okay. Tell them quickly." After hanging up the phone, Link called Wallace and Bob to let someone named Chris Liu or Yefei Liu in. Wallace said there were 2 people, 2 Chinese girls, wearing masks and acting mysterious. Link said it didn't matter, Chris Liu's friends couldn't be assassins. Link continued to fill in the order and sent the completed waiting list to the fans waiting backstage. They couldn't come in vain. Dong dong dong. "Come in." Link put down his pen, the door of the reception room was opened, and the assistant came in with 2 girls wearing hats. The one in front was a little shorter, just over 1.6 meters tall, wearing a white t-shirt and blue skirt, with a petite and slender figure, pigtails, and blinking her slim and bright almond eyes at him, her eyes full of curiosity. The one behind was a little taller, wearing a blue long skirt, with long black hair, revealing her fair and slender arms, delicate shoulders and collarbones, and a white mask on her face. Her beautiful phoenix eyes blinked at him, her eyes full of joy and excitement. The couple also held flowers. As they stared at each other, Link raised his lips, asked the bride to pick up the flowers, and asked, "2 beautiful ladies, thank you for the flowers. Do you speak English?" The one behind pushed the lady in front, who rolled her eyes at her, and said in English, "Yes, we speak some English, Mr. Baker. I'm your fan. We just watched your concert in the audience. It was great. Thank you. Do you need an autograph?" Link sat down, picked up a pen, and asked. The girl in front glanced at the girl behind and nodded her chin. "Miss, what's your name?" "Shu Chang, Shu Jenny." The lady in front spelled her last name. Link nodded and quickly wrote down the beautiful Miss Jennifer Shu in order with a pen. He looked at another tall girl. "Miss, what's your name?" The girl blinked her name. Link smiled gently and continued to write Miss Chris Liu, whose name is not confirmed, with a pen. "Did you recognize me?" The tall girl pulled the mask on her face, revealing a beautiful and delicate face, phoenix eyes, red lips, and white cheeks with pink, like a peach fairy. She blinked her big beautiful eyes and looked at the corresponding one. "Hi, Chris, long time no see. Do you want a hug? Just like when I left in 2008. Link stretched out his hand and smiled. Chris Liu looked at him, took a step forward, and leaned on his chest with a blushing face. Link also hugged her gently. She smelled fragrant and her body was thin and light, like a soft doll that melted. Shu Chang, who was standing next to him, looked at her in surprise. Fifi was a very reserved girl. She would never hug a boy so closely except when filming. Now she understood why she minded being held in Link's arms, and they were still so close. It seemed that their relationship was probably not that simple. "Why didn't you call in advance when you came?" "I asked my assistant to pick you up." Link asked the girl in his arms. "I wanted to give you a surprise, but your bodyguards are too strict. We have no chance to sneak in." Link smiled and told her that, when he was holding a concert in Southeast Asia, several fans pretended to be staff and sneaked into the backstage, almost causing a stage accident. For his safety, the bodyguards had to be on high alert. In addition, when he came to Prague for a meeting, many people came with notes, claiming to be the daughter of a big boss, the second generation of an official, and wanted to take a back door to see him, an international star, and take photos with him to teach his identity. In order to avoid trouble, He asked the organizer to consider not meeting any relatives during the tour and not accepting any invitations to cocktail parties from retailers. If he couldn't do it, he would end the tour early. After chatting for a while, he asked Chris Liu and Xu Chang if they were busy. If not, they could wait here for a while until he finished signing the arrangements on the table and then go out for a walk and have a simple meal. Chris Liu nodded and said she was not busy and would wait for him here. He sat down and continued to write the cooperation. Chris Liu brushed her skirt and posed, sitting opposite him, quietly looking at his face, with a high nose bridge and bright and deep eyes. Every time he looked up at her, Chris Liu immediately turned her head to look to the side, her cheeks flushed, and her hands playing with her hair. What are you looking at? Nothing. You want to be more handsome. Chris Liu. You are also more beautiful. No one said you want to be an elf. Link wrote the text. No, but fans call me a fairy. Ha, they are joking. Chris Liu covered her mouth and laughed. The fans' eyes are sharp. You are really a fairy. No one said you are a prince. Of course, I'm still Superman. Yes, you are amazing. I only knew you were a boxer before, but I didn't expect you to become a boxing champion. Even Tyson is not your opponent. Later, you became a big singer. When I first saw those news, I couldn't believe that you were the same person. I even searched your information on Baidu. Chris Liu babbled about what she wanted to say to him in the past 2 years, but she didn't have the chance to say it. The lights in the reception room were bright, and the counters around were full of flowers. The two sat on a coffee table, one writing and the other talking, feeling very warm and loving. But Shuja next to her was secretly anxious. She checked her mobile phone. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening, and there were 2 missed calls and a message on her mobile phone. The sender of the message was Fifu's mother, asking her if she had attended the listening session and returned to the hotel. She was asked to call back as soon as she saw the message. Xu Chang pulled Chris Liu's slender and white arm. Chris Liu stopped talking and looked at her with real confusion. Come here. Xu Chang grabbed Chris Liu's arm and walked to the corner of the room, called, opened the message to show her, and asked her how to answer. Don't worry about her. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid that Aunt Xianli will pinch you? No, I will dodge. Chris Liu smiled slightly, took out her mobile phone that was set to silent mode, and took a look. There were 3 missed calls and 12 unread messages, all from her mother. She didn't even look at them and casually replied with a sleep, good night. After sending the message, she was ready to go back and continue chatting with Link. Xu Chang grabbed her white and tender wrist, pulled her and lowered his voice and said, do we really have to stay here and wait for Link? When we came out, your mother said many times that we should not meet Link in private, saying that Link is a very dangerous person and it is not good for us to get too close to him. My mother said nonsense. Link is a good person. How can he be dangerous? Don't you think Link is dangerous? He is so handsome, an Olympic champion, a world-class star, talented, and a billionaire. He is very well off, but he is also a playboy with many girlfriends. Aunt Xianli is worried that you will be deceived by him. No, Link and I are just good friends. He won't do anything to me. Besides, foreigners have different aesthetics from us. We, 2 domestic etiquette beauties, may just be ordinary girls in Link's eyes. And our figures are not hot at all. Link may not like our type. Chris Liu looked down at her chest. It was only a B cup. She envied those D cup girls in Europe and the United States. Her butt was only a little bit raised, which was several levels worse than the beautiful buttocks of Link's girlfriend Evica. But he just praised you for liking an elf, which means he also thinks you are beautiful. Hey, in Link's eyes, am I also a great beauty? Chris Liu touched her beautiful cheek and blinked happily. Of course, I saw him hug you just now, and he was very devoted, which means he likes you too. Really? Chris excitedly pulled Xu Chang, and when she saw Link still signing, she lowered her voice and asked, Xing Chang, do you really think Link likes me too? Xu Chang was a little excited and helpless when she saw her so excited. As a fairy sister, Rang Entertainment can rank in the top 10, even if she is not the most beautiful woman. There are at least 100 million boys who like her in China, but she is like a little girl who is worried about gains and losses in front of Link. With her appearance, if Link really launched an offensive against her, she probably couldn't stop the raw attack. Shang, why don't you say anything? Yes, Link hopes to be interested in you, but he is a playboy, and it is not a good thing to be liked by him. Link is not a playboy, it is the American media that is slandering and framing him. It can't be completely slander and framing. The media said that he has more than 20 rumored girlfriends, not even 20, at least 2 or 3. He has a girlfriend, and we are stars. It's not good to get too close to him. But Link and I are just pure friends, and I didn't resist his girlfriend. If Link wants you to be his female friend, or even more seriously, ask Jiang to do something like that, will you refuse? Of course, I'm not a casual girl. Chris Liu patted her chest confidently. Shu Chang looked at her helplessly. In front of other boys, Fifi was a cold girl, and even a smile was like arms, but in front of Link she was completely a little fangirl. If Link really wanted to do something bad to her, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on for a few seconds. Chris, Jennifer, sorry to have kept you waiting. Link put down his pen and handed over the more than 100 copies of the assistant exchange he had just written. It's okay. Chris Liu replied, pulling Shu Chang and whispering, don't worry, Link is really not a bad person. I have known him since 2008. He is an athlete, does not smoke, drink, or take drugs, and rarely goes to the fat man. His lifestyle is very healthy, and we are together. Even if he wants to molest me, you can help push him away. Shu Chang thought about it and hoped that it was like this. From the news, Link has no other problems except being a little philandering. He is also a philanthropist who donates more than 10 million myths every year, which is 100 million in Chinese currency. It's too exaggerated. A big man like him should not force himself on a little girl like Fifi. In addition, I'm lying next to him, and I can help if there is an accident. Okay, we just follow Link to go shopping, have a midnight snack, and go back to the hotel to sleep after the midnight snack. Okay, that's it, let's go. Chris Liu walked over with her best friend Shu Chang. Link was also done here. He arranged other work, changed into ordinary sportswear and a fashionable baseball cap, called Chris Liu and Jennifer Shu, sat in the prepared car in advance, and quietly left Shenzhen Datang Sports Center. Arriving at Zhujiang Commercial Street in Shenzhen City, the three got out of the car and walked along the long pedestrian street, chatting. There were many people on the street, and the public security was very good. There were bright lights everywhere, and it was very prosperous. When they came across a snack bar on the road, the three would stop and buy some local snacks, beef balls, double skim milk, spicy shrimps, ginger vinegar eggs, etc. But because of gastrointestinal problems, Link didn't dare to eat anything. He only had a portion of shrimp wontons. The rest of the time, he carried a snack bag and beer, walked in the middle of the two sides, and watched everyone eat. Asked about Chris Liu's development in the past 2 years, Chris Liu said that it was not smooth. She was banned in the past 2 years and didn't shoot any movies. Most of the time, she was in school. Only in March did she cooperate with Wan Leheng in a campus movie Love Announcement. This love movie was released in mid-August. Chris Liu asked him if he had time and invited him to the premiere ceremony. Link agreed. Link asked her if she wanted to develop in the United States. He had a film company next door, which was doing well and had some resources. Scandal Plan released last month was produced by his company and currently has more than $100 million worldwide. Chris Liu and Shu Chang listened and praised it again and again. 100 million is converted into Chinese currency, which is 700 to 800 million. A movie of 700 to 800 million can rank among the top 3 in China. Shu Chang asked how much was invested in this movie. Link said that the production cost was 8 million. Similarly, his company invested 5 million and could obtain 35% of North American and 10% of international share. Warner Brothers Pictures launched a subsidiary to invest 3 million, and the film was also distributed by Warner Brothers Pictures. Chris Liu and Shu Chang calculated that he could make 30 to 40 million from this film project, with a 6 to 8 times return ratio, which is 200 to 300 million in Chinese currency. Chris Liu praised him repeatedly, saying that it was amazing, making 200 to 300 million from a film, and asked him how he could be so amazing. Link said that it was nothing, and that he had fought 5 boxing matches this year, and earned 170 million rupees, which was more than 1 billion in Chinese currency. Chris Liu and Xu Chang were so shocked that they were speechless. Others made 110 million, but he directly used 100 million units. While they were chatting, Wallace called and said that there were unidentified people following them around, suspected to be paparazzi, and suggested that he get in the car first. Link told Chris Liu and Xu Chang about this, and asked for their opinions. Chris Liu agreed, and Xu Chang hesitated for a moment, and got into the car. Chapter 346 Hotel Night Chat, Part 1. After getting in the car, Link looked at his watch. It was past 9 o'clock, and it was time to rest. He asked the other party where he lived and asked the traveler to take them back and talk tomorrow. Chris Liu said that he lived in the Five Seasons Hotel on Fuhua 3rd Road, not far from here, and asked him which hotel he lived in. Link said that he lived in the Sheraton Hotel in the central area, which is also a 5-star hotel. Chris Liu said that they hadn't talked enough, and asked him if he wanted to go to the hotel where they lived, eat snacks, drink, and chat together. Link said yes, and looked at Xu Chang, and asked her if it was convenient. Xu Chang was stunned for a moment, and immediately nodded, and said it was convenient. Link asked the driver to drive to the Five Seasons Hotel. Chris Liu also reminded him not to forget to buy snacks and beer, and Link agreed. Xu Chang looked at Chris Liu next to him, and was very speechless. Originally, Link said that he would take them back, and today's matter would be over, but Fifi insisted on making trouble, and invited a man to drink in the hotel room. Didn't she understand the meaning of inviting boys to the hotel at night? Well, Fifi's condition is more serious, and it is possible that she doesn't know about it, but when she thinks about sharing a room with a grown man at night, her heartbeat speeds up. Your face is so red, is it hot? Chris Liu touched her smooth and fair cheek with the back of her hand. A little bit. Xu Chang took her hand away and said to eat something casually. Seeing Link's skeleton instructing the assistant to get off the car to buy snacks, Xu Chang took out his mobile phone and typed a few words to Chris Liu. Invite Link to the hotel? Chris Liu blinked, took the phone, and typed a few words. Lin and I haven't seen each other in the hotel for 2 years. Is there anything wrong with inviting him to the hotel to chat? He is a big boy with a strong physique, and we are 2 little girls. Do you think it's normal to stay together at night? Why is it abnormal? Are you worried that Link will bully us if we are together? You think too much. Link is not like that at all. Kind of people. How do you know? I heard that foreigners are very open in this regard, not to mention that Link is a playboy. What if he wants to make a move on us? Shang, don't you think too bad of people? I don't know about other people, but I can guarantee that Link is not that kind of person. Xu Chang thought about it for a while, thinking that Fifi and Link were old acquaintances and old friends, and should know him very well. Since Fifi dared to say that, I believe she once continued to type on her mobile phone, which said no drinking. Okay. Chris Liu replied, and stretched her waist, kissing the scene on her red face. Xu Chang pushed her away with disgust, and the car got back on the road. Link and Chris Liu continued to talk about movies and music, and invited Chris Liu to develop in the United States. Xu Chang listened to a few words, took out his mobile phone to search for Link, and just heard Link say that the movie Scandal plan he invested in made 200 million yuan, and was curious whether he was bragging. Searching the pictures, I found that it was not exaggerated. Scandal sold 6.74 million copies in North America in its first week of release, and the cumulative sales in North America reached 57.22 million copies, which was called the 4th biggest dark horse in the North American summer season this year. Palm Beach Pictures, one of the producers of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, was invested by Link. According to this calculation, he can really make 200 million yuan from a movie. Xu Chang searched for news about Link's boxing matches, and found that it was true. The first match with the famous boxing champion Roy Jones Jr. earned 48 million, and the next for world boxing champion defense matches earned nearly 120 million. The 5 matches took less than half an hour in total, earning 170 million elephants, which was called a money printing machine in the boxing world by the media. Seeing this, Xu Chang subconsciously covered his red lips, which was too exaggerated. Business Weekly also said that Link has made amazing investments in the past 2 years, including new energy vehicles, the internet, music, and movies. His initial net worth was 320 million, and now his net worth has doubled, which is expected to be more than 800 million, which is equivalent to 500 million or 600 million Chinese yuan. Xu Chang blinked in disbelief. Link was only 21 years old this year, but his net worth was as high as more than 5 billion. According to the ranking of this year's domestic rich list, he could also be ranked in the top 200. And Link was very different from the rich people she had met. Many rich domestic rich people were worth tens of millions, just like emperors, with a huge heir. Link was worth billions, but he was strolling on the street with the 2 girls, holding drinks and snacks, without any heirs. Xu Chang just took the snacks from Link very conveniently, without a thank you, and couldn't suppress her fever. She couldn't help but secretly glance at Link, seeing his fair and handsome face under the light, deep and bright blue eyes, high nose bridge, and the sunny and clean smile on his face when he talked to Fifi. He was indeed not a bad person. Just as she was watching this, Link also glanced at her, and Xu Chang blushed and lowered her head to sing, playing with her mobile phone. Is Jennifer also an actor? Link said in a clear voice. Without waiting for her to answer, Chris Liu put her arm around her shoulders and said with a smile, yes, we are the same age. Jennifer has acted in more than a dozen TV series and is also a big star in China. I can see that both of you are very beautiful. Link looked at the 2 girls who looked like sisters. One was a lady and the other was a beautiful girl, each with their own beauty. Link, do you really think we are beautiful? It is said on the internet that Europeans and Americans like Asian women with high eye corners and high skinny figures, but our eye corners are not high at all. Chris Liu pointed at her beautiful phoenix eyes with her slender index finger. I don't know what they think, but I think both of you are beautiful. Haha, Link, Jennifer doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Don't you want to date her? I can help you. Chris Liu said with a smile, while hugging Xu Chang. Xu Chang blushed and lowered her head, pinched her slender waist with her hand, and told her not to talk nonsense. Sing, don't be shy. Link is a foreigner. You can talk to him casually. Don't have any psychological burden. He doesn't care about these things. Xu Chang still felt feverish after hearing this. She didn't want to object to dating a handsome and rich foreign man like Link. And what Fifi said was right. Compared with those European and American women, she was not so attractive in appearance and figure. People like Link who had many foreign girlfriends might not be interested in her. This made her always lack confidence when facing Link, and even a little envious of Fifi's indifferent attitude. Chris, you said Jennifer doesn't have a boyfriend, do you? Link looked at the girl with the red face, and then looked at the celestial eyes with peach cheeks. No, I want to fall in love, but my mother won't let me. In her eyes, there are no good men in the entertainment industry, and I don't know the boys outside the circle. How can I talk to them? I think if my mother controls me like this, I will sooner or later become an old maid that no one wants. Chris Liu said cutely with a frown on her face. So what kind of boyfriend do you want? Chris Liu looked at his face, and the corners of her lips rose quietly. It would be too uncomfortable to be snatched away by a woman who is not as good looking as you, but as good looking as you. Chris Liu pointed at his face and smiled. Is that so? I didn't expect that my chromosomes that are too good made me lose my appeal. Link smiled lightly. Hearing Chris Liu's words, he couldn't help but think of Taylor again. Taylor wanted to leave him at first, and also said subtly beside him that he was a towering tree, which affected her growth. After leaving him, Taylor also became a big tree and began to fight with him. From Taylor's point of view, leaving decisively and stopping losses in time is indeed a good choice. Compared with a strong woman like Taylor, Chris Liu and Jennifer Xu are actually small flowers and ivy, which will grow better around big trees. The car came to the Five Seasons Hotel on Fuhua Avenue. Link asked Chris Liu's room number and asked Wallace and several bodyguards to book 2 rooms on the same floor to rest. If you want to leave, notify them again. immediately get out of the car with 2 bags of snacks and beer. Shu Chang saw him carrying a bag, took the initiative to reach out and take one, and followed Link carefully. The rooms booked by each other are on the 16th floor, a floor that is neither high nor low. The interior decoration of the Five Seasons Hotel is quite luxurious. Like the Hilton Hotel, it is also a world-class luxury hotel chain group headquartered in Toronto, Canada. Bill Gates and Prince Al-Walid are both major shareholders. There are currently 8 hotels in China. While the 3 were waiting for the elevator, Chris Liu's cell phone rang. It was her mother who called and asked her where she was and whether she had slept. Chris Liu reluctantly said that she had slept. She was lying on the bed and was about to sleep when she was awakened by the ringing of the phone. Ding. The elevator has arrived. Mother Liu immediately heard the sound of the elevator and snorted coldly, asking her why there was an elevator prompt sound in bed. Ask her where she was going to go at night. Chris Liu had no choice but to follow Shu Chang outside to eat snacks after the concert. She just returned to the hotel. Mother Liu asked if Shu Chang was around and asked her to answer the phone. Chris Liu rolled her eyes cutely, moved the phone to Shu Chang, and took the bag from Shu Chang's hand. She bumped into Link's shoulder and asked him, "Do you think my mother is annoying?" Link shook his head and said, "Your mother must love you very much." Chris Liu made an "oh way" expression. While Shu Chang was on the phone, Liu's mother asked her if Fifi went to see Link after listening to the concert in the evening. Shu Chang said she had gone. Liu's mother asked what they did and if they cared about each other privately. Shu Chang glanced at Chris Liu and said no, she had been by his side. Liu's mother wanted to ask something else, but Chris Liu snatched the phone and said into the microphone, "Mom, are you annoying? I just met with Link and came back. Why are you asking so many questions? If you are worried, then fly over. Chang is not your supervisor." Liu's mother cursed her on the phone, saying things like "bastard girl" and asked her to come back quickly tomorrow, otherwise she would break her legs if she came back later. Chris Liu said she knew and hung up the phone, turned off her cell phone, and asked Shu Chang to shut down the department so that he would not be disturbed when drinking. When the 3 of them were waiting for the elevator, a small episode took place. An old man with a woman in his arms came over, looked at Link in a cap, and then looked at the 2 people beside him wearing masks, who had good figures and temperament. Suddenly, he gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you're awesome." Link glanced at the other person, who was stunned for a moment. When Link and the other 2 walked into the elevator, he heard the man behind him curse, "Damn, it's a foreigner." Chapter 347 Overpass in a hotel. The 3 of them came to the business suite. Before entering the room, Wallace brought a device and asked him if he wanted to search the room to prevent cameras. Link thought about it and thought that the Five Seasons Hotel was a worldwide hotel chain and it was impossible for such a low-level mistake to occur. He felt that it was unnecessary. Chris Liu asked him what he was doing. Link said that he had been bugged in a hotel in London and had been bugged in the room. He had also encountered this in a hotel in Jakarta, so he would check carefully before staying outside every time. Chris Liu was a little worried when she heard what he said and said that it would be a good idea to check it. Wallace and Bob took professional instruments to scan the room, but did not find any suspicious items. They then took their leave and left. While Wallace was searching the room, Link, Chris Liu and Shu Chang sat on a small round table by the French window, eating snacks, drinking beer and chatting about some interesting things. Chris Liu said that she had seen the news that his room was bugged and a hole was scratched in the French window glass. It was scary to think about it. Shu Chang said that the public security in Huaxia Strawberry was good. Although there were many paparazzi, they didn't dare to act too aggressively when taking photos secretly. Chris Liu drank beer and said that she had seen the video of him and Emma Watson being intimate in the dressing room. She asked about his relationship with Emma Watson and what was his relationship with Kristen Stewart, Emma Roberts, Lady Gaga, Marion Cotillard and other big stars. Link said that they were friends, just like her, friends who were good at color matching. Chris Liu didn't believe it and praised him for being so amazing. His ex-girlfriend was a queen of the music industry, his ex-girlfriend was a wealthy socialite, and his rumored girlfriends were all big stars. Link denied it with a smile and talked to her about work arrangements. After the concert in a southern city, he would go to the beach in mid-August and Chris Liu would also be on stage. He asked Chris when he would have time to record the demo tape of When You're Old together. Chris Liu said that she had time these days and would call her mother tomorrow to tell her. Chris Liu couldn't drink much, but she was a little tipsy after drinking more than a can of beer. Her cheeks were red like petals, her eyes were sleepy, and she was leaning on Link's shoulder with her arm around his. "Let's go back to sleep," Shu Chang persuaded. "No, I'm not drunk." Chris Liu took Link's arm and leaned on his shoulder without posing. Shu Chang looked at Link embarrassedly. Link smiled gently, put his arm around Chris's shoulders, and asked her if she wanted to listen to a song. Chris said yes, and Link hummed softly an English version of When You Are Old. Old, grey, and sleepy, he nodded by the fire, took down the book, read slowly, and dreamed of the soft look. Shu Chang watched them quietly beside them. Seeing that Link was so gentle and doting on Fifi, she couldn't help but be a little surprised, and she admired him for no reason in her heart, and there was a slight hint of jealousy. Link is so outstanding, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the best man in the world, but he is so gentle to Fifi, which can't help but make her envious. "Jennifer, Chris is asleep. Where is a room?" Link said softly. "Ah, on the left." Shu Chang pointed to the door. Link gently picked up Chris Liu in a princess hug and followed Shu Chang into the bedroom. It was a double room with two large beds. Link put Chris Liu on the bed and Shu Chang covered her with a quilt. Chris curled up into the carpet like a lazy rabbit. "Jennifer, where do I sleep at night?" Link asked. Shu Chang was stunned for a moment, looked at the room, pointed to the bed outside and said, "You can sleep there. Chris and I will sleep together. Is it convenient?" "If it's not convenient, I will sleep on the sofa outside." "It doesn't matter, it's very convenient," Shu Chang reacted after he finished speaking and was surprised to find that he had invited a boy he had known for less than half a day to sleep in his bedroom and said it was very convenient. "Okay. If you need to take a shower, use the bathroom first. I'm going to exercise outdoors." Link walked out of the bedroom. Shu Yao sat down on the bed, looked at the bathroom and pajamas, not knowing whether to take a shower. She looked at the sleeping Chris, pulled her up again, stripped off her long skirt and underwear, and changed her into a set of white silk pajamas. After changing, she was tired and sweating. She stood at the door and took a look. Link was doing push-ups on the ground. He was wearing a short sports vest. If the strong one was removed, he would do one-handed push-ups. When doing it, the other arm was placed on the waist, and the movable joints were very large. But he did dozens of them in a row without changing his look, and his expression was very serious, not pretending. Shu Chang took a few glances, gently closed the door, and took off his t-shirt. He found a red suspender silk skirt in the suitcase, and walked into the bathroom. After washing for more than 10 minutes, he came out wearing a suspender nightgown. The nightgown was very thin, and under the light, you could see the crystal white skin. The skirt was also very short, and the girl's white and slender chopstick legs were exposed in the air. Shu Chang had her long hair loose, and she looked outside. Link was still exercising. She hesitated for a while, walked into the hall and said softly, "Link, I'm done washing. Do you want to wash?" "Okay." Link finally took a look at her and saw that she had loose hair, a petite figure, and fair skin with a pink hue, so he praised, "Jennifer, you are so beautiful." "Thank you." Shu Chang saw that he was strong, blushed, went back to the bedroom, and lay down in the quilt. Then she heard Link's body coming in from outside, entering the bathroom, and taking a shower. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, her mind was in a mess, and she didn't know what would happen next. Creak. The bathroom door opened, and Shu Chang heard Link coming out, and she lowered her head and shrank into the quilt. "Jennifer, are you sleeping too?" Hearing Link's words, Shushu opened her eyes and took a look, only to find that she had just said that she wanted to sleep with Fifi and give the bed to Link, but she was too nervous just now and completely forgot about this. She was about to get up when she heard Link say in a weak voice, "Sleep here, don't wake up Chris." Link lifted the blanket and then lay down on the bed. Shu Chang huddled in the blanket and looked at him in panic. Link also looked at the other's bright almond eyes and pointed at his shoulder. Shu Chang bit her lower lip, was silent for a few seconds, and slowly leaned on his shoulder. She felt like butter on a hot pan, a candle on an iron, melting little by little. Chris. Hearing Link's order, she subconsciously opened her mouth, and there was a silk object in her mouth, like the nightgown above, with the sound of muffled thunder outside the window. I don't remember anything after that. My mind is blank. After being reborn on this planet that seems to be Frankfurt for more than 2 years, Link gradually accepted everything here. Here he had an identity, career, family, and many friends. He also integrated into this place and became a part of this planet. In the process, he was constantly changing his living environment and was also changed by the surrounding environment. Whether it was his personality, habits, hobbies, etc., there were gorgeous changes. In the past, he advocated the love of being willing to find a person who was devoted to him and would never leave him until old age. Now he likes the poem of Marshall U. Moore, "Don't wait until your youth is white and be sad for nothing, so you should enjoy yourself in time." With these changes, his heart became quiet, he was no longer anxious, and he rarely dreamed about the past. But just yesterday, he dreamed of the Zishan mine where he used to work. Chapter 348, the appearance caused heated discussion. After the South Bank concert, Link led the tour team to Haben City, the economic center of China. It is an international metropolis built on the coast and is far away from Los Angeles and other cities across the Pacific Ocean. Haben City has a permanent population of more than 25 million, making it the third most populous city in the world. Link's 3 albums have sold about 380,000 copies here. It is also one of the cities with the most fans in China. It will also be the focus of this round of tours, and 3 concerts are expected. After arriving in Dahe City, in addition to participating in rehearsals in the city, Link also took time to accompany Chris Liu to attend the premiere of her new movie in the city. This was his first movie premiere in China. When he appeared on the red carpet in a formal suit and pulled Chris Liu, it caused quite a stir at the scene. There were dozens of reporters at the scene vying to start the topic and ask about their relationship. Link said that they were good friends and met during the 2008 Olympic Games. This time he came to the seaside to hold a concert, and it happened to catch up with the release of Chris Liu and Wang Leheng's new movie. At their invitation, he came to attend the premiere ceremony. When he participated in the concert in Taiwan, Wang Leheng was also a guest performer. At the premiere ceremony, he, Chris Liu, and Wang Leheng took many group photos at the invitation of the photographers. These group photos were posted online and were sought after by many Asian netizens because Chris Liu has a good appearance and a good figure and has a profile that can be seen in both the East and the West. She was separated by many world-class media as the sexiest man in the world. Chris Liu and Wang Leheng are also considered to be the most beautiful and handsome among the Chinese. The group photo of the 3 is also considered to be the most beautiful group photo in the entertainment industry this year, combining the beauty of the East and the West. Damn, this guy's really handsome. In the dormitory of the 2007 performance department of Haben City Drama Academy, Lin Jiangxin stepped on a chair barefoot and said while looking at the pictures on the internet, "The sun is rising from the west. Don't you claim to be the most handsome in the world? Are there any men in the world that you think are handsome?" Zhao Fang, who shared the dormitory, put down the book and teased, "Yes, Leo Lin, who are you talking about?" My roommate Pooh Bajia laughed. "Link Baker, look here, this guy is so handsome, not only in face, but also in figure, temperament, and all aspects. I admit that I'm a little bit worse than him." Lin Jiangxin said. "Link, who did I think it was? It's not surprising that it's him. He is the sexiest man in the world as voted by People magazine. Even Leonardo and Tom Cruise are not as good as him. Not only is he handsome, he is also the world boxing champion, the king of music, and a billionaire. The key is that he is 1 year younger than us. It's so awesome." Zhao Fang patted the bear and said, "Hey, Liu Yifei, Link and Liu Yifei how to log out of Now Live account. Walking hand in hand on the red carpet? Do they know each other?" Pooh Bajia glanced and found that there was another person next to Link, a fairy sister wearing a red off-shoulder dress and exquisite makeup. Liu Yifei and Link? Impossible. How could they be together? Other people in the dormitory rushed over and saw the photo. Link, who was wearing a high-end custom-made suit, was holding the hand of the tall fairy sister, who was fair-skinned and beautiful. They were walking on the red carpet and chatting from time to time. They looked very close. In another photo, the fairy sister was acting coquettishly to Link, smiling like a flower, and she was not as cold as before. I heard that Link is a playboy. Liu Yifei is so close to him. They don't have a relationship, right? Impossible. Don't talk nonsense. How could Liu Yifei like a foreigner? Why is it impossible? Link is so handsome. It's normal for Liu Yifei to like him, right? No. Fairy sister is mine, and no one can snatch her from me. At this time, not only the students of the Riverside Theatre Academy were talking about it, but many of the Fairy Sisters fans in China also had many questions in their minds after seeing these photos. What is the relationship? Has the Fairy Sister been harmed by Link? Liu is very famous in China, and so is Link. The corresponding news of walking on the red carpet happened to be on the headlines of major media and attracted the attention of many people. The column Liu saw that the news was very popular and invited compatriots to be guests on the program. Link's concert in Huaksha needs exposure, and Chris's new movie is released, which also needs some publicity. After discussion, the two sides agreed. In the program, Liu asked about how they knew each other. Link also said that, since the experience of coming to Huaksha to participate in the Olympics in 2008, he met the crew of the Forbidden Kingdom on the plane. There were Chris Liu, Jack Cheng, Lian Ji and other actors. He found several big stars to sign and also got to know Beijing. Chris was the landlord and was very friendly to him as a foreign friend. During the interval between the games, he took him to visit the beautiful scenery of Beijing, eat delicious food, and taught him Chinese for a few days. At first, he wrote the slogan "I'm Link, please cheer for me" on the Olympic Stadium, which was also taught by Chris. In the past 2 years, the two sides often contacted each other by phone and had similar interests and hobbies. Zandao came to Huaksha to hold a concert and also came to visit her old friend. The host Liu asked him in English what he thought of Chris Liu. Hearing this question, Chris Liu also looked at him with a smile, with her legs up, wearing a beautiful wrap dress, and her black hair draped over her left shoulder. In addition to her beautiful temperament, she also had a good temperament. Link looked at her and praised Chris as a beautiful girl, cute, enthusiastic, kind, and loving. She has a very high pursuit of performance and is also a very good actor. Pa. Warm applause. Liu asked Chris Liu how she evaluated Link. Chris Liu said that Link was a perfect boy, handsome, strong, humble, and polite, humorous, talented, and almost no shortcomings. The female audience in front of the TV gathered together and nodded. Women, Link is indeed perfect. He not only has a flawless face, but also a super strong and sexy body, enviable musical talent, and a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars. By the way, if you can marry such a man, it is definitely a very lucky thing and worth showing off. Liu had a good atmosphere on the scene and changed the subject, saying that there were many scandals about Link in European and American media, and media such as Vanity Fair called on Playboy to ask if Link was true. Link is Chinese and knows that Chinese audiences don't like scumbags, so he naturally denies this. He continued to use MJ and Madonna as examples to tell everyone that this is a propaganda strategy of European and American media, relying on hyping up negative news about popular stars to attract public attention. Even if there is no negative news, they have created some. This kind of thing is very. He also mentioned that last month, 6 media were arrested by Link Music for fabricating rumors about him and taken to the Scottish District Court. After more than a month of hearings, the court ruled that Link Music won the case. The 6 media have publicly apologized to him and admitted to fabricating fake news to tarnish his reputation. Pa. Hearing that he won the case, the audience believed him and felt that the host Liu was very unprofessional in asking such questions. Liu also stopped when he saw the good and turned to ask other questions, such as his next arrangements, the next concert, Chris Liu's new movie, and asking him to learn Chinese on the spot, etc. Link answered in an orderly manner. This Link is pretty good looking, handsome, famous, and can speak Chinese. In the office of Haben Film Studio, producer Zhang Weeping said while watching TV, "Old Zhang, why do you still watch this kind of program? You used to say that you don't know anything about Henan and Shandong, and you only know Hulan's arguments all day long." Director Zhang Damal came in with a cup of tea and took a look. "Look at this Link, what do you think of him?" Zhang Weeping pointed at Link, who was wearing a suit and had a handsome face and was talking to the audience on TV. "Link, I know him. I met him at the 2008 Olympics. My daughter is also his die-hard fan. Do you want to ask him?" Director Zhang asked. "Isn't the Flowers of War still missing a foreign actor?" Link is also an actor. He has worked with director Woody Allen. He is famous and can speak a little Chinese. How about asking him to play the leading actor? "Great." Director Zhang hesitated, stroking his chin. "It doesn't matter. Let's contact him first and see how it goes." "That's fine." Director Zhang said hesitantly, touching his stubble on his chin. "Okay." Director Zhang said hesitantly, touching his stubble on his chin. Chapter 349 Worried Fans. Yu is one of the most famous talk shows in China, with a rating of about 0.08% for each episode. After Link and Chris Liu participated in the program, the ratings reached a new high of 0.35%. At the same time, Link's fame in China also rose. In the past, Chinese audiences knew that there was Link, but their cognition was scattered. People who like to listen to Chinese songs think he is a singer. People who like boxing think he is a boxing champion. People who have seen his movies think he is a movie star. And more people still know him 2 years ago, thinking he is an Olympic champion. After this program, everyone knew that he was a man who combined the world boxing champion, music king, and movie star in one, a billionaire who was only 21 years old. At the same time, many of Chris Liu's male fans expressed their concerns about Link's appearance. Link is too handsome, has good looks, money, and is very talented, and his lethality to women is almost 100%. Will Chris Liu be harmed by him if she makes friends with such a person? When male fans thought about the fairy sister being harmed by a foreigner, they felt more and more uncomfortable. They flocked to Chris Liu's Weibo to leave messages, hoping that she would calm down. If she liked a foreigner, it would be best if they were just ordinary friends. A group of people's messages almost tore their fantasy apart. Most of these people are European and American Muslims. They told domestic netizens not to be fooled by what Link said on the show. Although the European and American media reported Link's scandals inaccurately, Link is indeed a scumbag and has had scandals with many actresses, including the top British actress Emma Watson, the French Rose Marion Cotillard, the Victoria's Secret supermodel Doutzen Crows, the gold-digging actress Mabel Heard, the new Hollywood actress Jennifer Lawrence, and the Hollywood beauty Alexandra Daddario. The above 6 are confirmed rumored girlfriends. There are more than a dozen female stars who are suspected of having an affair with him, including Kristen Stewart, Emma Roberts, Emma Stone, Katy Perry, Keira Knightley, Gal Gadot, Adele, Lady Gaga, etc. The group of Muslim netizens not only listed the names of several female stars, but also posted their beautiful pictures online. Domestic netizens saw the beautiful pictures of Emma, Marion, Doutzen, Amber, Jennifer, Daddario, Kristen, etc. This is too beautiful. Although the fairy sister is also beautiful, Lin and the others are not much more beautiful. These women have been conquered by Link. Will Chris Liu be far from being conquered? Male fans feel very disappointed, but some netizens also defended Link. European and American media like to report negative news about celebrities. The more famous the celebrities are, the more negative news they have, such as MJ and Madonna, who once claimed to be the ceiling of the European and American music scene. The former was sued as a child prostitute and the latter was humiliated as a slut. Link is so famous now, the European and American media will definitely not let him go, but he is too good, with almost no shortcomings. The media can't find a breakthrough, so they slander him as a scumbag. Comment Link is a very good Muslim netizen retorted that in Western politics, Link is a scumbag is almost a consensus, but he is very talented. That's why no one cares about his private life. Chris Liu has had a relationship with him for many years, and the incidence of not being a scumbag is basically zero. Male fans continue to be disappointed. The fairy sister wants to play tired. Should she continue to like her? When everyone was entangled, some netizens posted the time schedule of similar activities. In the past 2 years, Link has been developing in Europe and the United States, and has never been to China. Chris Liu has been in China. They have almost no communication with each other, and it is impossible for them to have any relationship beyond friendship. The male fans thought about it, and it was indeed the case, and they felt a little warmer in their hearts. But then someone broke the news that they had run into Link at the Five Seasons Hotel in Fukuoka 4 or 5 days ago. He was followed by 2 girls at the time. One of them had a dream of being Chris Liu. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening. Both he and his girlfriend could testify. The male fans' hearts clicked, and they felt cold and a little painful. But someone else refuted that there were no photos or videos, and that a word of hope would insult a girl's innocence. Only a fool would believe it. When Link held a concert in Fukuoka, he stayed at the Sheraton, not the Five Seasons Hotel. They were torn by these news, and their hearts were so uncomfortable. Since there was limited information online and the credibility of the news was not high, they should not believe anyone, and they did not know whether the fairy sister was cheated on. For safety reasons, some fans posted the slogan "Protect the Fairy Sister" on the forum. This slogan was almost universally responded to, and more than 30,000 people liked it in one day. These fans are quite cute. Chris Liu, a bystander, lay on the sofa, hooking her white and tender legs, happily reading the comments on the computer, and also liked the post "Protect the Fairy Sister." Bang! Just as she was having fun, Chris Liu turned around in surprise, and her mother chased her with a sullen face. "Mom, what's wrong? Can you stop looking so sullen every day? It's scary." Chris Liu rubbed her butt and said decisively, "Liu, ye, Fenny, tell me honestly, what did you do after Shu Chang enjoyed the concert last Wednesday night? I know everything. Don't even think about hiding it from me. No. You still dare to quibble. What is this?" Liu took out her mobile phone and pointed to a netizen's revelation on it, saying that she had met Link at the Five Seasons Hotel by chance, and there were 2 girls around him. Seeing this news from others, you may not believe it, but Liu can't help but believe it. Because Fifi and Shu sang the 5th season of Cohabitation that day, they initially agreed to let Fifi go to Link's concert, and they also thought that the 2 would chat privately, but they did not expect Fifi to be so bold that she dared to bring a foreign boy back to the hotel at night, and he was a playboy. What is the difference between this and inviting a wolf into the house? When Chris Liu saw the message, her face was unnaturally red for a whole day. She was very happy to see Link that day. Later, she went shopping, ate snacks and drank some wine. The whole person was even more excited. When she was excited, she invited Link to the hotel to continue drinking and chatting. After thinking about this incident, she blushed. That day was too sunny. Seeing her daughter's face in an instant, Liu understood everything. Fifi really took Link back to the hotel that night. When she thought of her well-behaved and sensible daughter taking a man back to the hotel at night, she suddenly felt a sense of loss of control. It was proposed to take Link back to the hotel. Was it Link or Chang Chang? And what happened that night? I want you to tell me the truth. Liu said with a breath. Mom, don't be so nervous. Nothing happened that night. Chris Liu tied up her hair, sat up and talked about what happened that night, from the backstage to shopping, and then she took the initiative to invite Link to the hotel, chatting in the hotel, and then that happened. How else can we sleep? The room that Chang Chang and I booked has 2 beds. Chang Chang and I sleep in one, and Link sleeps in the other. Liu looked at her extremely. Did the 3 of you sleep in the same room at night? Yeah. What's the matter? Actually, I'm not too sure. I was drunk that day, and Chang Chang said that Link carried me to the bed in a princess hug, and was very gentle. Are you still drunk? Liu covered her forehead. What was said today was beyond her understanding. Her daughter, who had always been well behaved and sensible, not only brought the man back to the hotel, but also drank in the bedroom. She had no defense against Link at all. When did her daughter become a naive girl? No, Mom, you think too badly of people. After singing and saying I was drunk, Link was leaving. She saw that it was very late, so she persuaded him to stay and gave him the other bed. Singing and I slept, and Link slept in the other bed. Nothing happened in between. Are you sure? Have you checked carefully? Mom, I'm a girl, how can I not know if I've been bullied? Chris Liu blushed and pushed her hand away. Liu looked at her cheeks and eyebrows, and there was indeed no change. Since Link slept with you at night and didn't do anything, Liu felt a little unusual. Would Link, a playboy, let go of the meat at his lips? Mom, I've said long ago that Link is a very good boy. He would never bully girls. And look at his ex-girlfriend, his girlfriend with good looks, and several rumored girlfriends. Do you think he would lack women? Chris Liu pointed to several pictures of beautiful women on the computer. The first one was a picture of Taylor dancing on the stage, with fans cheering loudly below the stage. She had a strong aura. The second one was a picture of a beautiful Eva Cap. Her figure, appearance, temperament, family background, and knowledge were all top-notch. And his rumored girlfriends were all beautiful and sexy. Liu also felt that Link was very lucky from those pictures. Maybe he was really not interested in Chinese girls. But seeing her daughter's depressed look, she felt a little sorry and comforted her. Fifi is also a beautiful woman in the eyes of foreigners. Otherwise, Link would not make friends with you and invite you to his concert. You know, men are visual animals. Really? Chris Liu, I cooked it. The performance clothes are here. Come out and try them on to see what you need. Liu patted her and walked out. Okay. Chris Liu dressed and went out to try on the concert costumes. They were made according to her body proportions and the size was suitable. She didn't need to wear them. After trying them on, Chris Liu remembered something. She called Shu Chang and asked her if her injury had healed. That night, Shu Chang was taking a shower and accidentally fell to the ground, hitting her knees and hips. She rested in the hotel for 2 days. Chris Liu asked her if she could go to the concert. Shu Chang said a lot and could go tomorrow. Chris Liu said, well, see you at the concert. Chapter 350 All-Star Audience. On August 16th, Link's global tour concert in Shanghai was held in the coastal city. Although there have been many news reports about Link being a scumbag on the internet recently, which has brought some negative impact on his reputation, his concert was still packed with people that day, with more than 83,000 spectators, and even thousands of people attending the concert outside the stadium. Because there were too many people, the organizer had to arrange more than 500 security personnel to maintain order on the scene, and more than 10 ambulances and fire trucks were on standby at the east gate of the stadium, ready to be dispatched immediately in case of any unexpected situation. At that time, Link was singing on the stage with the performance team. First 5 popular English songs: Never Say Never, Unstoppable, Trouble I'm In, Keep On Movin', and This Is Me. Singing and dancing, the atmosphere on the scene was brought to an extremely high level. Whenever he started to sing, the audience would shout Link, Link, Link. Especially the female audience. Every time Link walked to the edge of the stage, they would stretch out their arms and scream loudly. Once, Link bent down to shake hands with them and was almost pulled off the stage by several enthusiastic female fans. He is so handsome. I would have been a singer if I had known earlier. In the middle audience area, Lin Jiangxin was holding a lip balm, looking at the guy on the stage, who was wearing a gorgeous costume and singing passionately. When he saw his photo 2 days ago, he just thought he was handsome, a little more handsome than himself, but now sitting in the audience and looking at him, he felt that this guy was handsome to no end. At this moment, he was respected as a huge manpower. No matter where he went, he would cause a strong reaction. The audience would get excited and wave their arms at his arms, screaming constantly. Also, when he waved his hands, more than 80,000 people at the scene would follow his waving glow sticks. When more than 80,000 people waved glow sticks together, it would be like a fluorescent sea, undulating, magnificent and shocking. In the past, Lin Jiangxin thought it was good to be an actor, as he could make money and be liked by many fans. But when he saw Link's concert, he suddenly felt that compared with a singer, his influence on fans was much worse. Dalin, what did you say? Zhao Fang, a rumored sitting next to him, turned around and asked. Nothing. Oh, Link is so handsome. Look, Link is coming. Link. Here. Zhao Fang waved his hands for an exciting promotion. Keep your voice down. Don't forget that you are also a man. Lin Jiangxin looked at him awkwardly. This guy actually shouted like the girls around him. His voice became high-pitched and sharp, his face flushed with excitement, and he shouted, "What's wrong with being a man? Can't men chase stars? Your goddess Liu Yifei may have been slept with by him." Lin Jiangxin added. Zhao Fang put down the facial stick and glared at him unhappily. So what? The goddess will be slept with by someone sooner or later. It's better for Link to sleep with her than those little punks. Okay, as long as you don't mind. Lin Jiangxin shrugged. Look. Those are 2 seniors from the class of 06 and a few juniors from the classes of 08 and 09. They are dancing with Link. My rumored Pubeijia pointed at several people dancing on the stage. Lin Jiangxin took a look and found that they were indeed his classmates from school. Suddenly, there were Ma Danny, Lan Zinian, La Yixio and others. They followed Link and danced. However, the dancers from Seattle, who came from the United States, were a little immature in their performance. After Link sang "This Is Me" on the stage, he rushed to the audience and waved his arms. He took the stage elevator and temporarily left the stage. Chinese singers Zhang Liangying, Jin Sha and other local singers arranged by the organizer came on stage to sing 2 songs. They were just new singers. It was their first time to perform in front of more than 80,000 people. They were a little nervous and their command of the stage was not as good as Link's. The main axis of the scene was reserved. After leaving the stage, a dazzling firework suddenly appeared on the stage, followed by a pleasant piano sound from the white mist, which was the prelude to All of Me. When the white mist dispersed, Link was seen sitting in front of the piano in a coquettish outfit, playing with his 10 fingers on both hands, looking particularly handsome. Link's sexy singing came from inside, and the audience consciously quieted down and listened to his songs quietly. What should I do without your clever mouth? Without your sweet words? I know it's very easy to attract me. You kick me out. You are sometimes passionate and sometimes cold. I feel dizzy. Don't be funny. I can't suppress you. I'm fascinated and unable to catch you. Link is so handsome. Tang Yan, a woman from Haben City, sat in the front row of the audience area, staring at the man on the stage. Seeing his handsome profile, upright posture, playing and singing by himself in front of the piano, she felt that this man was too charming. Not only is he good looking, but he also has a very attractive temperament, which makes people unable to move their eyes away after a glance. I heard that he is worth 700 million or 800 million, which is converted into 500 million or 600 million Chinese yuan. He is definitely a rich man. The girl next door, Yang Damin, also looked at Link without blinking, as if looking at a shining how did he do it? I heard that he was also a poor man before, and he made 700 to 800 million in 2 or 3 years. It's amazing. Actress Sao Liang also looked at Link, her small round face full of admiration. I know that Link is also a very good boxer. He made 40 to 50 million in a boxing match. He lit up 5 matches this year and made 170 million elephants. The American media called him a money printing machine. Actor Li Chin clenched his fists and the plaque on his arm bulged. Although he was a rich second generation, he was also very envious of Link's ability to make money. Earn 170 million in half a year? Or a symbol? Several people around who didn't know the news covered their mouths in surprise. Some couldn't believe it and repeatedly asked Li Chen if it was true or if it was a rumor. Li Chen searched for the news on his mobile phone on the spot and showed it to everyone. After reading it, when everyone looked at Link again, they felt that he was glowing with gold all over. Link doesn't just make money by boxing. He also has a music company with several first-line singers under him, with a market value of about 400 to 500 million. Do you know how much he gets for each performance during this world tour? At least 1 million per show, and 30% of the ticket revenue is cut off. Since last year, he has opened more than 100 venues on the ground, earning 200 million yuan. Another well-informed preliminary staff broke the news. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and numb. This guy's not only handsome, but also talented, physically strong, and has a super ability to make money. Being able to marry such a man, fame, fortune, and money. The female stars at the table looked at Lin Ke again. Their eyes became more scorching. Some admired, some were ambiguous, and some even used greedy eyes. After singing all of me, there was a wave of applause and cheers from the audience, which lasted for more than half a minute. Lin Ke sat in front of the piano, waved to the audience, and said to the microphone, "It is an honor to perform in Dahe City. I'm also very happy to see so many lovely fans here. Thank you for your applause and cheers. Next, I will bring you a new song, When You Are Old, which will be sung by me and my friend Miss Liu Yifei. I hope you like it." Pa. Mom, I'm a little nervous. What should I do? Standing in the elevator, Liu Yifei covered her chest, took deep breaths continuously, and her cheeks turned pink. "Are you nervous at this time?" Liu Li looked at her helplessly. It was time to go on stage. There were more than 80,000 people sitting outside. If she was stage fright at this time, it would be a major stage accident. Fei, don't be afraid. Lin Ke is on the stage. He is so powerful and will definitely take care of you. Shu Chang encouraged. Liu Yifei blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, thinking that she would see Link. After she went on stage, she gradually calmed down. She took a few deep breaths and sat on the elevator to rise gradually. After a short period of darkness, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself on a stage with gorgeous lights, and the big screen opposite was flashing with light. In the audience area under the stage, there were dense crowds of people and dense sound sticks, like countless fireflies in summer, and above them were stars in the sky. Liu Yifei stared blankly at the stage, so nervous that she couldn't even breathe. She was an actor and had released 3 albums, but she had never performed in front of so many people. Facing one person at a time, any small problem would be magnified 10,000 times. If there were 80,000 people, it would be more than 80,000 times. Did she really want to sing here? Hearing the prompt sound in the earphone, she became even more nervous. This place was completely different from the rehearsal. Oh no, Yifei is going to get into trouble. Liu Li saw her standing on the stage like a wooden stake from behind, and she wanted to kick her up. "Hey, Chris, are you ready? I'm going to start." Link smiled. Liu Yifei looked at him and quickly reacted. Following the steps of the rehearsal, she waved to the audience and said, "I'm Liu Yifei. It is an honor to work with Link here." Although it was 2 seconds late, it was not a big problem. "Fei, Yifei, fairy sister, I love you." Her fans in the audience cheered and applauded when they saw her appear. Liu Yifei waved her white arms, lifted her skirt, and walked to the piano to stand, and stopped clapping. The audience in the audience looked straight at Link. Seeing the indifferent smile on his face, they admired him very much. He was facing dozens of people alone, and could still perform so well. It was amazing. Link also looked at her, smiled gently, played the piano manually, and sang When You Are Old in Chinese first. When you are old, with grey hair and deep sleep, you nod by the fire, put down the book and read slowly, dreaming of that gentle look. The second time was sung by Liu Yifei. She heard Link singing loudly by the piano, and couldn't help but think of the scene when he was recording in the studio. Her heart gradually calmed down, and she picked up the microphone and sang softly, "When you are old and can't walk anymore, you doze by the fire and recall your youth. How many people loved you when you sang in your youth? I admired your beauty, whether it was fake or true. Only one person still loves you, your ordinary soul." Liu Yifei's singing skills are average, but her voice is beautiful and charming. In addition, she is very beautiful. She wears a lily-like dress, looking for her fair and tight shoulders. Her long black hair is also tied on top of her head. Her fair and slender swan neck, her beautiful appearance and temperament make her look more beautiful, and her singing is also better. When she heard her singing, the male audience shouted excitedly, and the noise was no less than the sound of the female audience cheering for Link before. "Oh, this song is very nice." In the front row of the audience, actor and singer Zhao Zun listened to it and said with some surprise that he had listened to Link's English version before and felt it was a bit ordinary. But when he listened to Liu Yifei's Chinese version, he found that the song was unexpectedly good. Not only the melody was good, it sounds good. This song was written. How can a foreigner sing it? Actor Chin Kun crossed his legs and asked for a song. Listen, I heard from a colleague next to Universal Records that the melody was written by Link and the lyrics were adapted from the poem of the same name by Irish singer Yeats. The Chinese lyrics were adapted by domestic musicians at the request of Link. Gold medal music producer Zhao Yadong stuttered. Link even writes Chinese songs. It's amazing. He is much better than many domestic singers. The whole world knows that domestic singers can only brag, and they can't write songs that you can listen to all year round. Zhao Zun and Dao Ying clapped their hands in praise. Zhao Yadong, Pu Shu, Dao Peng and other domestic male singers couldn't help blushing when they heard her words, but they didn't refute. Link's song When You Are Old is excellent in both melody and lyrics. Several popular domestic songs this year can't compare to it. After Liu Yifei finished singing on the stage, Link left the piano again, took his wallet, and came to the center of the stage holding Liu Yifei's hand. This time Liu Yifei sang the Chinese version, and Link sang the Chinese version instead. When you are old, your hair is white, and you are sleepy. When you are old and can't walk, you take a nap by the fire, reminiscing about your youth. How many people loved you when you were young and sang wow. Oh, it's so beautiful. When the fans at the scene heard Link singing in Chinese, they applauded excitedly. Having watched A Date with Henan and Shandong before, they knew that Link could speak a little Chinese, but they did not expect that he could sing in Chinese and sound so good. Although he had some problems with enunciation and pronunciation, his singing ability is obviously much stronger than Liu Yifei. His voice is low and poor, but his emotional state is sincere and very contagious. He sounds better than many male singers in China who sing Chinese songs. Yadong, I understand why Link is so popular. He is not only talented, but also very dedicated. I heard that he sang a song entire at a concert in Thailand, sang Glorious Years in Cantonese at a concert in Hong Kong Island, and composed and sang a song in Chinese when he went to China for a meeting. This is equivalent to him learning various languages in advance and carefully studying songs from all over the world before holding a concert. If it were you, could you do it? Zhao Zun turned her head and looked at the singers and asked. The male singers turned their heads away awkwardly and didn't look at her. If they followed Link's example and learned a language every time they held a concert, this topic would be important. They might have such a talent for learning, but they might as well become a scientist and study. That's the gap. You sigh every day, looking like a bear with talent that is not recognized. Others owe you, but in fact, it's your own problem. You don't work hard enough, you don't love music enough, and you don't love your fans enough. You deserve to be in trouble. Brother Zun, stop talking. Give those big guys some face. Dao Ying advised from the side. Zhao Zun glanced at the man with a red face and sweat on his forehead, and suddenly felt so good. She, Link, and Liu Yifei came over and shouted Link, I love you like the audience around them. Link was singing on the stage, and when he saw a few familiar faces in the audience, he smiled lightly and rushed to the side and waved. After singing When You Are Old on the stage, Link waved and left the stage holding Chris Liu's hand. There was a warm applause at the scene, like a tide, which lasted for more than 2 minutes and did not end. Later, Liu Li saw Liu Yifei get off the stage smoothly, and her tense body suddenly began to move. She found that she had some sweat on her body, and even her skirt was wet. Auntie Ziana Li, the weather is hot, wipe your sweat. Shu Chang handed over a wet wipe. Liu Li said thank you, took the wet wipe and wet her forehead. Later, Link and Liu Yifei came down the stage and hugged each other in the elevator before they separated. They were very intimate. She held the wet wipe and looked at Shu Chang and asked, Chang Chang, Fifi said that the three of you slept in the same room that night. Shu Chang was stunned for a moment when she heard this question suddenly, then lowered her face and blushed. Although it happened several days ago, every time she thought of the experience that night, she still trembled and felt hot all over. Her head became dizzy, and she seemed to smell his pleasant smell in her nose again, and his hot breathing in her ears. What's wrong with you? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.